Hello there, everybody. Welcome to RLCS Season X European Championship Sunday. And your eyes do not deceive you. LeafX did not suddenly get the world's roundest head. I am Shogun, filling in for him today on today's pre-show. And I am joined by an all-star European commentary team for the very first time ever, going in order to Stumpy, Cole, and my European Gibbs in the form of Johnny Boy. I'm upset that they gave you the Gibbs, Johnny, and gave me the Leaf. You're going to have to fill in when everything starts burning down. But Stumpy, my goodness, it has been a whirlwind few months in the life of Rocket League. We've had so many tournaments. RLCS Season X has had a whole new format. You guys got brought in, yourself and Cole, for the E-League stream. You got the shout midweek that you were coming into this. What has this been like, man?
It has been basically as you described, right? It's been a whirlwind. We were contacted a little while ago to get involved with E-League, and I thought at that point, that's incredible. A huge shout out to Silence for getting myself and Cole obviously on board. It's an amazing outreach from them. And then midweek, we got a DM at very much American time. It was around 3 in the morning for us. So sort of when I woke up saying, hey, do you want to come on the A stream, lol? And I was like, I suppose so. Yeah, that sounds really good, actually. Go on then.
Nice to hear that Psionics are very familiar with elite speak nowadays, as we also have you in here today, Cole. Now, congratulations, by the way, on your ability to survive another year, your birthday during the last week. So you feeling good to go today? Is this going to be the proper birthday present of our true banger Championship Sunday?
I am. I'm 27 now, Shogun, so finally justifying my hairline. And I'm also very impressed.
I'm not. I'm definitely not.
Well, I'm impressed that you led with a round-faced sort of remark. So getting in there before we got a chance to ourselves. So well done.
Defending myself here, mate.
Yeah, well done to you there. I am honoured to be part of the broadcast for Championship Sunday, the first one of this new look RLCS. And I think it's just lived up to everybody's expectations. The Swiss format has thrown up so many amazing series, and there's going to be so many more today.
Absolutely. And we are going to be able to take a look right now at what yesterday looked like. If you did miss it, you missed an awful lot. Yesterday brought us absolute banger after absolute banger. And we are going to be moving today into our chance to see who is taking the $100,000 prize. But as we saw, Guild managed to bounce back after last week's a bit of a difficult time. They've managed to take the 3-0, actually taking the first seed today. Renault Vitality also 3-0, and a couple of teams down there that we weren't expecting to see not to make it. Barca Esports, probably the biggest team out of all of them. But Johnny, is there any surprises here for you?
Oh, well, where do you start? I mean, the consistency, I'll actually answer your question by saying the opposite, is that, hey, French players are still pretty good. We'll get to that a bit later. But yeah, top Blokes making it this far, that's really cool to see. But I think probably biggest surprise has to be Greasy, from retirement to top 8 in just a couple of weeks. That's an unbelievable result for him.
And Cole, looking at what we had yesterday, obviously you've been really intense with all of this. What was the game? What is the big storyline for you heading into today?
I think that my favorite series from yesterday was a bit of an obscure one, I'd say, and that's Giants versus Endpoint, because I feel like Giants' story is one of the success stories of this new format. This is the team that lost to Endpoint in the promo relegation tournament. They thought, we've got a season of RLRS ahead of us. And then, of course, all these huge announcements about how the RLCS is evolving come out. They take their opportunity in close qualifiers, make it through to the second day. And then who do they come up against in the series number 5 but Endpoint? Lose the first game 7-2, which you just seen the replays for. And then they were just absolutely dominant, showing time and time again that they are a team that are way too good to have been bogged down in the second tier of Rocket League Esports. Some of the goals that they conjure up are incredible. Tox, he's had his moments on Twitter. He's certainly not afraid to be a little bit controversial, but he is in the center of... He is their beating heart. He sort of justifies the confidence that he has. And I just love the way that they play, and I'm really looking forward to seeing them today.
Yeah, I mean, I've backed Endpoint since I saw them in the promotion tournament with the rival series. And it's honestly a shame they didn't make it to playoffs, since picking up Metanoris have done a really great job in adapting. But man, what a team Giants are to manage to take them down. It was a very strong, very patient series from them. It's not easy to come back and win after losing 7-2 in your first game and a 9-goal thriller. But then I had a look at another series that was Top Blokes versus Triple Trouble. And I think this was a little bit more mainstream, because Top Blokes have seemed to be one of the more exciting teams recently, as well as Triple Trouble, because in previous matchups, Top Blokes ended up taking the win both times. And it looked like it was going to continue as the first 2 games saw Triple Trouble trip over themselves multiple times as Archie was just running rings around them over and over again. And then they started to stare down the reverse sweep. After that, Tadpole managed to wrangle back 2 games convincingly as well with multiple goal leads to take the series to game 5. But again, their arch nemesis Archie came back and secured 2 goals for Top Blokes. And despite a late effort on 1 second left from Khaled with Triple Trouble, they were not able to wrestle in overtime. And the standout player from that series was Archie. I've honestly, on the E-League stream, I've been banging on about him the entire time because he is such a strong player on Top Blokes. He easily gets a wonder save and then will progress down the pitch and then score like a double flip reset assist or something. He is really incredible. He fits in on that roster very well. He's got the highest number of average shots per games, goals and saves all across stage 2. He was absolutely exemplary, and he's a member of the team that has got Top Blokes as far as they are now.
I really like that, Stumpy, the Archie nemesis. I'm gonna have to remember that one. But what is it about Top Blokes in Game 5s? They've been in plenty, and they're going to be hoping to probably finish some series today before going the distance. They must be nervous. They're getting pretty consistently nervous because they did it again earlier on in the day against Guild. That one didn't go as well for them. It was a really, really messy series at times, and I love that. People who've watched me and heard me cast Rocket League for a long time, they'll know that I really do enjoy a real slugfest, and that's what this series was, Guild versus Top Blokes. It had its moments, though, some great saves, some great goals, some great assists from both teams, but it wasn't until that Game 5 came around that we really got to see the best that both teams had to offer. But in particular, Guild, they've managed to qualify for today without losing a series, but they were pretty close to losing this series several times. It was, I think, nearly a 9-minute overtime.
It was long.
Oh man, it was a ridiculous one. It resulted in Scrubkiller getting the most points that's ever happened in a pro game. Now, I do remember that Fairy Peak, who's second place in that category, did it in 2 minutes, not a 9-minute overtime, or did it in 5 minutes, not a 9-minute overtime game. But still, that's incredible. And Scrub did get the winning goal thanks to Tho. Air dribble demoing the last man out of the net. If we could see more of that overtime defense from Guild, I think they can make a deep run today. But it's really funny that they waited until overtime to show us their best play of the entire day. It's usually the other way around.
I've just thought as well. Sorry,
yes,
I just thought as well that the record-breaking score record that Fairy Peak got was against Veloce, and now Scrubkiller has overtaken Fairy Peaks against New Veloce against Blokes. So those guys certainly have got, for some reason, they give away a lot of points. Exactly.
And what I do really like what you said there, Johnny, is how, you really enjoyed that one. We can always tell when you're enjoying them because there's 2 Johnny Boy casting modes. There's very serious, very professional, always fantastic. But there's also Banter Johnny. And you can always tell when Banter Johnny has entered the building because you just start giggling.
Because he can smell the series, yeah.
You can.
What does that mean, Johnny? What were you trying to get across? Because I was wondering if you had synesthesia and you could literally have some sort of connection between your different senses or something.
That would be good, wouldn't it?
It would.
Smell a flip reset, you would know if it's happened. That was flip reset. Sure, don't worry, I can tell.
But we did mention earlier on that Guild Esports able to go 3-0, and no small part thanks to the lad Scrubkiller. He's already got a world championship to his name. He has rejoined with Gregan, and yesterday, as you mentioned, able to set a points record in the RLCS off a majority phenomenal defensive performance. But Johnny, you weren't quite so convinced at moments. It feels like maybe he shouldn't have needed that many saves.
Well, they did what? They did get the win. So a win is a win at the end of the day. They've made it as one of the top seeds into the final day of the tournament. You can't really complain about that as a Guild fan. But I'm sure every Guild fan watching had their heart in their mouths the entire time because this was just a ridiculously tense series. There were so many crazy moments where these guys were on the very edge and just hanging on. But hey, they've proven that they can play at their best under the maximum pressure that a series had to offer them. So, that's probably what's going to happen today, right? This is Championship Sunday. We're going to get high pressure situations. That's good to see that Guild can perform under that kind of pressure before Championship Sunday even arrives.
Yeah, it certainly has been a terrible idea to think that, you just got so much riding over such a long period of time where you just need that one goal. It's almost been like a blessing in disguise, Cole, when we've had these World Championship Game 7 overtimes that we've almost got away with heart attacks not happening purely because at least they've been nice and quick for us. That one must have been truly horrid, though, especially for our lad, Paul Gregan.
Yeah, I was watching it, and it was just so intense as well. The way the overtime developed, you had sort of 4 minutes of severe top Blokes pressure. And I'm not going to lie, I was thinking that Guild were going to crack any moment. And then suddenly, in the next 4 minutes, we saw the Guild that I think everybody has been wanting to see. They were rotating so aggressively in their opponent's half, where Blokes just couldn't escape. I think the overtime did come down to a Flame overcommit, but I can see why he did it, because other than that, it was just going in the direction that Guild were going to come out and take it. So I don't blame them for that at all. But yeah, that's the Guild that I'm hoping that we'll see more of today. For Gregan as well, of course.
Of course, for
our
Gregan.
mate,
We would never try and undermine him. So thankfully for him, he's
Not
at least...
publicly.
Not publicly, very much behind the scenes, absolute slated. But we've got to say as well, for France, it has been just ridiculous. We have seen them progress so well, season after season after season. They are led, of course, by Renault Vitality, but you look across the teams that we've got today, and France is just littered down the entire way. Johnny, I've got to come for you for this one because you've been able to follow the French scene an awful lot. What is it about French players that just makes them so unique compared to the rest of the region?
Well, you've got just great players to look up to at the very top of the scene. Very Peak and K-Dop for the longest time have been the guys that everybody wants to play with, everybody wants to get games with in the middle of the week or scrim against. And when you've got those guys to really aim for and aim at, that's a great target to have. I wish, I'm sure that there's a lot of other countries in Europe who wish they had people like K-Dop and Fairy Peak to look up to. It's amazing that both those guys have ended up playing together for as long as they have, both being from France, and now they've got Alpha on the team as well, who obviously came in a long time after they did, but with the new mechanical ability that a lot of youngsters have. But yeah, a great country for Rocket League. They were actually outpopulated by the UK scene in the top 16.
Yes! We did it!
That's completely changed. That's totally changed. They've been totally replaced again. I mean, well, they've refused to be replaced as well, I should say, because the UK had a lot of people eliminated in the top 16.
It's coming home.
Yeah. One day.
It came near home, I suppose. I mean, one thing I wanted to say about the French teams as well is that they almost seem to gravitate towards each other. They're one of the only nations I can really think of where there's such a big push to get French-only comms in the teams. Obviously, Vitality getting Alpha for that role. And then we see Oxygen Esports picking up Astral, who is Belgian, but obviously speaks French. And a few other teams have sort of started to focus around their countries. And I think France really are one of the only countries that are actually doing that at the highest level, at least.
I was watching Yumi's podcast a couple of days ago, and he had Ferrer on it, who obviously been bombed out, but they are sort of showing signs that they're still going to be a top-tier team, the way they performed in the grid. And he was saying that after they brought in Astral as opposed to Fruity, it's not so much the fact that they couldn't do decent comms, because obviously Ferrer speaks good English, and so does Fruity, but it's the sense that they can get more information across faster in their native language. And I think that's why we're seeing that.
And there has also been the rise recently of Spain, which, last season they got their first ever player in the RLCS in the form of Nashital, but suddenly, he's been caught up by the rest of the region, Cole. Why is it all of a sudden that Spain are just such a threat? Like, my goodness, they've come out of nowhere.
I think it's part of their hyper-aggressive playstyle, the cliche of French bim bam, of just chasing that ball, wanting to squeeze the life out of their opponents as much as they possibly can. It's one of the reasons that I love Giants, because Zamway is my favorite ball chaser. He had, I think he had he had the first most time in the offensive third in his first qualifier, and then the second in his second qualifier. So this is the guy that is just always ahead of the play, trying to break things up. But there's also Mark by 8 for BDS. Stake is his Giants teammate. And then Atomic and Demensa coming through for Magnifico, just showing that is another region that has got so much depth and so much skill as well. And for me, the main exciting thing is the Spanish play style, which is the cliche that I think is alive and true up to this point.
So, lads, we've had a chance to talk about what it is meant to lead up to this point and what players have done, but I think it is about time we started focusing on what today has to offer. So, I want to come over and have a listen to what some of your favorite matchups are going to be from this quarterfinal. Stumpy, I don't feel like I've come to you first all that often. I'm sorry. I
am offended.
I just don't want to show you favoritism, man. Don't tell the other two, but, you know, definitely my favorite out of them. But which of
I'm
our
clipping that
quarterfinal
later.
matchups?
I'm coming back and
You're
clipping
definitely doing it. Well, let's have a look to chance have a look through very quickly. These are our quarterfinal matchups as of today. Coming into it, Guild Esports able to secure that #1 seed. Will be taking on Magnifico, the glorious story of Greasy Meister. Top Blokes against Solary. Dignitas against Reno Vitality. Oh my goodness, we're getting that one already this season. And Team BDS against Vodafone Giants, all looking for their opportunity to take the lion's share of our $100,000 prize pool. Stumpy Goblin, which matchup out of these are you most looking forward to?
I think it would be disingenuous of me to say anything other than Vitality versus Dignitas.
Yeah, we're getting this one out of the way.
We have to. I think every single good European competition has Vitality come up against Dignitas at some point, and it's normally the game of the season as well because of how gigantic both of these teams are. This is the earliest I think they would have come up against each other for a good while, considering the journey that Dignitas had to get through to the playoffs. But Vitality, they were always going to make it. They've had an 82% win percentage through regionals thus far. And if they win this regional, I am very willing to say it's the start of the Vitality dynasty. I'm not normally a man who likes the word dynasty, but this is my line. And I think if they win, it has to be, right? Does anybody disagree? No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you put us on the spot there. Fair play.
Yeah.
We all made our noises,
thanks.
we made our size, but when it actually came down to us calling you out, we were all scared. So
Thank you very much. Chuck an open question out there. No one wants to answer.
Yeah, absolutely not. But all right, so since we gave the easy one to Stumpy, by the way, you are welcome, buddy. Cole, let's make life a little bit more difficult for you. Out of the matches not named Dignitas versus Vitality, which one stands out?
One of my favorite things, and the same as Johnny here in Rocket League, is unfolding chaos. And I think there aren't two teams that you can see that are going to be more chaotic than Magnifico versus Guild. We've got the amazing Greasy story returning from beyond the brink of retirement to make it into the final 8 of EU. But then Magnifico as well are a team that seem to be able to adapt many different playstyles depending on who they're against. They utterly went to town on demos against Oxygen, which is when they first caught my eye, and then against BDS, they made it to game 5, and they were defending throughout most of that. So this certainly is a series that, as far as Magnifico are concerned, they could play in many different ways. And then for the reasons that Johnny mentioned earlier from Guild, this is a squad that, you know, you have an OT, you have 4 minutes of pure pressure where they play flawlessly, and then they decide not to go for the ball, and it just rolls in, and Foe's looking at scrub, and you're just thinking, why didn't anyone go for that? So it's just a chaotic game that one's going to be.
Yeah, I think chaos is going to be the best way of describing that one. So the list continues to tumble down as well, though. As Johnny, I'm going to force you into this one. BDS against Giants. My goodness, man. We're going to have a chance to talk about that one very soon. But give us a quick synopsis. Why is this one something that people should be glued to their seats for?
It's all about the Spanish Rocket League scene. You know, they've really come up recently, like we've been saying, and we are going to keep saying it because I think they deserve all the praise that they're getting now. They didn't get any Spanish players eliminated between top 16 and top 8, whereas the UK lost, I think, about 3/4 of their players that were remaining in the tournament.
Nailed it.
Spain kept all 5 that were still in the tournament, so that's really, really cool to see. And I would actually agree with what Marky said during the BDS Magnifico series, that Mark, the Spaniard, it was their best player there. He was probably, I think, the best player in the BDS the final series of BDS played yesterday as well, and that's really cool to see because he's on a team with Monkey Moon and Extra. I mean, how can you take the spotlight away from those guys? Not that he's trying to. It's not like he's just chasing around and dominating the possession, not really giving them a chance. But he's really been a great team player and just a great filling in guy. He's there in the gaps whenever. You know, he's needed to be. I've been so impressed by him in particular.
And I really want to just step in because I'm kind of glad that you guys didn't take what was actually my personal favorite in the form of Top Blokes versus Solary. These are two teams that, Solary especially, have flown under the radar and sort of haven't really been able to pick up that big win to make a statement. But for me, I had a chance to chat with Rams yesterday, and you know, he's sort of very aware of where Top Blokes are in the pecking order of Europe. When they were back with Veloce, they were very much seen as they are now, as the team to be beat by the true championship contenders. Now you look at their side of the bracket, they've got Guild, they've got Solery, and they have got Magnifico. You look at that side and you think,
easier side.
This is the team that is, if this is finally a chance for this team to break through and get rid of this gatekeeper mark, this might finally be the chance to do it. The question becomes, can they do it? Johnny, do you think they've got the best shot on that side?
It's hard to pick anyone over Guild on that side of the bracket just because they were so clutch yesterday in that massive overtime. But I would definitely expect the winner of the entire tournament to come from the other side of the bracket. It's pretty crazy.
You mean the Vitality?
Yeah, the Vitality Dignitas.
BDS as well.
We're not spoiling the next segment yet at all. Yeah, absolutely. It has to be the way. Well, if we're already going to start heading over there, we might as well jump into that side. Now, predictions for today. Now, originally, this was supposed to be us saying who we wanted, or not who we wanted, but who we were expecting to win the entire tournament. But since I get the feeling, lads, that this is going to look very similar the whole way through, I'm going to ask you who's going to make the grand final and who is going to win the grand final. Stumpy, starting with you on this one, who makes it, who wins it?
Now, I feel like, as you have alluded to, a lot of us are going to be going for Vitality. And I'm a bit infamous for how out there my predictions are able to be. So I'm not going to go Vitality. I think they'll probably make the final, realistically, do you know what I mean? But I am going to go Top Blokes. I really feel strongly about them. Top Blokes, right? They have had... Yeah, don't wow me, Johnny.
Yeah, tell it.
All right, Top Blokes. I said about how strong Archie was the other day, and that's not just because of the opponents he's come up against. In any series that he has been in, he has looked by far and away one of the best players on the pitch every single time. He has looked stronger than his teammates pretty much every single play that he's gone through. He is defensively incredible. He's had wonder save after wonder save, and him along with the other Top Blokes guys, they are going to put a really, really strong mark on Rocket League. I anticipate them getting to the finals.
All right, Johnny, you can let him have it now. Go. Attack.
Yeah, I think you said they're going to win, though, didn't you? You predicted Top Blokes to win it. Or did I hear that?
Yeah, you know what? Top Blokes win it. 4-0 versus Vitality.
He didn't believe that going in, but he's gone for it now. You've got to clip it.
If I win, please clip it.
Yeah, I think it's probably already clipped. But
Top Blokes win.
Hey, Stumpy's had some good predictions in the past. I don't think that's going to be one of them, though, because I've got to expect Vitality win this. And I don't think Top Blokes make the final. I think I think Top Blokes make the semis.
Mate, do your prediction. Don't just slam mine. You do yours. I'll have mine, all right?
I predict Stumpy's wrong.
I'm making my prediction, but I'm making more predictions as well, and even more than what Shogun asked for. I think the final's going to be Guild Vitality. Vitality win it, and I think Top Blokes lose semis, obviously.
Leave me alone.
I feel like we've suddenly now just sort of connected Top Blokes with Stumpy, so now people are just going to attack Top Blokes just to
Please don't tweet me if they lose.
Via proxy.
I'm casting Top Blokes with Stumpy later, so Stumpy, don't be too biased, please, okay?
Absolutely not, don't you worry.
Good.
Well, Cole, you get to be the mediator on this one. What have you got, lads? Finals and winner.
You put me in a tough position here, Shogun, because I completely agree with Johnny, which is like, I'm on here for the first time, and I'm saying, yeah, Johnny's right, which is a very safe thing to say. But I think when you're looking at this this bracket, I think that Guild Esports, on paper, certainly have the most potential to make it through to the finals. I'd say they just shade it against Top Blokes. Meanwhile, Vitality, what can you say about Vitality? They struggled on Thursday in the grid, I guess, because Alpha was ill on Twitter. Maybe Alpha's ill again. Hopefully not. I don't know. I don't know how many other ways Vitality don't sail through to the final here. And then Guild versus Vitality. I just think Vitality are the better team.
Okay, I can't believe none of you actually went for the true prediction. You know what? Leaf would never give his prediction, but I'm going in on this one because I know that I've got this right. Number one, Vitality are definitely making it to the finals. Good for them. But unfortunately, they are going to come up against the powerhouse, the undefeated, the future, two-time world champion
Magnifico.
Breezy Meister.
Hey.
Magnifico against Renault Vitality in the final.
I'm up for that.
And it's going to be a forfeit because Renault Vitality are going to know that they do not stand a single chance.
I don't think that's allowed, Shogun. I don't think you're allowed to forfeit grand final.
By the way,
Vitality,
Johnny.
they take the brunt of the fine.
Look,
They'll
I'm
be
not
okay
saying
with
it's
it.
going to be like a proper forfeit. It's going to be a mental forfeit. They're going in knowing that they are the beaten team.
Okay, I wouldn't mind.
I want to live in your
Magnifico
timeline.
final. That would be fun. That would be pretty
Yeah,
cool.
that's a crowd pleaser, that Shogun.
That is, I've definitely managed to give an opinion without giving an opinion. That is the sign of a true host. But
After
let's
having
move.
a leaf as well. You
Hey.
then said that.
Look, is he here to stop me right now?
No, he's
Let's
not.
move
You're in
on then
charge.
over to our very first matchup today, as we've now got a chance to take a look into BDS against Vodafone Giants. Johnny, you mentioned earlier on that this is a matchup between the rise of Spain. BDS, though, have had a phenomenal offseason. What chance do you think Vodafone Giants have against them?
It's a really close one, honestly. I think it's straight up about as 50-50 a matchup as you can get. That's why for me this is the most hype of the quarterfinals. You don't want to miss this one, guys. And we talked about this before the show. It's going to result in the farthest that a Spanish player has got in RLCS in the entire history of RLCS, because somebody's guaranteed to make the semis here, whether it's Mark or Zamwe and Stake. Oh, it's such a tough one to make to pick from.
I'm not
though.
asking for predictions
it's
just
really
yet.
hard. It's really hard to make a prediction. Yeah, thank goodness you're
You've
not going
got,
to ask
you've
me
got
this
2
yet.
minutes.
I got to think about that.
Yes. Well, Johnny, whilst Johnny tries to figure out where he's going to be going with that one, Cole, I'm going to try and bring this one over to you. Vodafone Giants really have sort of come out of nowhere here. You know, they are mostly here due to the format change. We wouldn't have been able to see them if the old one, because they would have still been in the rival series. How happy are you for them to have actually taken this opportunity and perform at the level they have been?
It's what this format is all about, and I think the fact that we've got Giants here that are showing that they are incredibly capable of going up against teams as good as BDS. BDS did beat them yesterday, but it was 3-2. Went down to the final game, and I think that Giants seem capable of dealing with BDS's speed and just pure rotational play. And not many teams, when BDS are playing well, can do that. I think that when it comes to a single elimination quarterfinal, it's a cliche, but honestly, anything can happen. And I've got a feeling that we're going to see a Giants upset here. So I'm going to go 3-2 Giants today.
Oh,
and
he's gone early. He's jumped the gun on us.
On the result yesterday. But Stumpy's shaking his head.
It's because you're silly, mate. I reckon BDS, honestly, if they are playing the game they're able to play, they outclass Giants every single time. They're one of the fastest teams that we have seen at this level of Rocket League. Maybe the fastest team at the moment. They are.
Not disagreeing.
They are horrible to play against. They'll cut across and do really odd rotations, but then still manage to keep them clean, and you cannot predict that as a team. The only game in that series between BDS and Giants ended up going in the favor of BDS with any difference of goals that was more than one. Only the 3-1 at the end was any game that had more than one goal difference. And I think BDS have just got that bit more class, that bit more refined play to them that still comes across as very chaotic and very suffocating. So I'm sure that BDS go through here.
On paper.
All right, Johnny, you've had your few moments. Cole and Stumpy have managed to at least bring themselves in here. They've bought you just a little bit of time.
Yeah,
But
I'm really happy about that.
Are you good to go?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
All right, let's hear the prediction then, mate.
I agree with you. Agree with me, Johnny.
I'm not
You're a
going to do
coward,
that.
Cole.
I'm not going to agree with Cole. You know, even though he agreed with me earlier, I just can't. I can't. Go against what I really think just to try and return that favor. I'll save that for another day. But yeah, I do think the BDS at the edge. I think it's going to come down to just that slight edge of in terms of experience that they've got on their roster. The Giants guys, they're a team who we really need to keep an eye on this year, this RLCS season. But I think their day is going to come another day in the future, not today. This is going to be BDS, I think, making it into semis to face Vitality, probably. But yeah, really, really tough to call this one. It is probably going to be a 3-2.
Oh, at least we get to start off with a banger, according to you, lads. When I'm looking at this one, it really does depend on how Vodafone Giants decide to approach this, because for me, when I see BDS, they have the perfect play style for this format of tournament when you're going through the qualifiers, when you're going through everything else. You know, a lot of the teams they're going to be facing won't have the identity, won't have the ability to outpace them, which tends to be the default play style. So BDS are going to be a terrifying force throughout not only this tournament, but tournaments to come. I've got them taking this one 3-1 against the Vodafone Giants. But we want to hear what you guys at home have got to say. Send us over your thoughts over at hashtag RLCSX. It's time to get European Championship Sunday underway. We're going to head over for Vodafone Giants against Team BDS. Heading over to the Skybox with Corelli and Turtle.
Thank you so much, Shogun. Weird to say, and I enjoyed the pre-show so much. That's right, Corelli Turtle here to talk about BDS and Giants Gaming. Turtle, we heard the devs talk about this. What is your take on this series? Because personally, I agree with what Johnny was saying, is that this is going to be extremely close.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that too. I mean, you can't get a closer matchup right now. I think a lot of times we'll go into playoffs, at least usually with the split, and we'll kind of have a little bit of a favor as to which team we really think is going to be dominant. But right now, especially after the results we saw yesterday, it went to Game 5 when they did end up fighting each other in their first series. And it's just going to be another close one. I think that BDS do have the slight edge, but even then, it's going to be so difficult because everything changes whenever it is playoffs. This is when you start to feel the pressure the most. Yesterday, you know, it was a little bit different. We had the stages where maybe not every win mattered towards you losing, but now if you lose, you're going home.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, especially because when we talk about, like you just brought up, as we have a false start here. It looks like somebody got alt-tabbed on the kickoff, so we'll go ahead and get restarted here. Unlucky start.
Feels bad, man.
So just talking about the matchup again, and like you said, the stakes on the line here, it does change the mentality of a team, of a player, and everyone coming into a final bracket, right? There's no more second chances. You don't get 3 losses. You don't have to win 3 times. You just need to win. You can only look as far as your next matchup. And the devs talked about, you know, these are teams that are coming into the RLCS and are already proving themselves to be quite formidable. What happens when these two teams now face off in the first round is really the true question. And, you know, we talk about how close this can be, and it is because of the play style of both these teams between BDS and Giants. Is it does feel quite similar in that they are quick to be on the ball, and that if whoever gets the first strike on pressure, whoever gets the first chance on net, I feel like is really going to have quite the momentum going through into the first couple minutes or so as we get things kicked off.
Well, the interesting thing is yesterday in their first series against each other, it was a very defensive game from the Giants because BDS, it's so hard to match their speed. And speaking of BDS, we got Monkey Move getting the demo, now opening up a shooting lane for Marked by 8. They strike first.
Marked by 8's been one of my favorite players to watch ever since he was in the rival series for a few seasons, and he's really come into his own. I think he was lost for a few seasons in rival series, didn't know where to find himself, sometimes caught between the midfield, or excuse me, from in the midfield between offense and defense, but he has really found his spot here on this team, and he's been a pleasure to watch, and good to see him start off with a goal for Team BDS. And I think the main player for a lot of people, if you want to talk about Team BDS, is Monkey Moon. His statistics speak for himself, and have done so well for this team on the offensive front. And not to mention, the team as a whole puts up so many shooting opportunities on net. They are a team that likes to put in shots at the opposition. I believe they're over 9 so far in stage 2 coming into playoffs here.
Well, the unique thing about Marked by 8 is a lot of times the man won't even need to go for a shot or get a goal himself because he's surrounded by incredible shooters. You know, he's got Extra and Monkey Moon on the offensive, so the only thing he's worried about is setting them up, and he does exactly that. In that series yesterday against the Giants, he was the only player on his team to get an assist. Literally the only player. He was setting them up left and right. I believe 2 out of 3 games that they did win that series, Marked by 8 had multiple assists, making sure that he at least opens up that shooting lane for his striker. So he is a pivotal part of the offense. While he might not be the best shooter on the team, he is definitely the guy who is setting them up.
And so far, Extra setting up Marked by 8 for the first goal in the first minute and a half, and maybe another opportunity here for Team BDS if Marked by 8 can get it across, try to get the bump on stake. Never got the touch. Here's Tox. Slowed down by the defense of BDS. Mark Mate has no options downfield, chooses to throw it towards Tox, and I don't think that was the best touch from Tox. He might pay for it here. Monkey Moon off the back wall, and extra too slow. As Stake turns it away.
Tough situation so far. The offensive pressure is the same that we did see yesterday. I really think it's just going to be a defense associated game for everyone on the Giants. They need to figure out how they can transition out, or else they're just going to end up panicking because it is so hard to counter a lot of the speed that comes out of BDS. Oh, what a shot, too.
And this speed is what allows them to jump on the mistakes from the Giants as well. Even if they're small mistakes, here's a 1v1 for Tox going for the bump on Monkey Moon, but he doesn't get enough. And Tox puts it up and over his head to tie it up.
And this is the best way we can see opportunities come towards the side of the Giants, is their transition game. Once they're coming out of all that pressure, how are they going to strike on net? We've got Tox going in for a great solo play. That's exactly what we need to see. Whenever they turtle up on defense, it's how they rotate out. Do they even have enough boost? In that situation, Tox did really solid. Saving his boost, making sure he can go for the demo, and then put one up to tie it. I mean, this is such a difficult game. I still feel like the Giants, so long as they can hold on, will manage to at least edge out with this series. But overall, man, I'm still trying to figure out how you counter that speed.
Yeah, it's a great 1v1 play there from Tox. It's exactly what they needed here. And Stake leaves one out. The Giants do have to be careful. BDS is clearly a fast team, and they're quick to jump on your mistakes. They can't let these balls go uncontested in the midfield. Mark By didn't have any options downfield, but a double commit comes out from the Giants, and BDS might be their turn to strike. Here's Mark By, quick shot on target, and Stake there to make the save. But you can see that space quickly open up, and Team BDS takes advantage.
Yeah, and they're so scared with those counterattacks. It was only a small opening, and within those few seconds, they already put one on net. And you would think to yourself, that shot placement from Mark By 8 was just a little bit more towards the left side of the post. That would have been a goal. Either way, just putting on the pressure is what you need to do. Waste more boost, and just hold Giants in their own end.
Sam White trying to push this one through the corner. It's going to be Tox as he tumbles on by. Extra to throw it downfield. Still a tie game, coming up on a minute left. Space to work with here for Stake. Has options to his left, gives it up to Tox. Tox goes over the head of Mark By 8. Monkey Moon not the best clear. Extra there to push it away, and a great touch by Mark By 8. Monkey Moon was looking for that backboard. Another double commit comes out from the Giants, though, and Extra receives the pass across and gets immediately stuffed by Tox.
Oh, the demos. Oh my goodness, both teams getting one apiece. And look at all this midfield space. I'm surprised at what we're seeing out of BDS. It seems like they are falling back a little bit with that defensive line, giving up a lot of possession to the Giants to kind of do whatever they want with, but they're not focusing on passing, which is why it's not as threatening as it could be.
Yeah, Giants are really eager to put this wall off the back wall. And so far, Team BDS have done a great job of making sure that their back wall stays clean. Samway, maybe one more before overtime. 5 seconds left. Giants might get the last laugh here unless Mark By 8 throws this one downfield, and I think that's going to kill it. Overtime in game one, and we talked about how close this series is going to be, and I think it was just a precursor to what we're going to see throughout this series, Turtle.
I mean, this is not going to disappoint whatsoever. This is probably one of my favorite matchups just because of how similar the playstyles can be. And, you know, I like I said before, I do think BDS have just the slight edge with speed, but that's what makes me so excited to see Giants step up to the plate. And I think we're just one midfield pass from them, from having them take this first game.
Samway almost getting that second touch as it bounced back up into his car. Might have been able to beat that last defender if he got it. Mark By 8 can't really get a hold of this one. Samway, though, still trying to push this one out. Good debo by Monkey Moon, and a pinch comes out for the Giants.
Oh, nice pass. There it is.
Samway's shot turned away by Monkey Moon. Giants applying that pressure. Samway again off the crossbar, and it's going to bounce down. Nobody from BDS touching it as Mark By 8 happy to see this one bounce away, but with no boost, it's going to be tough to break out. Monkey Moon comes and picks it up. Full boost for him. Tries to stall the challenge from Tox, and instead, Stake squeaks by the defense. Extra, not the best touch, but it's going to do enough for his team to slow down the attack, at least for now. But Giants definitely start to warm up here. You can see them lock BDS in, and again, a lot of balls going off that back wall, and BDS slowly having their boost reserves just whittled down as they're having to make aerial after aerial with the Giants throwing this ball up into the air.
Well, you can see how lethal that offense can be from the Giants whenever they focus on those midfield passes. That one great opportunity stemmed from a midfield pass that led into a shot, forcing the defense to panic around, and then that's what opened that last-second chance to put another shot on. So I think if they can keep pushing this ball into the midfield with the space that they're given from BDS, they should force a mistake.
Monkey Moon's trying to do so here. Across the box, marked by 8, doesn't get the touch. Extra also gets bullied off the ball. Tox pass down to Steak, quick shot, it's wide,
Steak.
and the follow-up there, 2 wit from the Giants, and now Tox racing back on the counterattack.
This is crazy. You can see how influential just one little bump with how fast these guys play. Once you can just distort a little bit of that rotation, things start to break down so fast for BDS.
And you can see how quick both teams are to jump on the open space to work with.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes here in overtime. It's come and gone quite quickly. Steak
Double commit.
puts one high, 2 go, extra, Monkey Moon and marked by 8 there to clear it away. Tox been finding himself in this third man position more and more in this overtime in particular. Doing a great job of locking things down and being an anchor for the Giants. Tox again now on the attack. This ball dangerously coming to the near post. Steak.
Look at the
Zamway.
speed from Zamway too. He's beating out that defender so easily, which is a surprise because we do expect BDS to be faster. Tox going for the bump as well. They're the only players right now on the field being physical, looking to create opportunities besides just hitting the ball.
Dangerous here from Monkey Moon. Gets the stall in front of the net, and Extra couldn't get the touch. It was a bit awkward there for the 2 players for the Giants who went. Marked by 8 gets one across the box as well, but it's going to be too high. But I like seeing that ball be brought down. Now Zamway's trying to do the same. The flick, Steak bump too high on the shot. Follow-up from Tox is there, and Giants take game 1.
I got so worried when I saw this ball go off the crossbar because the play had been set up. Steak going for the bump. Zamway had to flick that early because marked by 8 was flying across the field. So he went for the early flick. It goes off the crossbar. But thankfully, the third man has confidence to throw himself and commit to the final shot. You think to yourself, if they didn't get one there, BDS probably would have counterattacked because everybody had to commit. And thankfully for them, it works out.
And, Rocket League is a game where, you have to know your risks.
Yeah.
And in that situation, Tox knew that this was a risk that he was willing to take, seeing both his players put the ball in a dangerous situation with that bump coming through. And that was a very smart play by Tox to come up in that third man and finally put game 1 to rest here. But again, a very tight series is ahead of us. Game 1 already over 2.5 minutes of overtime here to finish things out in game 1. So I expect similar results going forward, as I really don't think either team had the advantage over each other. Both traded blows. It's a very rare game where I feel like both teams played extremely well on offense. They both had great opportunities and they both played great defense. All around, a very impressive first game here in this series.
It does feel like the Giants' offense was a bit more layered, though. When I look at both these goals, I think BDS was kind of just banging things off the backboard, hoping either a mistake would get forced out or BDS and their speed would be able to create a good opportunity. But on the other side, the Giants, whether or not they could beat out a 50 wasn't really their main concern. It was the fact that they could go for the extra demo, the extra rotation, maybe a really solid midfield pass. It felt just a little bit smarter of play and a bit more intentional with what they were trying to do with the ball.
Yeah, I think a lot of the plays that we saw from BDS were a bit telegraphed, especially with quickly giving up possession, throwing it off the back wall a couple of times here and there. But I think overall, BDS did find some success, especially when they did bring the ball down and put it into, say, someone like Monkey Moon's hands, where it felt like he felt very comfortable coming out of the midfield with himself. The Giants, overall, I think for both teams, it was a good first game, regardless of the scoreline for BDS.
Oh, nice pass.
Comes over to Mark by 8. That one's going to be too high. Second touch from Mark by 8's there, and it goes past the last defender, and Mark by 8 puts away the first goal.
This is getting scary, too, because Monkey Moon, he was getting a little bit green for this goal. He didn't think Mark by 8 even had the double tap, but he beat out that defender, Mark by 8 crashing down, and we did see a double commit. Thankfully, if you're Monkey Moon, Mark hits that, and they go up 1-0, a similar stance from the first game. We saw BDS go up so early on, and then they couldn't get anything after that. Let's see if they can continue this lead and continue the momentum.
And that's a frustrating goal to watch if you're Stake, because you're sitting on the goal line and you think Zamway's going to go up. He gets bumped out of the way. You see another player coming for the shot. He doesn't connect on it, and then Mark by 8 ends up just landing on it, and it bounces past you. So for Stake, that was a tough read, and unfortunately gives up the first goal here to BDS. First minute come and gone. Good clear from Monkey Moon here. Stake will turn the favor back to Extra. And Extra is happy to throw it back towards Stake. Or Tox, excuse me, as Stake takes care of Extra. Great pass over to Zamway. Shot was just ricocheted off a defender of BDS. Those lateral passes are so strong for both teams right now. Here's Stake. Bit of boost to work with, but didn't take off properly there, and Monkey Moon beat him in the end. Bit of a hospital ball, and Zamway does bump Monkey Moon out of the way in the end. Monkey Moon looking for Extra, will find him. Monkey Moon still staying with it. 45 boosts to work with here as he tries to get past Stake, not quick enough.
Well, they're reading Monkey Moon so well. He's the player that once he has space, he can do almost anything he wants with that ball. The solo plays are so easy to come by with Monkey Moon, and they're denying him beautifully. He had a great touch in the corner, kept it to himself, but somebody from the Giants always there to get in front of him and force a 50 right away. There's no hesitation, and it feels like the rotation out of the Giants so eager to get up and get in front of the ball that to cut off any angle. There's almost no chance that's getting created for BDS just because of how fast the Giants are up there to challenge. Like right there in the midfield, or excuse me, on the defensive end, you see how fast he gets up, blocking out any shot opportunity.
He's a force to be reckoned with. Remember, this is a guy I called out. You have to watch Monkey Moon's 75% of the goal participation yesterday.
Yeah.
Is no small feat with the teams he's going up against. For BDS, he is their main goal scorer and definitely their playmaker. BDS experiencing a lot of defensive work right now, as Giants have done a great job of locking down the midfield. Tox still really not letting them out. Support always there, even on touches that go laterally like that one. Stake was smart enough to turn around and take that one away from any oncoming defender from BDS. Quick pass down the line. Stake there to make the save, but only for just a moment here, as it's going to drop down in the box, and Tox clears it out.
Still getting impressed though with Monkey Moon. Even if he's not getting something going on offense, it feels like the defense, he's always there for the clear or will slow down the pace to go for a nice little dribble out. Even Extra here, we're seeing this actually from all players the more that I watch them, is that dribble out of defense, making sure they can go for a stay 50. Then the fake by Mark by 8. BDS heating up a bit here in game 2.
Ooh, tough save there from Zamway. Coming up on a minute left here. Once again, a very tight game. Mark by 8 leaves it for Monkey Moon. Gets knocked out of the way, and Zamway's got an open net. Put it away, and a tie up for Giants.
This was such a weird midfield play. Look at this clear out of Zamway just to go into Monkey Moon, who got completely stuffed. Zamway on the other end with an open net to shoot at. And we all got to give credit to Tox on that 50 in the midfield, dunking out Monkey Moon. And we talked about it before, Corelli, denying the MVP, the player who is the most lethal in my eyes on BDS. They have gotten in front of him every single time on offense.
Good little fake here from Extra, and you're right. But there are other weapons here on BDS. Monkey Moon isn't the only one who can make things happen, as they do try and pick this ball up. Lots of space here for Extra, and a lot to choose from. Zamway does come flying in. Tox tried to play it to Zamway, but a bit of an awkward ball. Coming up on 30 seconds left now. BDS trying to take the go-ahead goal here and hang on to a lead into overtime if they can. Zamway cut out by Mark by 8. Goes for the bump on Stake. Tox just has to tap it away. Zamway does a good job to get by Monkey Moon and at least slow down the quick transition by BDS. 10 seconds left now. Mark by 8 on the ball. Has help to his right. Extra's there. Goes past him. Just barely had the touch on net. It would have been a goal. And that ball will drop down. And of course, another overtime here in game 2.
And you got to feel for Extra in those final seconds. He thought Zamway was actually going to get a touch on the ball. Went for the dunk instead of going for a hit himself. and the ball just kept floating away across the net. Their one opportunity in the final seconds wasted. Now we've got overtime, like you said, Corelli. BDS starting to break out their half a bit, but they have been broken down by 50s and getting dunked on from Giants.
BDS have been averaging 9 shots a game, at least in stage 2 yesterday. They are currently at 9 shots here in this game to now the 3 of Giants, with Tox putting one high. So BDS definitely putting in a lot more shots, and a miscue on the defense for Giants, and BDS will take the game.
And I'm going to go to Tox's perspective here, because he was all the way on the backfield, or in the backfield, excuse me, and he was just pushed up so hard. He didn't even expect extra to go for a bang and clear. And that is what's so lethal and special about being patient on defense. Because a lot of times when you will start to dribble out, teams will predict that you'll go for the slower play almost every time on that clear. So that's where they start to push up. And if you mix up that clear game a bit, just go for a banging shot early on, you can catch somebody off guard really easily.
And unfortunate there for the Giants, especially because it does feel like Tox might have been able to get up to that when he did take off a little weird. He bent back a bit too far. But in the end, I think he was caught off guard just in general, and that's why it went in for BDS, and they are happy to see that one drop. Not a long overtime here this time around, much more quicker, I should say. And BDS, again, putting shot after shot after shot, and eventually the defense does crack in Giants, and that's just what BDS does, and what leads to a lot of their wins here in these games. It's just so many opportunities, so many shots, finally getting one, and that's the difference maker here.
Well, even in those replays, though, we could see how many saves the Giants had to get just to hold on in this game, because BDS didn't even put up a single save, which is amazing, because you usually expect maybe 1 or 2, no matter how dominant you are with possession. But that just shows in itself how BDS really were never on the back goal line. They were always pushed up, always going for their own shots, trying to force some pressure out. And the Giants were just getting caved in.
Well, what do you do now? You're the Giants. That's a tough game to lose. 2 overtimes now. What do you think they got to do to help themselves out here in this series?
Well, this is what I talked about in game 1. It felt like they were more layered with their approach on offense. And they were going for demos, going for multiple things within their own rotation, stealing boost, trying to disrupt that rotational line from BDS. And that's what happened earlier with the dunk on Monkey Moon. Because they're not going to outpace this roster. They're not going to outshoot them. We already know that. So you have to think a step ahead. How can you disrupt their defense? And honestly, at this point, it just feels like it's going to be those demos.
It might be. We've talked about it many times in other series, how demos help quite a bit to disrupt defense and offenses. Still a 1-1 series, though, so no time to panic for the Giants. But that one was a tough one to lose after such a highly contested first game overtime. I feel like that one was more of an unforced error, but in the end, we sit here 1-1 apiece. You can see the disruption from BDS. And Mark Baye's going to earn himself a goal here over to Monkey Moon, but that disruption is what leads to the chippy play coming out from BDS to put one away.
And Mark by 8, he's so annoying in the corner there. He didn't even rotate back. Monkey Moon and Mark by 8 are literally, what, a foot or 2 away from each other, and yet they're both confidently challenging the ball. We saw Mark by 8 just throw himself into the corner, keep challenging. Monkey Moon is waiting for a perfect 50. That's exactly what happened. He's got a free shot on net then, snipes into the top corner. They go up 1-0 again early on here. Every single game, BDS have scored first, and it's been within the first minute or so.
And this time just coming off some great disruption in the midfield, and I like seeing that from BDS because it is what generates a lot of their offense, the takeaways in the midfield, and it's been so strong for them here in this series, obviously earning themselves a goal here extra. Pops this one up, going to chase after it. It's almost a free backboard as Tox comes out from below. BDS trying to keep the attack on. It's eventually cleared. Monkey Moon happy to blast it up into the ceiling, and Tox takes it away. Here's Zemwe. Off the back wall, doesn't get the second touch. Tox is there. Steak still trying to keep it alive, but it will fizzle out for the Giants.
Oh, nice demo though, Steak. I've been watching his perspective. He's the only player right now going for what I talked about with the layered attack. I've seen him multiple times go for the corner boost, go for a couple of demos here and there, throw off BDS. It hasn't been enough just yet, but I think if he keeps trying to break down this defense, he'll at least get one opportunity set up for his teammates, and the Giants maybe look a little bit more to the midfield as well. Like the pass right there from Stake. That's what I want to see more. That is where you can start to break down BDS and really open up a shooting lane.
And they've done much better here after giving up their first goal. BDS really struggling to break out from their own end. And even when they do, they can't really keep possession at the moment. Zenway trying to push this one across. Double commit comes out from BDS. Stake tried to drop down to Tox. He did get a piece of it. Goes off the back wall. The Stake wasn't far enough to follow up for it. It was dangerous either way. Tox throws it up to Zenway. Zenway might still be able to get down to it. He acted like he could. Good fake here from Monkey Moon into the midfield. I've noticed a lot of BDS players, they're very happy with just blasting the ball towards the Giants' side. There really isn't much thought going into getting other players involved in the midfield. It's just quickly downfield and away. And it's worked for them. I mean, this is the type of style that they want. And it's absolutely worked for Team BDS.
Well, and you can tell they're just trying to keep this ball in the air as much as possible. They usually have the advantage in terms of the boost game because whenever they do get on offense, they starve out the Giants so well. So they're completely happy with just booming this ball down the field, force them to waste boost. They can recover as well, get some boost themselves. And so long as the Giants don't look for the midfield passes or trying to infiltrate the midfield line at all, they should be fine with just booming this ball downfield.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up because I was just thinking, oh my goodness, I was just thinking about Marked by 8 and a double tap off the back wall. What was that angle?
I'm looking at Marked by 8 right now, and he didn't have the first touch, so he tried to follow it up off the backboard. Getting that read is so difficult because you can't even see where that ball is going to bounce initially. You just have to hope and predict. You can calculate that bounce. Marked by 8, a brilliant display of mechanics, and they go up with a security goal.
And that's exactly the chances that BDS wants. Those quick balls off the back wall and someone there to follow it up. They have someone downfield.
They have the mechanics. We've seen it right now.
Exactly. And that's what's leading to these chances and to these goals right now. Giants have got their work cut out for them and almost beat over the head was Marked by 8. Zenway shot, quick shot over the head now with Marked by 8, and they'll get one back, the Giants.
There we go, and look at this midfield pass in from Stake. He saw the poor touch from Monkey Moon, forced the 50, got it all the way back. It might not even have been intentional to go to Zenway, but that just shows how valuable it is whenever you're not just always going so forward with your touches and your hits. You can kind of go for a little bit of a back pass, even if it was unintentional. It worked out wonderfully. They've got 30 seconds left. They can still do this so long as Marked by 8 doesn't hit another banger of a shot.
And it's tough to stop. And the Giants, though, have opportunity to do it here if they can just break out of their own end. Time is trickling down here as a demo comes on Stake. Tox pops it up. Zenway only has 18 boosts. He can't go. Gonna need some help from Stake here as Marked by 8 prevents another touch. And a big clear comes out of Tox. Zenway's got to get there.
No way.
Gonna come down, and it was going in, but a save from Monkey Moon. And Team BDS goes up 2-1 here in the series.
What a smart play for Monkey Moon to be on the backboard, too. I usually see a lot of players go into the net to play the safe route and make sure they can block out any oncoming shot. But Monkey Moon decided to go on the backboard, and it was a great decision because that 50, like you said, Kuro, that would have gone in. So a very scary look for the Giants, who were starting to heat up towards the end of this game. But I think that should be an eye-opener. You look at the one goal that the Giants got, it was off of basically a miss hit that went back into their own team. And it wasn't a linear hit. It wasn't going forward. It was actually going backwards. And I think that if the Giants can implement more of a strategy where they're not always trying to go forward with this ball, abuse the space they're given in the midfield, that's where you can start to force BDS in awkward situations like that play right there.
And one of the things that I say all the time, especially against teams who want to play like BDS, is I feel like you have to bring the ball down and get onto the dribble. And I know there are some fantastic players here on the BDS team that can absolutely get on top of you the second you bring the ball down. But it does feel like if the Giants can get that passing game going and really own that midfield, especially the boost game in particular, because you're right, the second BDS push down the field, they soak up all of the boost, and that's why we see Giants struggle to break out. So if the Giants were able to bring this ball down, get the passing game going, make BDS use that boost to chase. right? As a defender, you have to stay in position, make them use that boost to stay in a defensive position and not an offensive one. As we jump in to the next game, Monkey Moon is going to get one right off the bat again. Turtle, BDS going up 1-0.
It's always this roster who strikes first. BDS. Look at that 50 from extra to what? I have absolutely no idea. He just dive bombed that and then somehow managed to win the
flick.
I'm confused. I literally have no words for that.
Well, what's so strange about it was that he was against the wall as well, and that was an interesting flick for extra, and he'll be happy to see that one work out. And of course, Monkey Moon there to put it away. So once again, BDS taking the lead early here. This ball comes down dangerously. Zamway just has to clear it out, and Tox tries to pass it over to Zamway. It does come in the end. Extra hit it right at him. Monkey Moon gets a demo on Tox, but not the ball. And it's such a good feeling for a team that's sitting at 2-1 now in the series to go up so quickly, as now you don't really have to force the issue. The pressure is really off you, right? The pressure is on the Giants to get that goal, even though it's a 1-goal lead. And maybe not for long as Zamway puts one away and ties it up.
Beautiful. Tox has answered my praise to get this ball into the midfield. You can see Zamway then has a nice clean shot. And also Stake is in the net just tormenting everybody who's trying to get a save off of that shot. Lots of space given. The Giants will respond after that first goal from BDS. We got a tie game.
And that's much better for the Giants. As much as I was just talking about how good it feels for BDS, it's even better to get a quick response if you go down early, and Giants do just that. Giants still forcing the issue as a big clear comes out from Monkey Moon. Still looking for the Giants to bring this ball down and get that passing game going. I really do feel like that'll break down this BDS team quite a bit. Right now, unfortunately, BDS doing a great job of disrupting the midfield once again. Here's Mark by 8. Trying to come through the sideline. It comes down to Monkey Moon, and he's happy to blast it straight back up to Stake. Monkey Moon, this ball comes right back to him, and Extra there to help out. Mark by 8 doesn't go, and they'll have to restart.
Just some boomer ball we're seeing out of both teams, actually. I'm surprised to see the Giants want to try to beat BDS at their own game, which is that boomer ball, clearing this one all the way up. Rarely finding a teammate on the other side, but they're not really as dominant with the boost game, which makes it much more difficult. So like you said, Curly, you need to bring this ball down. Zamway, good attempt here to try and slow down the pitch, go for a 50. Doesn't end up working out, but thankfully Stake's there with the backup.
Great read there from Stake as well. He had pre-jumped that shot, knew exactly where he was going. There weren't a lot of options for the shooter there.
Oh, nice dribble.
Tox on the dribble. Beats one. Gets marked by 8 and Monkey Moon to go, but Monkey Moon wins the ball, and a big clear comes out from Zamway in the end. Very tense game here as both teams are kind of just throwing the ball and testing the defense over and over again. Monkey Moon, this one's to no one as it goes straight to Zamway. And Tox might get a shot here. Top shelf for Tox and gives his team the lead.
Man, when we can stem this all the way back to Monkey Moon's hit right there. Monkey Moon had a teammate on the left side in the midfield. He ended up, like you said, just hitting it to nobody. He gave away instant possession. And the Giants are completely prepared to strike back. They do it with some great passing, opening up a shooting lane. And that all, like I said, stems back to Monkey Moon throwing away possession.
That's how BDS plays. They're happy to throw this ball down the field. They know that that speed of their teammates, of this team in general, will eventually win out. So far, not so much here in this game, down by 1. Monkey Moon, though, might change things off the back wall. Great save by Zamway. Markmate has Extra on the right side. Extra's there and turned away by Tox. Good read by the defense here from Giants to stay with the pacing. But Monkey Moon forcing it through the defense. And a good touch here from Extra. It's going in for Extra on a tie game.
The Giants just stepping on each other's feet here. So close to each other. Stake and Zamway were basically caught off guard in the same spot. Nobody then rotated back to net. They were all over the place. BDS with how many strikers they have on the team and the skill with the way they shoot the ball, somebody will be able to find the back of the net from no matter which angle you're shooting at. And in that instance, if you break down just a little bit on the defensive side, you're going to get punished.
What a shot from Extra there. And he's been quiet throughout this series. It really has been Mark by 8 and the Monkey Moon show. He's finally getting on the board.
Steak, and even there, I don't want to see that hit off the backboard because Tox, all the way on the left side, just a perfect opportunity for passing, and instead he decided to just boom it off the backboard.
Oh, Zamway almost had a second touch, but he might set up Steak, but he trips over Extra, and he couldn't slow down.
And even then, Steak was trying to predict where that 50 was going to go. If he just stayed on the ground, there would have been a shot here, but then Tox almost gets the double tap. What a save from Mark.
Couple of nice opportunities here for the Giants. Still can't put one away. Undefendable shots, really. And they just didn't put it on target. Good attempt at a passing play there from the Giants, but that one gets away from Mark by 8. Trying to push this one across. Now Extra looking for the back wall. Monkey Moon. Pass over to Mark by 8. Quick shot on target. Turned away.
Good touch there from Extra, keeping possession, especially in the final moments, not panicking, making sure you get a nice little pass back, and that's going to lead into overtime.
And it will be another overtime here for these teams. Team BDS 1 goal away from moving on here. Giants just trying to stay alive. Mark by 8 plays it down towards Steak. He had Monkey Moon there on the challenge. Extra trying to catch back up to this one. Tried to get the read on Zamway. Couldn't do so, and now all of the Giants staring at the ball here as they push downfield. Steak tries to play it through the gaps of the defense here as the defense holds strong. Tox picks it up.
Monkey Moon's got to get the hit.
Tough ball to read, and Monkey doesn't get it, but Extra does. Giants are chomping at the bit right now, though, as the defense does seem a bit unorganized.
And they're taking all the boost. They're just starving BDS completely.
Here's Zamway. He's got Steak waiting for this ball to come out, but he gets demolished by Mark by 8. Tox tries to get a bump on Monkey Moon. A big clear and a welcome cleared for Team BDS as a lot of pressure was felt there from the Giants.
Oh, and you can see Mark by 8 even trying to waste more time. Let his teammates get some boost, bang it into the corner. A smart play from him, and he's still on the offensive side, doing what he can to waste more time. That's a good 50 out for Monkey Moon. It's not on target. I think that might have been the chance had it been on net.
Zamway from the ceiling gets over one, has to dunk Extra. He does, and it's off the crossbar. It's in for Zamway, and Giants stay alive.
Welcome to the playoffs. I didn't even think the Giants had it in them to force a Game 5, but Zamway, what a dunk all the way in the air, smacks that one down, and the Giants force a Game 5. This is a fantastic series, Corelli.
Mechanically beautiful goal there
Yeah.
from Zamway in particular, but I mean, this is what we expected. Overtime all over the place. You really can't ask for more here in this series. Giants push it to another game. Team BDS that close yet so far, and now remember, this is the playoffs. You lose, you're out. You win, you're still in. No more second chances here. It all comes down to this final game.
And it all started with Extra in that weird 50 in the corner. I thought maybe this was going to be the end for the Giants after they got scored on again at the beginning. But they were resilient, Corelli. Whether or not their defense was really on the brinks of extinction, they managed to stay in the game. So many plays from them that just kept evolving, as they continued forward. We saw a lot better passing, from Steak to Tox. Zamway himself getting some solo plays that dunk at the end. So clutch from the Giants. And at this point, it's the same. We're at the same place where we started. We have no idea who's going to take this because it is neck and neck with skill, Corelli.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, it's a tough one to call in the beginning. I think the desk even said it. We've been harping on it throughout the series, and I'm happy that it proves us right because it's the truth. And both teams are playing up to their expectation right now. Like I said in the first game, I don't think either team is particularly having a bad series here. This is a quality series from both sides.
We're kind of forcing back into that play style where everybody just kind of hammering on the net. But we've got Game 5 in the playoffs. Loser goes home. It's marked by 8 in the first few seconds. BDS, I think every single game have scored first in that first minute.
Wow, what a touch from Mark by 8 coming down from the ceiling as well. My goodness, and you're right, BDS doing so good right off the kickoffs, or even in the first couple minutes, able to strike first so often, so consistently. And Zamway might return the favor here as Tox doesn't get the touch, thought was reading the clear. Here's Zamway. Now Tox had to get by Extra, and Extra does get the clear away. Mark by 8 over 1.
Oh,
very quick and easy from him. And he might just do it all the way as Zamway has to clear it out, but he took it right into his teammate Tox. A great flick there from Tox. That speed though from BDS. So quick to jump on balls, especially with a flick like that. You feel like the defense would struggle to read that one immediately, but the BDS defense is just so quick.
Well, this is how we started last game, where I thought BDS, with their speed, their mechanics, especially with that opening goal, we're just going to start stomping everyone on the Giants, really. But now, I think we're going to go back into where the Giants start to get their footwork a bit, find their place on the field, find that space in the midfield, which is what I want to see, where they're going a little bit more inwards with their passing, and they'll start to get things going.
BDS feeling some pressure here from the Giants. Big miss there from Mark by 8. He will eventually receive it back. Extra's up, and he can't get the touch as Tox carves it out for his defense. Stake puts it into his own corner, and Zamway, I don't think he got the touch he wanted, and a shot turned away by Stake, and Tox able to push it past the oncoming attacker. Now Zamway can get past the first man. He does. Zamway and a teammate here, as it was Stake. Didn't have a lot of options going back towards Tox. It was a tough pass, and he hit it a bit too hard.
Oh, I love the possession from Stake, too. Hitting that all the way up to himself on the wall. It's smart plays like that of the defense that will create opportunities. It does just that. We saw a good look on the net. And the Giants are still looking for that first goal, but things are getting more and more dangerous. They're starting to control the pitch that much more. But another demo from Mark, and it opens it up. 2 goals. I thought the Giants were starting to figure things out, but they just got denied.
Yeah, I thought so too. And Tox, I mean, he thought he had that ball, but Mark by 8 comes barreling through to take him out of the play, and Extra had wide open space there on the right side of the net to put it away. 2 goals up now, his team BDS.
Oh, and that's so frustrating, too, for the Giants. I mean, you get a couple of great opportunities. You're starting to warm up with your shooting. The passes are coming. And then a demo takes you out. Not much you can do about it. And you're still down 2 goals. Make it 3. Monkey Moon.
Add a third onto it. Monkey Moon coming barreling through himself to put one away, as Zamway's clear wasn't exactly what the Giants were looking for. Comes straight down to Monkey Moon, and he hammers it to the back of the net, and BDS now running away with it here in Game 5.
Yeah, things starting to get a little bit more predictable with the speed out of BDS. This is how I expected, honestly, the first few games to go as soon as they got that first goal, but the Giants, like I said, were resilient, and now we're seeing the defense just start to break down. Their stamina is all gone. They couldn't last too long against all of the pace, the mechanics, everything BDS has to offer. It's just too strong.
Another tough challenge. That one came so hard off the BDS corner that last man, the third man in the Giants, just was not expecting such power and speed from the corner there, and unfortunately concedes another goal. As Giants
there's still 2 minutes. It's possible.
Still 2 minutes. Absolutely. They really do have their work cut out for them, down by 4 goals. They need to start putting a couple together here right now. When you see plays like this from BDS, the ball's thrown downfield and players still hopping all over it, it's tough for the Giants to get any offense going.
Well, that's where you get frustrated if you're the Giants, because the BDS, they're even more happy now to play this boomer ball where they're just playing keep away at this point. They don't even need to worry about getting one on net or even opportunities. Just keep banging this ball, run the clock down.
And they're certainly doing that here as the Giants try and piece something together here for their offense. A big clear from Extra. It's just Tox back. It's going to be tough to deal with here, at least to keep possession. He gives it straight back up to Mark by 8. About enough time for his teammates to come back, but Samway doesn't get the touch. Less than a minute to go.
Oh, the
All
speed from
signs
Extra.
are pointing toward BDS, and
Oh.
Extra couldn't get over it. Monkey Moon here, they want a 5th one. They're pushing hard for it as well. Markmate and Monkey Moon were both on the back line of the Giants.
Oh, and the bumps too. Monkey Moon, you're such a bully on the field right now. They're up 4 goals, and they're still trying to take out that last goalkeeper. Such a frustrating game for the Giants, but BDS, this is such a great showing from them in Game 5. Completely resilient and consistent right now with their speed. They didn't let up whatsoever in this Game 5.
No, they were consistent throughout the series, and I think this is the first game that you're seeing one of the teams start to struggle in the Giants. Samway tried to get one more for the road here, but with 10 seconds left, BDS will take it in Game 5. Such a close series here for the Giants. I think they proved a lot so far here in this first regional, and they will fall to Team BDS in the end. And BDS will move on to play the winner of Vitality and Dignitas later on.
Well, it's crazy how much of a repeat that we're seeing today that we also saw yesterday. I mean, in the same series that we saw yesterday, it went to Game 5. And in that Game 5, BDS were confident. They were dominant. I believe they won, I think it was 3-1. So still a comfortable lead in that Game 5 as well. So at this point, maybe it just comes down to the pressure, the nerves from the Giants, because we had seen so many good looks from them all throughout the first 4 games. And even when they get scored on first, they can manage to fight back, get themselves out of that hole, and put up a couple wins here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm curious to see now, again, because we're in this final bracket and this is the last day, how does this play style of BDS really hold up against, Championship Sunday, basically? And I think that's going to be an interesting thing to see. But we have more Rocket League coming up. So after the break, we've got Dignitas and Vitality. Stay with us.
coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes, close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
And welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. You're watching Season X as we get through to Stage 3 of our first European Regional. I'm Leaf, and I finally got my chair back from Shogun and forced him to the other side of the screen. Gibbs is also still here. Welcome back, Shogun.
I thought I was going to get the worst of that one, but sorry, Gibbs.
Hey, it's fine. I'm used to it.
But let's talk about that match now and talk about BDS versus Giants here. That went the distance, certainly, probably almost as long as the series could go. And that was just a grueling match. But of course, at the end of the day, BDS Shogun comes out on top.
Gibbs, I know you've had this so often here, but I'm going to say it one more time. Thank you so much for this brand new format. Thank you so much for allowing us to experience exactly what Vodafone Giants have got to offer, because without it, we wouldn't be seeing them here in this position, and they have taken the most of it. They obviously didn't get the win here in this particular series, but I expect to see more from them in the future. It was a bit weird, actually, because it was, we were coming into this one expecting Spanish Rocket League, and that's kind of what we got in a way, a little bit more of a technical version of it. There was a lot of blasting the ball along and then trying to, chase up, steal whatever boost you can, make sure that you disrupt. It was always going to be a difficult way to play it, though, for Vodafone Giants. BDS looking to me like a top 3 team in the region, and they are one step closer to maybe even putting themselves in the top 2.
And the poor Giants. But first, Shogun, I will PayPal you $20 after those nice comments. Thank you so much. But
You said 30.
sorry, it's only 20 now. But BDS versus Giants, this goes back to the rival series, and BDS beat them there. They got the auto promotion spot. And then the Giants didn't get promoted to the RLCS, but it didn't matter, obviously, now with this season. They played yesterday. BDS got the win in 5. They played today. BDS got the win again. It seems like Giants are so close to emerging as a top 4 team in Europe. They just can't get by BDS. So a little bit of a bad draw from them. But this is a great finish for them. A top 8 finish. When we expect this team, like over these next 10 months, to continue to improve, this team is going to be one of those teams fighting for a world championship spot. And this was a great first regional for them.
Well, because of what Gibbs just did to you, I'm going to give you this seat back. You can have it for the rest of the day and just rag on him until he gives you the proper amount. But until then, I got to finish my job here. And part of that is talking to one of the players from BDS. Extra is on the line to talk about that win. Extra, welcome to the show.
Hello.
I just got to talk to you. It doesn't sound like it would have been, but I got to talk to you about those overtimes because I feel like it must be stressful. How stressful is it during a series to go to so many overtimes?
Game 5 isn't really stressful depending on who you play, but Giants puts like so much pressure on us, so becomes much more like difficult to play.
So one of my big surprises for this offseason was how long it took a team to pick you up. It took like almost a month, and I was like, why is no one picking up Extra? So what happened throughout the offseason? Did you try out for other teams? Why did you choose BDS, or why did they choose you?
So I tried out with Endpoint, I guess, with Vert and Wave. Tried out with Singularity, the previous Singularity, now Guild, with Toe and Nolly. Also tried out with Blokes, now top Blokes, but nothing worked out. So my last tryout was BDS, with Monkey Moon wanting to be playing with me every time for the year. So I tried out with them for 1 week. Then we did the Euro Cup, and then we won. And I think the day after this, they said to me that I need to sign the contract.
You're on. You're done. It's done.
Yeah.
Well, we can certainly say that those teams definitely did miss out on your talents, but definitely your team making the most of them. Now, in the semifinals, you're going to be taking on either Reno Vitality or Dignitas, the matchup that we always look forward to over in Europe. Who have you got winning that, though? And more specifically, who do you want to win that one?
I don't want Vitality to win, but I don't think Dignitas can win either. So I think Vitality will come through.
I think that's a fair statement.
Yeah.
We don't want them to win, but we don't see any way that they don't win.
Yeah,
so,
that's true.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that match now, Extra. So we're going to have to let you go. Get prepared for whoever you are going to face. So good luck in your match, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
There's Extra from BDS, not confident in Dignitas. Why don't we start talking about that match, Gibbs and Shogun, because that is our next matchup here, Reno Vitality versus Dignitas. This is a big rivalry, the European rivalry. Obviously, a couple things have changed here for Dignitas. Jurius is a new addition to this, Shogun, but I feel like they're still kind of in that transition phase where Violent Panda is working a player into a roster.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at this team coming in, and the name value of Dignitas says they have to be hitting grand finals, and I think a lot of their fans would be hoping for it. But coming into the tournament, I think getting this stage before making top 8, maybe even making top 8, was a more reasonable expectation. Now that they've actually hit that, a win and getting through to the semifinals would have been, a little bit extra for them. Unfortunately for them, they are now running into Reno Vitality. This is not going to be the rivalry that we are used to for a little while, but it will be a very good indicator as to where Dignitas are in their rebuild.
So the one thing that you have to always account for is you don't count out Violent Panda. You do not count him out. And I did that yesterday. I said they wouldn't make it to today, and I was wrong. But they are here again. And both times when he had to have a team be rebuilt when K-Dop left, they bring in Yukio. What do? They win a DreamHack immediately. Then Turbo leaves, and they bring in a guy named Astral. And what do? Top 4 at Worlds. And then they win the regional. So sure, it's a rebuilding phase for Dignitas once again, but they always perform Now, of course, they're getting the final boss in Vitality, the only team to be perfect throughout these 2 weekends. This is a tough task for them, but if anyone can do it, it could be Dignitas.
Now, yesterday we heard Cheese get asked the question of, what can a team do to take down Renault Vitality, and all he did was proceed to talk about why Renault Vitality is good, and one of those was the just how they utilize their own space. Now, with Dignitas and a player like Jorius, before we get into this match here, Shogun, do you feel like maybe that's a player that can get in there and disrupt that, or is this going to be heavily one-sided?
I think for the time being, Dignitas are going to struggle to figure out how to put players ahead of the ball. Right now, Jorius and Astral, very different players. We've spoke about them, how they're both very mechanical, but mechanically are very different. Jorius is very ground-based. He likes to make sure whatever he does is solid, that he's at least taking 50 out. Astral, on the other hand, he likes to get the ball and remove your entire team. So it is something that is going to take a bit of time, and I think engaging Vitality in that ground-based challenge game is just not the way to go about it. It's just too soon for me to see Dignitas really putting Vitality on the back foot.
Okay, I don't even want to do the predictions part, so I'm just going to say we're all on Renault Vitality, and if not, speak now, forever hold your peace. And I'm assuming everyone out there is probably also going to predict Renault Vitality to win this one, but let us know if that is different than what I just said. If you are on Dignitas' side, they need your energy going into this match. Get on Twitter with the hashtag RLCSX at RL Esports so we can see it as well. They need the energy, but it's now time to head over to the Skybox for Renault Vitality versus Dignitas.
Cheese, I can't believe Leaf just did you like that. All right? So I will pose the question to you so you can give us a formal answer right now. What does a team have to do to take down a team like Vitality?
So yesterday, he's kind of right. I did go on a whole spiel about why Vitality was good, but at the same time, he's also wrong. I gave the answer for how to stop it as well. So Vitality yesterday were just doing a really great job utilizing their own space on their own half, moving the ball side to side, and creating opportunities to clear the ball and gain possession. So obviously, if they bring that back, I think Violent Panda has been playing against Vitality long enough that him and Yukio both shouldn't have much trouble. So curious to see how Jorius handles it here in this matchup. And they're absolutely right. It's not the same matchup that we're used to seeing for so long, but it is set up to be another classic.
It absolutely could be. No doubt about that. Even with Dignitas' new addition, Jorius has just been an outstanding figure here on Dignitas so far. And I would expect him to perform well and step up to the plate against a team like Vitality, but we can only find out here into this best of 5. Again, no more Swiss. This is the final 8 bracket. Lose and you go home, win and you stay in. And what could be another banger match here, as we just saw BDS and Giants. Good demo comes out from Jorius, and Violent Panda can't get the second touch. Yukio's there. The shot off the crossbar. It's on the goal line and turned away by the defense of Vitality, but only for just a moment, as Violent Panda slowly tries to get away from this one, and Fairy Peak will slow down the attack.
And that defense from Vitality, I feel, is definitely what won them some series yesterday as well. I thought Fairy Peak and K-Dot both had phenomenal defensive showings. K-Dot lit the scoreboard up and made me eat my words. So I'm looking for Alpha to have a big day today for Vitality.
Don't think anyone sleeps on Vitality too much anymore, but every once in a while, if you do, they will show you up. Fairy Peak will have a pop-off game. K-Dot will come out, and that's a big miss, though, by Alpha, as that was a free ball there. Nobody from Dignitas got a touch on it. K-Dot still forcing the issue here. Alpha's there, try to drop it down. Fairy Peak's in their support, and Vitality go up 1-0.
And there we go. Alpha gets redemption here. A battle in the corner. K-Dot just muscles it through, and Yukio was thinking that ball on that challenge was probably, instead of kicking up, he thought he was either going to kick out or maybe just kick straight back off the wall and stay low, but it popped straight over his head, and Alpha with the snap read just went and got it and laid it up for Fairy Peak. Great read from Alpha.
And tough position there for Yukio in the end.
Yeah.
He was sitting on a goal line with really nothing, or he couldn't get up fast enough. That ball floating at a very tough angle above the net. Only so much he can do there. And that's the triple threat that Vitality have, is that they can get 2 players to get involved, and that last pass is always going to set up that third man, whoever it may be. That time it was Fairy Peak, but for Vitality, or for anyone playing against Vitality, you have to know there's always purpose behind what Vitality's doing. As K-Dop will sneak one in. I thought that was going to be saved, so I wasn't building it up. But K-Dop sneaks one in past the defense.
Me too, 100%. I mean, it looks like there's a small seam, and indeed there was. K-Dop just got all the way around that one, but 3 defenders for Dignitas around the goal line, and K-Dop finds the one gap. What can you say? That's why he's been one of the best for so long.
Absolutely, and Dignitas there really do need to shore up the defense now, as that was really an unacceptable goal for a team like them, and it was a tough angle, and Joris is going to get back and make the save. Not enough on it from Fairy Peak. Alpha still forced the issue here as it comes off the back wall looking for help. K-Dop's there, turned away by Yukio, and some good defense there from Dignitas to save off the Vitality attack.
And if there's one thing that I feel like Dignitas is just as good at Vitality, it's definitely got to be their ability to really understand where shots are going to come from on passes. I mean, they really don't lose marks on people when they're sitting out there in the midfield waiting for the ball to come out of that corner or into the middle. But this one goes straight into Violent Panda's nose. And instead of worrying about where the offense is, needed to worry about where he was.
That's a tough spot for Violent Panda.
Oh, no.
Surely he thought Alpha was going to double tap that one towards or in the net. He did not expect it to go off the wall there and come straight back into his face.
I mean, no one would. That's just brutal.
Tough spot there for Violent Panda. Really, Alpha should have probably just scored that one right off the rip on his first touch. The other way, Vitality, excuse me, now up 3 goals to none from Dignitas here, as Vitality are in full command in game 1.
And really just looking for Dignitas to get some sort of offense going. They haven't really been able to hold on to possession. Sure, they get the long clear, and they'll poke Vitality back into their own half, but in terms of hanging onto the ball, they just don't have much. It's this first touch from Yukio, and it's this battle versus Alpha that makes the difference, and he's going, but this is the first real chance for Dignitas, and they turn it in. All right. Nice job, Yukio.
That's the threat from Dignitas. You give a little bit of space to set up the passing play, and they're going to take it every single time, and that's a smart play from Violent Panda to go back into that ball. He knew that defender was on his right side, and the left side of the net there was a gap there that Vitality left. So great play there from Dignitas to get themselves back into it. Plenty of time to get a second goal and a third. Vitality certainly can't get lazy against this Dignitas.
Oh, he's got it. How in the world did K-Dop save that ball?
Unfortunately, I think it was shot almost directly into him. Yukio over to Joyers, over to Violent Panda, shot on target. Another good stop from the Vitality defense. Fairy Peak this time to clear it away. And Vitality doing a great job of staying with those passing plays that Dignitas are so good at doing. And this one's still going to get off the backboard. There's been 3 passes here, and it does come down. K-Dop and team getting tangled up in their own net right now. Does get cleared away. Violent Panda, 25 seconds left. Would love to get one sooner rather than later. Might go over to Yukio on the pre-flip.
Needs to be in.
Now Jorius, shot left side off the crossbar, the corner rather. Such a close spot for Dignitas, and still can't put it away. Joris, another attempt with no boost. Multiple shots coming out from Dignitas. This one back to Yukio, and they were trying to find Joris across the box. In the end, pass after pass, shot after shot here in the final minute. And Dignitas just couldn't find the net, but it does say something about what we could see going forward here as Dignitas do get the passing plays going.
2 big looks for Jorius there at the end of the game. Unfortunately, I mean, the one that needed to go in with about 25 left just ricochets off that top left corner, and the end Vitality squeak away. But 2-goal lead, and every goal they scored was really quality. I mean, K-Dop, Alpha, and Fairy Peak doing great work. I think the best one was definitely Alpha making that snap read off of that challenge that just popped out of the corner, and Fairy Peak coming home to drill that one through. And Dignitas, they started to get things going at the end of the game, but it definitely took a little bit to settle in. And I feel like from last weekend, now you've started to see Vitality really settle into where we thought they were going to look. Because if you remember week 1 of the Swiss rounds, oh man, Vitality was looking so shaky. And they had to really battle to get through into this second round, but they've really picked it up here this week, and it's showing here in game 1 versus Dignitas.
It has, but I will say, Cheese, from what we saw there in that first game, about 4 minutes and 15 seconds were all Vitality, right? They did a great job of locking in Dignitas. Dignitas looked very disorganized, uncomfortable even during those first 4 minutes, 15 seconds of the game. But all of a sudden, that last 45 seconds or so, geez, honestly, Dignitas really got things going, so much so that you saw Vitality really get undisciplined on the defensive side of things. It was not looking pretty for them. There's a couple double commits. They were kind of flailing in their own net. And that's that passing play from Dignitas that just chops up a defense so cleanly. If Dignitas can carry that over here into game 2, things are going to be a lot tougher for Vitality.
Very delayed kickoff from Yukio. A very shallow follow from that opposite corner. And it might just end up with possession, especially with K-Dot missing.
I like the bump there from Violent Panda, even after the soft shot. Yukio, can he lob this one in off the crossbar? And Dignitas get things going right off the rip.
Money from Dignitas to start off game 2. It was the perfect kickoff, and they capitalized on the mistake because K-Dot didn't get that initial clear coming off the backboard, and they closed the gap instantly. And you're right, the play from Violent Panda and the perfect shot from Yukio combined to get him started on the right foot.
And a lovely touch there from Jorius as well. Put it on the right side of the defender off the wall. Look at the passing play back to Jorius, and another great save from Fairy Peak. Give credit to Vitality. They're sticking with these passing plays, and they have been right on it multiple times now. Violent Panda looking for Jorius. It's a bit too heavy. Yukio went for the bump. Jorius almost made something of it. And you can see this defense. They're all backed up on the back wall now. Not the touch that I think Dignitas wanted, but Jorius does well to stay with it. And he will throw it over to Violent Panda. He's trying to receive his own pass there. Didn't have a lot of options after his initial touch. Very beautiful. Great lob, and Violent Panda there to disrupt. Alpha, quick to the ball here. Gate Ops there, and Violent Panda puts it away, but Alpha's got to take another shot, and Jorius can't get the save, and Fairy Peak comes through and puts it home finally. Block after block, and Vitality still stays strong on offense.
Oh, unfortunate there for Yukio. K-Dot rotating out of the net just takes a big piece of him and just scoots them off the goal line, and that was an easy tap in for Fairy Peak. Unfortunate, because you felt like Dignitas might have been able to get away from that one, especially after Violent Panda made such a heroic first effort. But at the end of the day, the pressure proves too much.
So a 1-1 game here between Dignitas and Vitality in game 2. Alpha, great pinch. Fairy Peak slaps that ball up to the sideline. Violent Panda still staying with it, gives way for Yukio. And again, Vitality's defense doing well to not only stay with that play, but really get in the way of it and disrupt what Dignitas are wanting to do.
And I feel like I've said that definitely a couple times over the past couple times I've seen Vitality play a game. The defense has been the one that's been winning them a lot of these games and a lot of the series. I mean, obviously, yes, when the offense is clicking and they score 6 goals in a game, okay, they're going to win. But other than that, you know, they're winning on these 2-1, 1-3 games where they make a couple of massive stops, and that one just pings off the post.
Especially with a team like Dignitas, though, a team that's so eager to pass. If you can stop most of these attacks, it really does limit what Dignitas have up their bag of tricks. Fairy Peak, I think, inadvertently got the fake there, and he will take this one away from Alpha. Game has slowed down just a bit here. As K-Dot got options to his right, Alpha's there, tried to get it out to him, and Yukio clears it away. Now Jorius and Fairy Peak racing to the ball. And Fairy Peak does at least stop his shot, but Violent Panda comes through and Dignitas take the lead.
Perfect shot from Violent Panda. They catch Alpha and K-Dot both rotating back, and that is the worst case scenario bounce for Alpha 54. When you're at the midfield line and you're thinking, please just roll up the wall or just come down onto the ground so I can get command, and you see it skip dead center at just at the top of the net height, you know something's coming at you, and Violent Panda gave it to him.
It was a tough situation there for Fairy Peak. He was just trying to buy time for his team. In the end, really set up Dignitas for success there. Jorius, big miss from his corner. Fairy Peak trying to set up Alpha. He is there, and Violent Panda to clear it out. Minute 40 left on the clock here, and Dignitas trying to hold on to this lead. Here comes Alpha. His individual plays have been kept to a minimum here. Vitality have been able to break up the defense with the passing alone. K-Dop into the corner. K-Dop once again plays it across the box. Alpha's too close to go, but he will follow it up as it drops down. And Dignitas trying to keep this Vitality team out, not letting them too close to their net. Happy to throw it to the corner if need be.
And one thing Dignitas have definitely been doing a lot better of in this series so far, the passing is just so much better from Dignitas. It really does feel like Vitality's taking the solo effort, punch it in, try and follow it up, see if you make the big play. If not, the teammate behind you's got something, and that's leaving Vitality with very few options for where to put their balls where their teammates can get them. Is this one on a fast break? Yukio will win the race.
And he will put it away. 3-1 is your scoreline now for Dignitas as an errant touch, or a good touch, excuse me, from Violent Panda comes out, and Yukio just faster to the ball there, read the play a bit better, knowing his teammate was going to get that touch. And a 2-goal lead for Dignitas opens up, and man, oh man, they've looked a lot better in this game.
Infinitely better. And I think a big part of that goes to Violent Panda. He's made a couple of great reads on Vitality, trying to build pressure and buy a few extra moments for Jorius and Yukio to get into the positions they need to be in to stop whatever's coming at them. And here K-Dop will let Alpha go over his head, but not done yet. If any team can score 2 and 20, I'd pick Vitality to do it.
15 seconds left. Dignitas popping this ball up to run out a lot of time. Yukio's pushing Fairy Peak in his own corner. Fairy Peak there to pop it up, and time will tick down here in game 2. Dignitas will get one back here against Vitality and make this one a close series. And I will say, as we said before, Dignitas does a great job here to bounce back. On the other hand, Vitality, I feel like, had opportunity there, but couldn't break down the defense far enough on a couple of their plays where they had open shots to take. And I think that Alpha's been pretty quiet here, at least on the offensive front, in this game in particular.
Yeah, all of Vitality quiet. You look at the shot differential, it's what, 12 to 5? So yeah, the passing definitely paying Dignitas some extra opportunities and getting them some, if not always, quality looks to the net, putting the pressure on Vitality and demanding that they make solid defensive efforts, especially because the pressure from Dignitas has been so good. They really didn't ever have any boost struggles. It never really felt like they were under pressure from Vitality in this game. It was kind of the inverse of game 1, you know? To me, it felt like game 1, Dignitas was the ones who were forced to punt the ball away and try and chase it down, and Vitality is in the driver's seat. And here in game 2, you just got to see Dignitas do the same thing, but exercise what they wanted to do, which was the great passing and a lot of great setups and good chances.
Yeah, and I think that is where Dignitas obviously feel the most comfortable, but I think it's also where Dignitas feels they can beat Vitality the hardest, right? It feels like if they can get that passing game going, Vitality, minus the great saves and great reads on their goal line, shot after shot, time after time from Dignitas, eventually some are going to fall.
Especially when I feel like Yukio has definitely leveled up in that shooting department. I mean, we can all remember for the longest time we would harp on Yukio for the shooting percentage, and here off the start, it's Alpha and K-Dop combining to drill one in off the kickoff. And unfortunately for Dignitas, the only person able to buy time was Jorius, but you can only do so much.
Yeah, tough position there. Violent Panda gets demolished. Then Jorius, I think, just wanted to pop that one up, just trying to get a touch on it so it doesn't go in, and unfortunately came off the crossbar and down towards the Vitality team. Here comes Jorius himself, goes under one, gets the fake. Dignitas find themselves in the hole here in the first 20 seconds. How do they answer back? Alpha met by Yukio in midair. Again, these series are so important, not only for today, but in general, moving on to the World Championship and even just to the next regional. You get points for every game. And if you lose, you don't have any more opportunities to get points.
You see, just that air dribble right there from Alpha. I mean, like, yeah, he's fairly open on the side wall, and he takes the challenge. And here, like, K-Dop is just bringing the ball up. and then Fairy Peak just jumps over his head to try and blast a shot through it. And that's just, Vitality's not passing the ball. They're making an individual effort, and someone behind them is just deciding, I'm going to go and try and smash this into the goal. And it's not throwing Dignitas at all. They can see it coming all the way.
Kate up there threw that one off the back wall. Dignitas read that one, but Fairy Peak still trying to press the issue here for Vitality. They're keeping Dignitas locked in, but as you said, really not a lot of dangerous chances coming out for Vitality at the moment. Kate up, tries to take control, going to the back post over Yukio. He does get a piece of Fairy Peaks there. Another save there from Jorius. Now Alpha, into the air he goes, looking for that flip reset. He's got it, gets a second touch, but not a lot of power behind it. And it will fall down on top of Jorius as this one goes off the back wall. K-Dop's there, save for Violet Panda. Dignitas barely staying afloat as it comes down to the left side. Alpha puts it away for Vitality, and they finally break the defense of Dignitas.
So while the approach from Vitality, not necessarily the world's most sophisticated, it does create a bunch of pressure, and eventually a ball just kicks off the ceiling and Alpha's in position, and he had the entire left side to pick from. Jorius just not able to stick with that one, and Alpha placed that ball very well. So Vitality, I mean, if you hang on to pressure long enough, eventually they'll crack it if it just takes one good challenge like that one to come straight up and down.
7 saves from Dignitas on the 9 shots from Vitality. So the stats check out if you're looking at the scoreline here, and Dignitas need to get something going to break out of their end. They have on this kickoff. An opportunity here if Yukio can get back to it. He will, plays it across, and great clear from Alpha. K-Dop takes care of Violent Panda to give no chance to Dignitas.
Violent Panda is actually kind of in a really weird spot. Jorius just rotated into the corner and took the boost that he was planning on going for, so could be a bit of a 2-on-1 here for Vitality. Violent Panda finally back. And unfortunately for Vitality, they don't really have anything here.
That Dignitas defense doing a lot with a little right now. But Vitality just continually kind of just dunk the Dignitas over and over again on their clears. There's constantly a player in their face that just makes it tough for Dignitas to get a solid quality hit without Vitality in their face. Alpha trying to do it himself, getting a little tricky here. He's going to eventually throw it back towards the midfield, and I don't think anyone from Vitality knew what was happening.
It was really smart. I mean, he didn't have a lot of boost on that approach, and so he tried to make it look like he was just going for that jump wave dash and then just get the quick flick, but see if the defense would bite in any direction and give him an opening. So the no boost mind game level up from Alpha 54. Good idea, but no bite.
A minute to go here for Dignitas. Still Vitality keeping possession in their final third here. If they can put another one away, it's surely over for Dignitas. Violent Panda, though, might have something else to say here if he can play it back out. Alpha does a good job to at least make the save. Jorius bringing it down, pops it up over to Yukio. Yukio looking for that corner and didn't have any more help. Jorius over to Violent Panda. He's there. Jorius still trying to stay with it. Yukio bid on it as well, so it's just Violent Panda. He's got to throw it towards net. 30 seconds left for Dignitas. Still nothing too dangerous against this Vitality defense. They've been quite calm, but now a shot comes through and finally K-Dop is tested, and it goes right past him.
I hesitate to call that a test. I mean, he was staring right down the barrel of this one. He could see it coming all the way. He just missed it. Oh, no.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And unfortunate play there for K-Dop as finally a shot comes on net for Dignitas.
There's life.
And there's opportunity as another one comes off the backboard. Vitality maybe looking for one more, and they might get it here. It's straight at Violent Panda. Fairy Peak's gonna come clean it up, and that'll do it unless Dignitas can get a couple of kickoff goals. Vitality take back the lead by 2.
Yeah, that's game 3 in a nutshell right there. One person from Vitality comes through, puts the ball in a relatively dangerous position, makes one good approach, maybe a bump, maybe it's a challenge, it doesn't matter. Either way, Vitality's just waiting on it, and they come through and smash it on a fairly open look. And that's been all of game 3.
And there's been, well, there goes one more, I suppose, for Alpha as he gets one for the road. And an
one
interesting
good touch. And who cares? Just go for it.
Comes right off the back end of Alpha and straight into the net. Why not? And 13 shots with that one for Vitality, and they commanded this game, at least in the shooting department, and they really were all over Dignitas for the majority of the game.
It was really a game 2. Dignitas was using, the scalpel and the operating table, and Vitality came in playing Surgeon Simulator with a chainsaw and the hammer, and we're just like, smash the ribs, rip the heart out, and then throw the new one in. We're good. Yeah. And it worked.
It absolutely did. And for Dignitas now, the question really is, okay, you have 9 saves here in this game, but you can't just play defense simulator for the entire game. You have to generate some offense. How do you break out with this massive amount of shots, with this massive amount of pressure that Vitality's putting on you?
I mean, how do you break out of it? That's the eternal question. It never really felt like they were like starved for boost or anything, or they were truly in a lot of real danger. It was really just the follow-ups that got to them. I mean, they were handling the initial push well. It's just they just didn't have the people in the position to make that last touch. And I mean, I don't feel like Dignitas really did anything wrong. It's just a product of map pressure from Vitality, If you're able to hang on to the boost in the midfield, you keep cycling through and you keep throwing, all the noodles at the wall. One of them's going to stick eventually.
And there was a lot of noodles.
Yeah, there were a bunch of noodles.
From
They'll have leftovers.
Yeah, they might have leftovers coming into this game. So for Dignitas, you're absolutely right, though. On a more serious note, it does feel like Dignitas didn't necessarily do anything too wrong here in that game. It just felt like Vitality, they definitely controlled the midfield boost game, which allowed them to have those extended stays. But Dignitas just never got quality clears or those 1-2 touch passes out of their own end to set them up for success downfield. Shot goes there for Yukio, but easily saved away from Alpha. And now Violent Panda turned backwards. Alpha tried to get a piece of them, and he didn't get enough of them.
Underrated save from Violent Panda there.
That was gross. Very scary if you're Violent Panda or anyone with your back turned against someone like Alpha, knowing what he can do and still coming out with the save. And great pass over to Yukio. Left side shot, back post for Yukio. Surgical precision.
And how about realizing K-Dop gave Jorius space? Like, Jorius drives up that sidewall, makes it look like I'm going to smash this off the backboard. It's going to bounce mid. And K-Dop sees that initial read, drives up the wall and says, you just gave me space. Slides it out to the middle of the box. And who's there but Yukio? Beautiful passing play. Great recognition from Jorius.
Dignitas starting off on the right foot, and maybe not for long as K-Dop puts one to the right side. Jorius there to clear it away, and quickly down the field he goes. Back to the Vitality half. Yukio. Again, one lob towards the back post. Tough bounce for Violent Panda there as he has to go back to his own corner. Here's Alpha. Pops this one up. It's a race to the ball. Yukio's going to be there first, but only to give it back to K-Dop. K-Dop still with this one, looking for options under him, and he doesn't have a lot. He's going to take it himself, and he almost squeezes it in. Jorius has to make a tough save. Berry Peak still with it. Pops it up. Tries to make it tough for Jorius, and he does. Oh my goodness, Alpha gets the touch, and we're tied up.
Where did this one even come from? Berry Peak, definitely a tough ball for Jorius. I mean, you can understand how he misses that, but how does Alpha get that ball? I mean, he drove up the back wall, and he's just like, if he misses, I'm going to hit it. And I'm just in shock. Like, who thinks that way? You've got no boost. Why are you still there?
Exactly. He used all his boost to get in that position, but when he was in the air, he had no boost.
Nailed it.
And somehow, absolutely nailed it. So a tie game. Violent Panda trying to make amends to that as this one comes right past Jorius' face. Yukio trying to fight for his, comes out to K-Dop and tries to go under Jorius.
Oh, no,
he does
he's
get
dead.
Alpha's there so quickly, and he tried to go past the last defender. Wasn't able to. Still Vitality trying to press on.
And Violent Panda was just at a loss for what he was supposed to do in that situation. And feels like Vitality's starting to get their teeth back into it here in Game 4. They give a lot of ground here to Dignitas, but Berry Peak wins the first race. And curious to see if they get the grips on the midfield boost again, or if Dignitas were able to get a bit more room to breathe.
I've seen this a few times on the at the end stage there of that attack from Vitality. K-Dot popped that ball up into an air dribble, and it's not always alpha, but sometimes Vitality will pop the ball up and show an air dribble with the player who popped it, and then another player will jump from behind him to take the ball away.
That's exactly what I was talking about last game. I mean, Vitality go for the solo effort, and then someone behind him's just like, I'm gonna go smash this ball and see what happens. And Joreuz decides that I don't care about any of that. We're gonna catch you on transition with the bump. Yukio wins it, and looky there, just got bumped into position and delivers a perfect ball off the bar and in.
And this is quite an impressive goal from Joreuz because he gets bumped downfield, has to use his boost to even give himself a chance to stay with that play, and does so to take the shot. So well done from Joreuz to stay with it and gives his team the lead once again here. And Vitality still doing a good job of kind of keeping this midfield control, but Dignitas have done much better to break out from it. Joreuz to throw downfield, straight to K-Dot. Boost to work with here. Past one, looking to go past Violent Panda, and it comes straight back out to Fairy Peak. K-Dot, great touchdown to Fairy Peak as Yukio read it all the way. Yukio still fighting for every inch downfield. K-Dot, good touch. Back out to Alpha. Shot is low and straight at the defense. And Violent Panda will be happy to lob that one towards the net.
Oh, this is great. Oh, less great. Feel bad for Yukio. I thought that one was going to be smashed towards the goal.
A bit too much on the pass there from Joreuz. Now Violent Panda forced to make a save. Alpha looking to take this one up the wall, and he will. Still with it. Gets a touch over the defense, and Violent Panda has to make the save. Here's K-Dot still on the attack, and it finally goes in for Vitality to tie it up.
Wow. I'm surprised this one snuck its way through. I thought Violent Panda did a real nice job of lifting that ball out towards safety, but K-Dot, talk about the precision in that first touch. I mean, the perfect lift to just give yourself a second chance at it. It is no small thing to always have consistent first touch power to set that up. And K-Dot, that was clinical.
And K-Dot wanted to
Why?
pick that one
And they
up,
bumped him.
They got a piece of Joreuz, so it turns out to be not bad for Vitality. I'm not sure
they keep getting away with it.
They really are. It seems like the miscues turn into opportunity sometimes for Vitality.
What's the saying? It's an improviser's game.
Yeah, it definitely is. And in that case, that's some next level improvisation for Vitality as time ticking away here. Tied up, looking at overtime, and it will be.
You know, I really don't. I'm not biased. I don't care who wins this series. I just want to see Game 5. I just want to see how it plays out. So I want Dignitas to win here.
You could very well get your wish here. So the offense has still been just a bit lacking from Dignitas here in this game, again in particular, only putting up 4 shots to be 9 once again for Vitality. Make it 10 now with that one. A lot more dangerous opportunity for Vitality, it feels like, in this game. Dignitas very much slowing down. Yukio can't get by K-Dot. Very Peak's there. It does get a piece of it. Alpha's going to go. And he'll have a second touch here as he plays it out to K-Dot and tried to tip over Yukio. And a good read from Yukio to break out for Dignitas.
Under pressure as well. You see K-Dot as he was rotating out past that midfield line, forcing Yukio to get rid of that ball a little bit quicker than he would like. And it's caused Dignitas to lose possession almost immediately. There we go. Regained. Good play.
I haven't seen too much passing here from Dignitas in the later half of this game. It's been tough for them. You can talk about the boost game. You can talk about the pressure that they're feeling from Vitality just on their offensive front. But maybe Yukio can change some minds as it's taken away by K-Dot.
They're taking a page out of Vitality's book. Now they're just going for the solo effort. Let the guy behind you follow up as needed. And Alpha forcing Yukio to hesitate there on that approach. And you're definitely right. Overtime has slowed down definitely a little bit here.
I think that benefits Dignitas if the game does slow down. Vitality just wants to... You don't know?
It's tough to say. I mean, I feel like if you start giving Vitality more time to figure it out and stop double commit, they might get more dangerous.
It's true. You could make an argument for both ways, really. 2 minutes into overtime here. Joreus plays it over to Yukio. First touch is good. Has boost to work with. Pops it over. Finds the back wall. And Fairy Peak there to clear it away. Violent Panda couldn't go. It was still too congested in the box.
I'll score that.
Yukio is there and just too late. Now Vitality's turn. Alpha past 1. Picks up full boost. Past 2.
Wait.
Get by Yukio. Wants the mind game and couldn't get it.
I think that's absolutely the right move from Alpha, even if he doesn't score there, because Yukio got caught out of position, you know? He's all the way at the corner while that ball's about to get put right in front of the goal, and he knows Yukio is going to be thinking, I got to get back, and the mind game's the right move, but nobody cares. Fairy Peak will deliver.
Left side shot for Fairy Peak, and it was K-Dop who just shoved it through the first defender. Alpha keeps the play alive, and you see it so much from Vitality. They keep the plays alive by just throwing bodies at the ball, and they win the challenges, or at least make it go equal and not go anywhere. You never see a lot of challenges pinch away for Vitality, and both of those challenges from K-Dop and Alpha could have pinched away for them. In the end, come out with a victory here over Dignitas in a 3-1 fashion, and we'll move on to play Team BDS.
And I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I think over the past couple times I've seen Vitality, the defense has won the games, and here it was just 100% the challenge angle. How they got to the ball and not letting it get out of control despite being in so many places where Dignitas can really put a damper on the approach. So Vitality do 0 things special, you know? It's just control the boost, smash the ball, double commit a few times, but if you do double commit, make sure the touch is decent and wash, rinse, repeat. And that broke Dignitas down. It was literally hammer the nail in and you'll win.
I have to agree, at least with that last point. It does feel like Vitality really did just force the issue over and over. I mean, even that last goal was a perfect example. K-Dop wins the challenge on the back wall. Then Alpha throws his body at the ball to keep it there. And then it comes out to Fairy Peak and he puts it away. So look, that's how it works with Vitality. It's that easy, folks. That's how you be the best team in Europe and possibly the world. And Vitality are certainly showing it here against Dignitas with a 3-1 victory. They move on once again to play BDS, but we've got a couple more matches coming up. Stay with us after the break.
Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dead, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through the night, but I can feel the fire inside, so there won't be no fear tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. We are in Stage 3, partway through the bracket now. I'm LeafX. Alongside me is, of course, Gibbs, and Turtle is joining us on the desk now to talk about that last match. Dignitas versus Vitality. Turtle was always a rivalry in Europe that we always look forward to, but of course, it's a little bit of a different story now with Dignitas because of some of the roster changes they've had.
Yeah, it's definitely been a struggle to get through a lot of the issues they've had, especially with the offense. I think their defense is starting to shape up a little bit, but they can't figure out how to synergize as well as they did before with the passing in the midfield, setting up shots, getting those opportunities. I'd like to see more involvement from Yukio as well, but against Vitality, it's so hard to clean up those mistakes because they are going to punish you every single time.
So we saw them begin to get these three-man pass and plays go for Dignitas, but the problem was Vitality would always know who was going to shoot, and they would throw a car at it, and they would block it before the shot is even on net at that point. And that is so difficult to play against. And then you go into like a game 4 where it's like, all right, Alpha's just going to do a flip reset. You have to make that save, and then K-Dop will just punish you right after. It's plays like that, the mechanical plays from Vitality where you're going to have to make a tough save. The problem is you're going to have to do it 2 or 3 times in a row because all 3 players are always attacking. They know when they have the advantage on the offensive side. Vitality is so good at that, and it was just so difficult for Dignitas to compete against that.
Yeah, I mean, you can also see a lot of panic plays too for Dignitas. You know, a lot of these replays we're looking at, you'll see multiple people on defense for Dignitas just kind of flopping around because they don't know how to handle the barrage of shots that Vitality can put up off the backboard. Then there's 2 or 3 more shots they have to defend. And if your roster isn't ready, then it's going to be so hard to fix your issues.
Well, to talk about their match, let's bring in a player from Renault Vitality, and it's none other than the legend himself, Fairy Peak, to talk about that match. Fairy Peak, welcome back to the show. You're a regular here.
Hey, hello, how are you doing, man?
Doing great. Yeah, because you keep winning, you keep ending up on these broadcasts time and time again. So you know the process. We're going to drill you some questions here. First off, I want to ask you about your team's weekly work regimen. What is it Vitality doing week to week that's causing such good consistency?
I mean, personally, we scrim like 1 hour per day, and like we just play ranked with each other. So like we just play consistently. We don't play that much, like we don't play 6-hour days, but like we just play every day, so like we can stay consistent with our mechanics, so everyone can trust each other. And this is why I think we are really solid. It's because like everyone in the team trusts each other. So when Alpha goes for an aerial, I know he's gonna win it. When K-Dop goes for an aerial, he's gonna win it, or like something like that. And this is why we trust each other, and I think it builds a good chemistry. And I think this is why we can go really
trust is important.
We can like win match.
So when you go to scrim teams, obviously every single team wants to scrim Vitality because you guys are the top dogs. How do you choose who you scrim?
I mean, it's the guy himself, Mout, who chose our scrim. So we trust him, and I mean we just try to scrim a lot of different teams. Like not every top team. We just try to scrim like a really good team, a bit of more bubble team, so we can get used to them too. But we try to not scrim team we win against them often because like we don't want to give them tools to beat us, and we don't scrim like the same team too many times too, because like if we win too many times against them, then they're gonna know a bit how to beat us. So we just try to scrim a lot of different team, and not scrim team we pretty like not easy, but like we are pretty used to play against them, and we know we can beat them normally. So
right. And I mean, pretty much you guys played perfectly. The only issue we saw was a couple double commits, but even then you still managed to recover. So what is the key to fixing double commits, and how do you recover on defense after it happens?
When me, K-Dop and Alpha agree on the fact that double commit is a good thing, to be fair, because like if you can like if 2 players can go on the same ball, it's like 2 players are in a good position. But we just try to limit them, so we don't do them too often. But I guess like if we are gonna win the 50 by double committing, it's a good thing. We just try to avoid them, but like I think in defense is a good thing. So at least you have like more chance to not take a goal, but you just have like to to get a good 50. Like if you double commit and you lose a 50, it's dead. So we trust each other. Like even if we double commit, we're gonna put the ball in a good position. So we just try to not lose too many. And yeah, after we have good recovery, so it's fine. Even if we double commit, we can recover pretty easily. So it's not too bad to double commit for us, I think.
It's an interesting way. It's an interesting way to look at it for sure.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna let you go and get ready in just a second for your match. Just quick question about it. I want to ask you about the match. What's the plan going up against BDS? Do you feel like confident about this match? You feel like it's going to be something that's giving you guys a lot of trouble, or should this be a match that again you guys just have confidence about?
I mean, against BDS we're pretty confident. I think we didn't lose against them the last tournament, so I think it's gonna be a good match like our world. But I think hopefully we'll have the edge. But yeah, we're just gonna play our game and hopefully we'll win it. They're a good team, so I trust they can do good.
Good luck in your match, man. Go get prepared for that, and maybe we'll have you back on the show again if you can go the whole way. So good luck in the match, and thanks for chatting.
Thank you. Have a good one too. Bye.
And there's Fairy Peak from Renault Vitality. Before we move on here, I just gotta quickly mention what an interesting perspective, Turtle, that is on his answer to your question.
I know.
There
I didn't
with
expect
the double
it at
commit.
all.
Like a double commit means we had two players in a good position.
Yeah, that's like the most positive way to look at a double commit I think I've ever heard.
Yeah, no, I just thought that was interesting. But we do got to move on. So let's just take a quick look at the bracket before we talk about our next match here, because we are a couple matches down. We do have one of our semifinals done. Gibbs, Renault Vitality versus BDS into the finals. I mean, Renault Vitality was expected. The Giants Gaming and BDS one was one that could have gone either way, in all honesty.
And everyone is saying Vitality's going to the finals, yada, yada, yada. Do not count out BDS. BDS is a solid team. Everyone expected them to be at the stage, be in that top 4 situation. They are a young team. They're going to continue to get better, but Extra looking great on that squad. But now we got to move on. Top Blokes and Solary. Yep. This one's going to be interesting because when we look at the Swiss, there are times where people get easy roads. And I would say both of these teams actually got very easy roads here. Only one win versus a top 8 team. That's from Solary versus Magnifico. Top Blokes, 0 wins versus the top 8. But both teams, we haven't seen them versus teams in the middle of the pack. They've lost to Vitality and they've lost to Guild, the 2 top seeds in this tournament for both of these squads. So now we're going to see that test. Who is the better team at this time? I personally think it's Top Blokes, but we'll have to see.
For you, Turtle, I mean, coming into this match, I mean, if you just go based off the whole basis of one team being full French, of course you go with them, but I feel like I'm going to have to side with Gibbs that even with less French, the Top Blokes look a bit stronger coming into this matchup.
Yeah, I agree. I think Top Blokes have a much more solid defense. From all the games that I casted from them, they were very passive with their approach, so they'd kind of just wait for 50s. And I think Solary, while they're pretty solid on offense, I don't think they have that firepower to throw off that defense. So that's why I give the edge to Top Blokes.
Well, it feels like we're vibing with the Blokes on the desk right here, right now. Let us know who you're vibing with on Twitter with the hashtag RLCSX at RL Esports so we can see the tweet. But why don't we just get the rest of this day onward and head over to the Skybox for our next match.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the RLCSX, your 3rd quarterfinals match. My name is Stumpy, and I am joined here by Cole. We are here. We've made it to the RLCS. Cole, how are you doing, my friend?
I feel honored, Stumpy, and I think that I'm going to feel that way throughout the entirety of this series. And it's a decent first series for you and me. Top Blokes versus Solary, 2 teams who I think Gibbs was a little bit harsh against, saying, you know, he's right, they didn't beat too many top 8 teams, but you can only beat what is put in front of you. And these guys are already in the lobby, so should we jump straight into it, mate? And let's find out who's going to be our 3rd semi-finalist. Will it be Top Blokes or Solary?
I mean, Gibbs' comment does make sense, where these teams are essentially untested in this format, right? But that's not to say, like you said, that they haven't had challenges. They might not be able to beat the Vitalities, but they don't need to. It just seems like they need to beat each other. And right now, Solary, as soon as that pass comes in towards Kerrion, goes behind 2 keepers, and they take the lead.
Yeah, Kerrion was certainly capable of beating the 2 goalkeepers that are on the goal line there. Not the best start for Blokes, who normally are a team that have so much offensive pressure, can squeeze the life out of their opponents when they're playing well. So an early goal for Solary, who aren't afraid to sit back and defend from what we've seen of them. should be doing them no harm at all. Can Exotic double that lead with a doink into the corner almost? Archie on the sidewall, on the backboard, should I say, to save it. Down the other end comes Flame. Carrying into the center. Some decent pressure now coming in for Top Blokes. That should be 1-1 if Archie can get the read. And eventually via Cassio it goes in.
Archie, the man that I have not been able to shut up about across the entire RLCS X format, has ended up assisting Cassio to that goal. Fantastic tap off the backboard. Cassio originally didn't have enough boost to go up for it, but Archie was there in that close shadow position, able to secure it and able to touch the post, Cassio to send it in.
Open game so far. In game number 1, you normally have that period at the beginning where both teams are trying to figure each other out, but the way this one started, doesn't seem that we'll have that moment at all as we go 2-1 to Top Blokes. They've turned it around to about 30 seconds.
Cassio, again, just there to poach the goal as and when he needs it, but you always need that man. The net ended up being completely open for him, so he's able to shoot it very simply right into the center. But Flame, great eye from him. Didn't go for the shot as there was a defender on the corner. Instead gives it to Cassio, and now the ball trickles just slightly towards the Solary net.
And then it's passed out to Carrion, but Archie and Flame combine to save it, and then Archie can dribble it away via a dunk on Yukis. Good challenge from him. Falls to Carrion as Cassio coming over towards him. Very good start from Top Blokes, especially considering they, conceded that first goal, which obviously won't mean too much, but when you have all the preparation, you talk game plans, you say, look, how do we beat this Solary team that we've beaten in recent times as well? And then you concede that first goal in about 7 seconds. It can just shake you a little bit, but no signs of that so far from the Blokes.
Yeah, Top Blokes definitely taking the control of this game, I feel. When, despite the fact they lost it early, they have not gone out early, which I think mentality-wise is really strong. Oh. And again, Archie with a really good read from that top ramp, catches it and sends it home.
Solo play as well. He got the block on his opponent, and there he was after it came down off the ceiling. Your man to watch is Archie. Stumpy, and I think he's a lot of people's as well. He certainly seems to have transformed this former Veloce roster into a much more aggressive, dare I say, much more entertaining team than they were before.
Yeah. So the way that Archie's done it is by being the... It's not even like he's been the offensive player. He's not only been there to shake up their attack a little bit. He had the highest number of average shots, goals and saves per game across stage 2 for Top Blokes. He was straight up everywhere. He did not just pick up one role and run with it. He picked up every role and sprinted away with them.
Into the center from Archie. And it's in again from Cassio. And Top Blokes really warming up now. Archie, as expected, among everything. He didn't have too much boost, but he still managed to get so much height. And there was Cassio for a hat-trick.
Yeah, once again, Cassio, fantastic third man to come in. He's never going to be committing to an awkward position, Cassio. He always likes to play it relatively safely, and you won't see him push up too far on his own. Top Blokes not conceding that many runaway goals because their positioning is so strong. And there again, you see Cassio on the backboard, not going for it too risky. He already sees that Flame is up to get the block. And Archie with the long shot, and it goes in. Cole, Solary, not in this game despite their early goal.
Yeah, they're not in the race at all. They are just feeding Top Blokes 3 goals. There is no way from that position. I don't know whether it was Exotic that was moving up too quickly, maybe trying to force their way back into this one. And now a relatively doable 3-goal difference is 4. And already you're starting to think, this first game is over and Top Blokes are the dominant team.
I mean, I reckon at this point, Scrubkiller needs to be worried about his most recent accolade of getting the most points in a competitive game because any, I think, of the Top Blokes players are kind of like they're coming for him with 5 goals already.
I back all 3 of them, mate. I reckon all 3 of them are going to overtake Scrub's 58 points or whatever it was that he got.
That would be just heartbreaking if you're Scrub, for it to last a day.
There's Flame challenging Exotic onto the backboard. Carrying up will beat Archie to this one. He left himself a little boost starved. Probably should have just left that one well alone. Meaning Yukis can come forward. Flame's underneath and Exotic turns it away. You want to see Solary being a little bit more overly aggressive, really. You've got nothing to lose. 4 goals difference in it. You might as well try something silly. Archie is trying something beautiful from the backboard. He's feeling very confident in uncharted territory for him. This is a relatively new player. And he is pulling the strings already in the last 8 of the RLCS X.
I mean, seeing that confidence come out from your new player has got to speak wonders to the captain that is Flame, where he's brought him in and has done a great job getting him involved with the team and making him that comfortable. Obviously, Archie, typically a 1v1 player, has done very well in the 1v1 scene, and this is his foray into the 3v3 world, and he has made an incredible impact thus far.
Cassio's looking so much more creative since Archie has joined as well. Just try to get a ball to roll across the goal line. It did, but there was no one from Top Blokes on the receiving end of it. Why would there be when they've already got 4 goals to their 4-goal advantage to their name? But it's Flame. Exotic has a pass to the center. It's Yukis, but it's ahead of him, is it? Just a little bit, meaning Cassio could read the shot fairly simply. There is a demo on Archie. Now Kerrion always missed his hit into the corner though. Nothing really working from Solary so far. And on the other end, let's see what Cassio's got. I think he's got this, you know.
Oh.
Almost. Would have been a beauty.
He had the confidence to go for it, though. And even though he missed, it meant that then no Solary players could properly commit to it. He maintains the pressure regardless, and Flame working his way out of that back half. It's going to leave 20 seconds for 4 goals. It's not happening, even if the bump does come in from Yukis onto Archie. Saved again from the line. And this is not the Solary I think anybody was expecting. I put my predictions out on Twitter earlier today, and I did predict a 3-0 to Top Blokes. In my actual prediction, I went 3-0 Top Blokes. In no world did I expect for it to be this much of a different game between the two of them. To be honest, it's 6-1. Game number 1. Do you see Solary improving going into game number 2? They have to, right? They're still a top 8 team.
Yes, they'll absolutely improve. I mean, this is not the version of Solary that anybody expected to see. They are a solid trio of players. You know that they can force some pressure for themselves for sure. But we've seen throughout the RLCS X season so far that this is the team that's happy to smash and grab their opponents, to hold it to 0-0, sneak a goal here and there. And honestly, I didn't say it, but I was thinking after they got that early goal, I wasn't going to say it was going to finish 1-0, but I was going to say that Solary are the sort of team that can really make that early lead turn into a mid-game lead, then turn into an end-game lead just by holding their opponents at some sort of distance. But the way Top Blokes turned it around and scored 6 goals worries me for Solary somewhat. They will improve, but I do think that Top Blokes are the better team here.
I mean, Archie with the near 1,000-point game as well to come out into this series. He is swinging hard. He is sending mortars down range in playoffs thus far. And if anybody hasn't seen much of Archie, I'd implore you to go back and look at some of the VODs that he's been part of. He has been absolutely crucial to transforming the Top Blokes side. And despite the fact, obviously, there was an organizational loss, they have pushed on further. And they've had an incredible push so far. Of course, whoever wins this, they will be our 3rd semi-finalist, and they will be playing the winner out of Guild Esports and Magnifico. But there are still a maximum of 4 games left before we find out who that's going to be. Cole, Top Blokes, massive score in game number 1, and you said that Solary will come back into this. Do you see them winning a game in this series, or do you think they'll just put up more of a fight but still be beaten 3-0?
No, Solary are definitely going to get themselves... Well, not definitely. Solary have every chance of getting themselves a game here. You know, we're not going to see the same story times 3. I've wanted it for a long time, a series that just is an absolute smashing. It's fun to see every now and then, but I do not think this will be the one. This is the team that managed to get themselves promoted to what would have been the sort of regular RLCS season had it not all changed. They're now to dig out a result, and they know how to adapt on the fly. But speaking of being quality on the fly, Archie flies that one home.
Archie, my sweet boy, that setup from Flame gets that one tap. I thought he might go for the double again, but he doesn't. He just gets the double tap in the air rather than using that backboard. Tips it over the keeper. That's a 1-0 lead. This time not going to Solary, and instead going the way of Top Blokes.
If this keeps going how it's looking like it's going to go, I will start to worry for Solary. Flame normally so accurate when he has those shooting chances. Couldn't quite get that one on target, but we are seeing a barrage of offense from Top Blokes. This is what we saw from them against Monkeys in the first qualifier, where Monkeys just couldn't escape. And this is the team that went within 1 goal of qualifying to this very day. So by no means a gimme. Could be 2-0, saved well by Kerrion.
We've already seen some incredible passing plays today from the Vitality Dignitas match, and I think we're going to see a few more come out during Top Blokes as well, because they are finding each other frequently. Cassio putting himself in fantastic positions. He's going to have to work on those double taps, though, if he wants to be getting any highlight reel plays. Archie continues with his aerial, though. Goes for the bump and ends up going in. Archie, that is unbelievably cheeky.
Archie has seen his two teammates, Flame and then Cassio, get so close to putting on something beautiful, and he decides to improvise his way around another type of goal, onto the backboard, onto the player, then onto the scoreboard for a second time in this second game.
I reckon we call that the Archie ambush. Because he takes his momentum from going at the ball straight onto the player in such a weird position as well. I don't imagine we'll ever see a goal like that again, going onto the backboard, then hitting a player off it. But, you know, if it does come up, make sure that Archie ambush is used.
I was going to take the mic, and then I remembered that we do have a move in Rocket League called the Doomsy Dish. So, do you know what?
Yeah.
I'm all for it. Archie ambush it is.
Good stuff.
In the centres, Cassio, shooting opportunity again. Carrion is very grateful that ball just lofts towards his car. Should have been a better finish, really, but it doesn't matter because you just know what's going to happen here. You get the feeling that Cassio's going to hit that one long. Exotic is underneath the ball, can't do too much with it, and it's going to lead to another opportunity for Top Blokes. That demo might change things, actually, and then Carrion beating Flame to the ball. Archie sees the danger. That's the thing about Archie, you know, it's not just an attack, which you mentioned yourself, defensively as well. Whenever any pressure comes onto Top Blokes, he is the one that will get his car in the way and launch that next attack.
Yeah, I couldn't honestly count on one hand the amount of times that he's gone for something defensively challenging and then he's turned it into a goal-scoring opportunity. It happens so frequently over on the E-League stream, and it's been an absolute pleasure to watch him play. And Flame, the captain, can squeeze that ball under the defender and takes the Top Blokes lead to 3 goals already, faked low with Exotic.
What was Carrion's touch, though? Just a hit into the centre. You'd see that one at any level in Rocket League, just whacking it against the wall. I mean, fair play to Flame. He saw it coming. He was in the right place at the right time, and his finish was cleverly under the goalkeeper. But we need to see so much more from Solary than we are right now. They do have the potential for much more expansive Rocket League than this. It's a double commit again.
Exotic literally just sat in the middle and was essentially Jesus take the wheel. He's like, look, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm not going to like it either way. Archie can come in for the near Doomsy Dish and Flame. Isn't able to sink it. Archie maybe should have taken that himself and given us Doomsy's namesake move, but he won't be able to. Instead, Archie will pick it up in the middle, but it goes straight to Carrion. Sends it high where Ukes is waiting, drops it down, and that's nearly an incredible shot. But Archie there, once again, with the save.
Here he is again, and he's got another one into the bottom right corner this time. He is so good against Ukes. Down the other end. Attempted to go over Carrion, but it didn't happen, and now Ukes has a chance. 1 minute, 30 seconds left. Can Solary get themselves on the board and give themselves something to attack? Yes, they can.
Ukes forced a really awkward situation here. Gets it round Flame, and then forces Cassio to go into the net, and then has to get the backflip to have any chance of getting it out. But Ukes knew exactly where that was going, and can get the first goal in game number 2 for Solary.
Now we need to see them push on. We know this is the team that, when they do have time on the ball, which Blokes aren't giving them any of. Why can't Flame shoot this game? He's missed a few. He's got himself a couple of goals, I think, or 1 goal at least, but there's certainly been some misplaced finishes from him. This one could be a lot more dominant than even the 3-1 is showing. But Archie's going to find Flame now. As you know, Flame didn't have any boost, so leaves it to Cassio. He's up, and he's left it for Exotic. There's no one on the other side. The clearance isn't going anywhere.
I think that was a good idea from Cassio. He basically faked it high because he didn't have enough boost to go for it, and Flame didn't either. So if there's any player going for it, then it's a good opportunity. Archie trying to clear out the defense, gets the double demo. Flame, can he get it central? Exotic, though, has got the composure to send it to the left wing, but Cassio will be waiting and poaching, and Exotic attempts to poach Archie off the pitch.
Ukes is going to go out wide, just straight onto the ceiling, actually, and then get another touch, this time out wide to Carrion. Archie finds Flame, who has some boosts. But Carrion closes him down well. If Solary can do something here, we may have a second game on our hands. It's onto the crossbar. Can he get the second touch, Ukes? Yes, he can. 26 seconds, Stumpy. This one's alive.
Ukes looking to be the only player on Solary who's actually fueled his car this morning, because he's scored both goals thus far in this game, and he's been the only one who has put forward any offensive pressure that is worried the Top Blokes defense. We're now within 1 goal. Top Blokes suddenly need to worry.
Exotic as a solo player as well. He's so good with these, even with no boost. Archie just gets his car in the way and buys a few seconds. All of a sudden, though, it's Solary on the attack, and Top Bloke struggling to get out. He's Exotic, but he's missed his touch. How detrimental could that be? Ukes gets something on the ball. Not quite enough to launch anything more substantial than a clearance, and they'll need something in the next few seconds. Exotic finds Kerry, and he's gone for a pass. Archie needs to see it away as he got the game management to do so. It's up for Carrion. Flame's going to put it down, I think. And that will be game 2 to top Blokes, but it was closer.
Yeah, much closer. Obviously, a late goal coming in to force it within 1. But even then, top Blokes, honestly, still dominated. Archie with over double the amount of points of Flame. He was all over the place once again. He had the only saves on the team. I think half of them came from just when he was in about 10 seconds of play. Archie is a really standout player on this squad, and I think he can't do that unless he has got the comfort of having Cassio and Flame behind him. Flame has done a great job integrating him, and Cassio does a really good job facilitating him.
Flame has done a great job integrating Archie, but I do worry about his shooting. He had 1 goal in that game and 6 shots. I said that he was struggling. I didn't realize it was that bad until I saw the scoreboard after. So the fact that Solary showed signs of coming into this series, they're the sort of chances that if you don't take and your opponent comes back, you are utterly kicking yourself. So the main question mark I've got on top Blokes at the moment is whether Flame can start finding the back of the net. But the fact that he had 6 shots, Archie had 4 and Cassio had 3, you know, they completely dominated until the last 30 seconds or so. They should be fine, but just something for Solary and their fans to cling on to.
Definitely. I think Solary did have okay defense, and their offense was essentially spearheaded by Yukis, and he not only was the spearhead, he was also the spear pole. So I think we're going to need to have Exotic and Carrion fill in the gaps to get a few more chances out, but Archie, with that first chance of this game, isn't able to convert.
It was converting earlier. Solary get away with this one in the early doors. Archie up against Carrion. Archie does get some sort of read, actually. It's a very good one. So it's the second touch as well. I know. It's the read on the game that he has, the ability to see what every opponent is going to do. And I think that one's just finding its way in. I don't even know how the ball popped to him, but he wasn't making any mistake.
So there were 2 defenders at the back. It was, Carrion and Yukis bumped into each other.
Oh, no.
And then Exotic had to try and race back, stops at the edge of his box, and just watches it go in. The explosion wipes away any smile he might have had on his face. This third game looking to be worrying now, but Carrion with a demolish on Flame, and Archie with a demolish on Exotic means that Archie and Cassio are both able to out-polite each other and leave the ball on that left wing. But the shot on Flame again missing. Cole, you identified that he wasn't taking his shots to score when he had the chance, and this time he messes up at the other end.
Maybe just losing concentration. How simple this series is looking for the top Blokes so far, perhaps, is the only idea I have, because the Flame that you and I know, Stumpy, is not one that is missing the shot opportunities that he had in the last game, and of course, that aerial, I think a lot of people watching the stream right now will be able to make. So he needs a little bit of a talking to, just to wake yourself up. You're in the quarterfinals of the RLCS X Regional 1 in EU. Lots of money on the line here. A chance to face Guild or Magnifico, both of whom Blokes would feel are very beatable after they took Guild so close yesterday. So there's a decent run, potentially, to the finals of this event, as long as they don't get arrogant and take their eye off the ball.
Yukis again receiving that pass from Carrion. Putting himself in great positions. Fortunately, can't manage to put anything in though. Carrion, sorry, Yukis again with the chance. And Cole, you mentioned that money is on the line. It absolutely is. If you win here, you straight up double your money from $4,000 to $8,000.
It's big.
It's a really, really big jump. Now Exotic's going to try and push his team to that point. He doesn't. And Yukis does manage to get back. Those rotations were lacking a little bit earlier, and now they've started to realize that they can't leave nobody at the back. They do need to have that counter-attack contingency plan.
Good challenge from Yukis against Cassio, who had a little dribble going, and now he goes again over the top of Flame. Carrion's the first one to win this. There's a double tap opportunity, and Carrion's going to take it, and Solary had the lead for the first time since the start of game 1.
Solary have life. Carrion utterly unchallenged. Archie having to try and go for it from his own goal line. But Carrion, man, that is a really nice finish. Squeezes it in right below the bar. Solary with the lead. Their fans, you can turn the string back on, guys. It's not over yet.
Cassio's up. Cassio shoots. Yukis should be able to get the save. Puts it out wide nicely. Set up what would have been a transition for Carrion if Flame hadn't got in the way. Now Exotic behind it. Fear his solo plays. the Blokes, but also Fear Archie bundling in and almost forcing yet another goal out of nothing for Top Blokes. Just put on the back foot a little bit for now. Some pressure and some goals for Solary. But here they come. Flame in the middle to Archie. Missed by him. Won by Yukis. Cassio puts it into the corner and then backflips, and what would have been the chance for him to pull the trigger.
Now carrying down the other end, gets beaten out by Archie, and Flame cuts him very well. Able to link up in the defense, sent middle by Yukis. Exotic is up first. It's just wide of target. Maybe could have had that on target because he was clear to it by a good half second or so. Flame sending it to nobody.
Yeah, a few more loose touches from Top Blokes. What can Archie do? He's up in the air. But Flame's not winning that one. Carrion is. Exotic's underneath it, but Carrion should get the read. Yukis can put it central. I thought that Carrion was a little bit closer to the play than he was. I was starting to get excited there for Solary. But this is a good pass. Oh. Not quite put on target, though. Very, very nerve-wracking last minute and 3/4 here. You sense that there's more goals in this one, but I do not know which way they're going at this point.
Solary putting on a much better performance in this game. Definitely turned it on somewhat.
It's more like the real them.
It definitely is, yeah. I mean, these guys haven't got to this point without having some massive results go their way. And like you said, they can only be what's in front of them, and they have done exactly that. Both these teams getting through to Stage 2 from Stage 1. Sorry, completing Stage 2 to get to the playoffs in 4 games, in 4 series total. So, didn't quite go to the 5, but also didn't sweep it in 3. So, very, very well-matched teams here. The final minute, and for once, we need to see a Top Blokes goal.
Oh, that is sublime though from Yukis, but it's just hit the post. And almost no boost to work with. Down the other end is Cassio. Carrying on the backboard well to defend it, but we do have Top Blokes pressure. We have an Archie shot, it's wide. Here comes Cassio. But it was half between a pass and a shot. And Archie couldn't get on the end of it. So many demos coming in, I don't know what's going on. We've got Flame out the game. We've got Exotic charging down Archie. And a good fake as well.
Oh, great fake from Carrion. The one ability coming out. As Yukis sends it high in the last 30. Exotic touches it on nicely. Cassio can defend, takes it around the wall as well. Now Exotic will just be patient and wait for it. Gets around another, uses all of his boost. Does not get anywhere. In the final 20 seconds, Yukis will be looking to waste time here as Carrion takes the ball away from him and can send it long. That might be the final touch that sends Solary to their first win in this series.
You never know. Flame's looking for Archie, and Archie's trying to beat Exotic to the ball, but he's there bravely in the center with not too long left. We'll have one more Top Blokes attempt. Here it comes. Flame onto the backboard. Who's challenging this one? Cassio in the middle. Archie up. All the passes are a little bit above their team as opposed to in front of them, so they can really attack it. And thanks to that, it's going to be a grindy, nervous Solary win. And that's a very Solary performance now. That's how we expect them to win these games.
Yep, just edged it by the 1 goal. But they played better than Top Blokes. Whenever they had a chance to get a goal, they managed to at least make it threatening most of the time. Obviously, it ended up being that Top Blokes had a couple of shots, but nowhere near as many as they did last time. I mean, in this game, they only had 5 shots on the entire team, whereas last time I think it was Archie had that many, or Flame. So definitely shut down a lot more effectively by Solary.
Yeah, Flame had 6 to himself. He did have 1 goal as well. Yeah, it's just trickier for Top Blokes, I think. And I do think that the goal that went against Flame in particular, I think it was the Solary equalizer, if I recall correctly, might have just shaken the cobwebs out of Top Blokes if they were starting to take their foot off the pedal just a little bit. I think that this is, in the context of this tournament, a game they needed to lose. Because if they made it through against Solary 3-0 without trying too hard, without really being pushed back, they might just, you can fall into that habit of thinking it's a little bit easy, even if it's subconscious. So the fact they're having to work for this one, I believe, will only be a good thing for them if they can make it through against Solary, because me saying that takes away the thought that Solary could well turn this one around. We're about to find out whether they can continue their journey in doing so in game number 4.
If Top Blokes did start to get complacent, I imagine their coach, Rams, who's coached a decent number of top-level teams, he would push them back on track. He would make sure that they are not just sitting on their laurels as Exotic gets the first shot and Flame with the first save.
Archie reads Carrion's touch as well. Now he can dribble forward, but look at that. Some aggression from Yukis taking him out. But then what was that touch from Exotic? It was a bit nothingy. Solary is still going to need to open up this Top Blokes defense. They do still have some of that Veloce solidity inside them when they need it. They can defend this team with more creativity than that to do anything against them. But that's a good transition. It's long. Gets into the center, actually reading it, and it's going to fall to Cassio to find Archie. Is there a shot? He has no boost, so no.
Cassio putting on a good show there of making sure that any touch that Solaro were trying to get out of their own half, he was meeting it on the wall. He did not let them get very far with it. Now Flame sending it long, a little bit further than Cassio is able to commit to, as Archie then whips it right back at them. Starting to enter a quick game of ping pong as Exotic goes for the pinch. Not quite cooked it though, is he?
Almost. He'll try again, I'm sure, if the opportunity comes up. It's the chance, maybe, if Top Blokes can keep this pressure on. Cassio into the center, but there's no one there. Kerian puts it out wide towards Archie. Now Yukis high. Pressure just swinging back and forth in this one. This is the sort of game we wanted to see, with both teams showing offensive intent. Yukis towards the middle. If he can bundle it through, it's going to fall to Kerian, but Flame dodging that one all the way. Pushes it to the far corner.
Now 2 minutes approaching, gone without incident thus far. Not really that many shots either side either. There's been one apiece from Flame and Exotic on each team. And now Cassio tries to challenge Yukis in the back third. Archie, the man of the hour, can get that just off the steal. And those stealing passes did force a double commit as well on defense. They're so horrible to try and deal with. If you're a defender and it's a stealing pass, you essentially are in the worst position. That's the demo. That's the shot from Flame and the save from Exotic.
Yeah, great read from Exotic. He had Top Blokes players all around him, had to keep a close eye on the one who was actually taking the shot, and he managed to do exactly that in a very high-pressure situation. Half this fourth game gone, still 0-0. Sort of tight series we expected to see. Yukis looks for Exotic, who is bumping Flame completely out the way. Now Kerian closes down Archie. Solary getting this challenge as well now. These 50-50s are starting to go their way. And there's another miss from Flame, who's had a shaky series, and Archie has to sweep up and does so via a weaker Kerian touch.
Now Flame can push up alongside Archie. All three players from Solary in that one corner. Cassio goes up for the double, but Yukis will meet it on the backboard. And Solary's performance since picking up Yukis has been huge. It was obviously a very controversial move to drop Mela Shisu after their RLCS promotion, but look at how far they've come. They haven't just made it through to the top 8. They're putting up a really good fight to make it into the top 4 in our brand new format.
Yeah, it was looking like a poor decision with the off-season results, but this is where it matters. If they can get a goal here, it really would matter. A big deal in this series. Kerian up against Archie. Kerian wins it. He can get this next touch as well. That's a good clearance from Flame over towards Exotic, who goes high. Has so much boost still. Goes for the stealing pinch. I said there were more pinches in this one. Exotic went for the ceiling instead of the wall. But again, doesn't quite come out. But he's had a couple of sighters on the pinches.
Flame's looking quite desperate with his touches again. It's very reminiscent of game 3, where he, as soon as he gets the ball, he tries to relinquish control of it as soon as he possibly can, rather than trying to find a teammate. But Archie completely throwing his face at that, wanting to have the ball. And Yukis saves it away. Casto with the demo on Exotic. Now Archie on target, and the save does come in from Kerian. And Archie again with the bump. Right now, the Slidery defense is scrambled or off the pitch entirely.
Exotic has a pass to Yukis if he can get up quick enough. Instead, it's just a little tap down to Kerian. Well played him, and Yukis now can dribble it away. Into the center it goes. Kerian's there almost. Cassio gets there ahead of him. It's Solary looking more likely to get this winner, though. One would assume there'll be only one goal in this one, the way it's gone. Can it be the men from France? Exotic over Archie. Cassio gets the save. Now Yukis into the center where Kerian has an opportunity, but Flame closed it down quickly this time. You've got to say Top Blokes, top defending as well, because that was really tricky for them.
Archie in the midfield tries to block it away from Yukis. This 0-0 being by far and away the nerviest match so far. Archie with the shot just above target. Exotic though, backboard save.
Cassio on the backboard. Can put this one down maybe. No, he can't because Yukis is there. And now one more chance, but no boost at all. He's going to pick up this 100. Can he be provided with a redirect? No, he can't. I don't know if that was going into the center for a shooting chance. It didn't quite happen.
It was.
I think this is going to be one of those 7-minute OTs. I'm feeling it.
Let's see if it is. If we do see a Top Blokes win here, they go through into our semis and they earn themselves those very, very vital RLCS circuit ranking points. And if not, then they earn just a few less and a little bit less money, but mainly it's about the pride, surely. Flame sends it long from its own half. Kerian catches and will take it up. These soft touches from Kerian and Exotic so far to maintain that control, rather than just booming it away, have been vital to a lot of their success on the follow-up shots.
Exotic gets that rid in the backboard and then goes round the corner, or attempts to at least. Cassio blocks in, stops him in his tracks. That touch from Flame isn't going anywhere there, and Newkiss can clear long. Solary can do their best to just get themselves embedded in the top Blokes half. That's a really good pass towards Carrion. It's going in, but Archie is in the perfect position.
Once again, Archie knew where to be, but this time it falls to Flame. Newkiss with a shot on target as well. Exotic forces Archie to pre-jump, but he does manage to get the challenge anyway. Carrion waiting middle. Cassio in net, but he can't get there. Carrion instead getting that goal. This Solary side has absolutely switched it on compared to games 1 and 2. And we go to game 5. I didn't expect that, to be honest, mate, going into this series.
I mean, the only thing I expected from the way the games have gone in the last couple is the fact that the Solary wins were only 1 goal in it. I think that is pretty much according to script. But I mean, that save attempt from Cassio wasn't too great. I think he thought that Flame would get a piece of it. And then when he didn't, he was just left completely wrong-wheeled on the goal line. And Solary have truly... The key word here is grind. They have ground out a couple of wins in a row. And now suddenly all of this pressure is on top Blokes. And for Blokes, you do think back to the missed opportunities, to the whiffs, to how easy it all seemed. And you question why you're suddenly in this position.
Yeah, top Blokes have got a little bit of their own play here to analyze, because it wasn't just Flame necessarily missing a couple of those easier chances. I think there was a few situations where they were defensively passing out, where it's so much more effective. You find a teammate and just send it straight at them and just bang it their way, that is going to work so much better than just sort of weakly lofting it to the opposition team. And it's so easy to say that from this lofty skybox. But when you're in game, sometimes the ball does fall to you and you just want to get rid. Flame needs to get that mentality out, and he also needs Archie and Cassio to be confident the Flame's got the hit and for them to then move up.
It's where communication comes into account as well, knowing, thanks to your teammates' call, that you do have time, that there is a pass in the center, and that there's more you can do than send it right back to your opponent's half of the pitch. But one way or another, Stumpy, we are going to game 5. Solary are on the cusp of an unlikely reverse sweep, and almost a huge dunk from Archie stops me in my tracks in saying that.
Oh, that is an absolutely sensational ceiling tap from Cassio in the corner. Takes it around 1, gets 1 hit with a delayed dodge, and then a second pinch it middle. Flame, though, what impeccable positioning from him.
It's going to do him the world of good. It's an easy goal as far as he's concerned. You know, Cassio did all the work, but the fact that Flame sees his name on that scoreboard hopefully will give him the jolt that he needs to return to the quality that we expect from him. The game's only just started. Carrion to try and get something going for Solary. It pulls to Newkiss on the walls, mushes it against it. Now Archie goes long, but Exotic, look at the confidence from him, already up. Finding Newkiss as well. There's actually a pass here. Almost. Cassian just read it and got in front of Carrion. Cassio, not Cassian.
Prince Caspian has read it. Now Archie again with 1 touch and then edges it away. Cassio not quite trusting that Archie deliberately meant to go for that, and so will take it himself. That goes on target, and Cassio manages to get back in time. And as far as I know, every time the top Blokes have secured the first goal, they have won the game. So top Blokes are feeling probably pretty confident right now that at least they're going to be following the trend, and Solary hoping to buck it as hard as they can.
I've led you up the garden path, mate. Game 3. They scored first and then lost 2-1. I'm sorry. I've built you up.
Game 1 as well, actually. So actually, both of the times that it's actually the opposite way around to what I thought. It really isn't it? Yeah. So I really gave it a go. I wanted to be statsman like Achieves, but he wears glasses and I don't, so I should never try that again. He's cleverer than I am.
Carrion looked to be finding Newkiss, but Newkiss leaves it to Carrion. Clever play. Then Newkiss does eventually come in. Flame can't reach it. And Solary have what I would say is their best goal this series.
Yeah, really nice play central. Exotic being called off it by Newkiss as well. Great positioning from him. Can send it above Flame in the net. Earlier in the series, that wouldn't have been much of an accomplishment, but Flame has started to get better in that goal position. Now 1-1.
Newkiss in the corner. Oh, a chance for Archie. He was nailing those into the far corner at the start of this series. Something has spooked the top Blokes squad, and maybe it's the way that Solary are playing now. But there is Flame, the fox in the box in game 5, putting away Archie's dribble.
Look at that double commit as well between Newkiss and Carrion too. Flame can get there afterwards, but Archie needed to only beat 1 for it to be a threat, and he's been gifted beating 2. Flame can finish it, but honestly, Solara did most of the work for that goal.
Yeah. Archie passing opportunity into the center. A little bit close to the wall, though, so Ukis can get there. Now we have Exotic up against Cassio. Exotic is going to win it easily. Ukis can reach this ball now. Finding each other with these touches, Solary. So I'm not getting the sense that they're giving up on this one just yet, but Archie will certainly be the danger man, forcing these flip resets, just beating them back with his mechanical skill. Now comes forward Flame. Cassio's going to turn underneath this one, I think. Carrion will beat him, but it has meant that it forces its way to Archie. He tries a solo play, getting that block, and then Cassio bundles home, and Blokes have started playing again.
Why was there such a weight on the goal here? Look, Exotic tries to do a 3-point turn in the net, and Cassio is like, I'll just sort of score it then, lol. That's a 2-goal clear, and once again, I feel Solari sort of beat themselves.
Exotic's going to win this kickoff, as he knows, missed it, but he has got the boost. Flame goes around the corner and is going to have to scurry back because he's boostless. Exotic's in this goal, and he's going to need to put this one long. The thing that Solary need very, very soon is to start clearing this top bloke's pressure, because it's really starting to ramp up now. It's just a rerun of game 1, because it's 4-1 now.
Yeah, it's only a rerun of game 1 if Cassio gets the hat trick. He's currently on 2, so he's still on 4. He's got 100% shooter percentage, though, in this match. Unlike Archie, who has got 5 shots and 0 goals. But
Archie.
Yeah, I know. Come on, pal. This is the top bloke side that we saw earlier on, but they were almost spooked away from by Solari. They were scared that they weren't able to complete it. And Carrion, again, being so slow in the net.
Yeah, he looked really reluctant there. Solary looking down and out at this point. I said I wasn't sensing that they were giving up. Now I'm starting to see those signs. The trust isn't there in defense. The aggression isn't there when going for the ball. The belief seems to be squeezed out by top blokes. It's one of the things they do when they're playing at their best. A 5th goal would be really good for them as well. Oh, there is a good save from Exotic. Maybe that'll drop some life into Solary.
Now 90 seconds, they need 1 goal every 30. Archie can get that central, and he can also get the dunk on Carrion. Doesn't go in the goal, though, but Cassio can pick it up on that left-hand side. Gets around the defender as well, and also goes for the dish. Flame is there to finish it. Flame's positioning in this last game has been much better than it has been, I think, throughout the rest of the entire series. Earlier on, I think it would have been a little bit too far away from that, and the opportunity would have fallen away from him. This time, much further up, much more confident, and he sends top blokes clear by 4.
He's just got his head back in the game. To me, this series has been a case of Flame playing all right at the start and Archie playing amazing. Then Archie slows down and Flame starts to really struggle. And now we've got Flame picking up his game, finding those finishes. And it just takes all the pressure off top blokes and puts it all on Solary, because they know that when an opportunity comes for the top blokes, it will be taken.
There we are.
Some hesitation in defense from the blokes as well.
Yeah, Ukis gets it central. Archie fancies the mid boost.
Where's Cassio?
Cassio, whilst he's going on a bit of a rotation round, maybe thought that Flame was going to come in behind him for the block and so was moving into the goalward position. But Flame was not ready. That man was upside down. And now with 1 minute left, it's 1 goal every 20 seconds. Actually, slightly bit more of a squeeze. Flame gets it towards Archie. You can do so much with such little boost. Will this be another chance for that? Yes, it will.
Oh, wow. That's the goal of the series now. Look at this. Archie rotating the whole way, spinning his car, getting that glorious second touch. He had so much work to do in that corner, and he's just made it look not easy, but so controlled to make it 6-2.
Throughout this entire series, he has been doing an absolutely phenomenal amount of work with about 40 boost in the tank. He uses it so unbelievably efficiently. He will not burn anything he doesn't need to, and that is the culmination of that effort.
Well, in what has been a very peculiar 5-game series, unless we see one more twist in the tail, it looks as though it's going to be top blokes that make it through to the semi-finals. What an achievement from them. Solary going to drop out in the quarters, and we're going to have top blokes against either Guild Esports or Magnifico. And as I said earlier, this is the real opportunity for these guys to go all the way to the finals of the first EU regional in RLCS X. And the way they're playing now, as long as they stay on their A game, because there seems to be a big drop as Flame puts that one home to make it 7-2. That's the cherry on top. There does seem to be a big drop between the A game and the B game. Maybe that is sort of all or nothing. They need to make sure they're staying in peak form.
Definitely. I'm happy that series didn't end up going to a 3-0 for our inaugural RLCS cast. I'm very, very pleased with that. Thank you, Slalery, for bringing us to 5. But otherwise, Carl, I mean, Top Blokes played how they needed to. They lost it in the middle a bit somewhere. They ended up going on a bit of a meander, maybe lost concentration somewhat. And in the end, they bring it back, and they top and tailed this series. They started off with a 6-1, and they ended it with a 7-2.
What do you think of the way that Flame played? Because he did struggle, and we've spoken about Archie pretty much throughout as their main man. Would you worry for the performance that Flame had?
I think if it ended up being a 3-0, yes, I think I would have done. If it ended up being that they just waltzed through Solari and they got the win straight up, I think that would have been a shame, and I think that would have set Top Blokes up for more disaster rather than it being a good sign that they 3-0'd. This proved that they are not able to just get through to those later rounds by doing not no effort, but they need to keep on top of their game the entire time. That will mean as well that in terms of the RLCS circuit ranking points, that sends Solari home with $4,000, and they also have 150 points. They will be vital in order to get teams through to the major at the end of every single split. Remember, there are 3 splits, 3 majors, ending up in the World Championship. So Solari, they've bowed out thus far in Regional Event 1, but that will not be the end of them, I imagine, going through into Regional Events 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think there's no complaints at all from the way that Solari have played. Dropping out in the quarterfinals, no shame in that at all. But your third semi-finalist are the Top Blokes. And looking at that, Guild Esports and Magnifico have got they're going to struggle a little bit against this team. Got their work cut out for them. Make sure you join us after this break to watch that series and the rest of this final day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, of course, to the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. We are in Stage 3 of the first European Regional. I'm your host, LeafX, and of course, alongside me is Gibbs, and beside him is Johnny Boy to talk about that last match there. We thought, Johnny Boy, this was going to be a quick one. It looked like a 3-0 on the way, but of course, a fight back happened and it went the distance.
Yeah, Solary really proven to be tough to completely beat in this series, but it wasn't enough against top Blokes, who are getting pretty used to these game 5s, these ace matches. And what a series it ended up being. It was really great to have Colin Stumpy casting that one. I had really enjoyed that myself, just as a viewer, which is really fun as a change, you know, for all of us, you know, who are on the broadcast, but we get to just sit back and enjoy these games. Sometimes they just cast themselves.
So now for Solary, like if this was a sweep, I think everyone would be like, oh, this is a panic button for them. They had an easy road to the top 8 and then they got smacked around, which they did in 3 of the games, but they did take 2 games against Blokes. And I think that is a good building block going into Regional 2, saying like, we can hang with these guys and we can win these matches. Like obviously they made a roster move that was more based on team chemistry of things, team issues going on. So we're going to see more from Yukis and see him grow throughout the season. But for the Blokes, Archie, he's really good at Rocket League. That's basically all you have to say right there. He was absolutely nuts throughout this series, and I can't wait to see more from him when we see who they play next.
Well, they're going to be playing the winner of Guild versus Magnifico, so why don't we start talking about that series? Both these teams, well, Guild, I guess, expected a bit more, but Magnifico has had a lot of support behind them. I know from the casting desk specifically, there's been a lot of love for this team, and finding them in this spot, honestly, is a bit surprising, at least to me, Johnny, that Magnifico has gotten to the top 8. This is a great result for them.
Oh yeah, this is already way beyond what we expected them to do, but I couldn't be happier for them. It's great to see new talent like the Spanish duo Demense and Atomic coming in here performing well, but also Greasy. I mean, who can't love the fact that he's back at the top of European competition? That to me, that just makes me so happy. And I do think they've got a real chance here, although I think Guild are the favorites. Magnifico have proven all through this weekend and last weekend that they're the real deal.
Yeah. And these guys, again, they weren't even supposed to be in weekend number 2 at all, and they make it to top 8. And you can't spell Magnifico without magic, right? So there's something going on here. We'll see if this run continues. Normally when we see these runs at like DreamHacks, it usually ends in the quarterfinals, but you never know. Greasy going against Scrub, 2 pretty close guys to one another, been playing as teammates here or there, like on and off. And we know Greasy can do it. He's a world champion, so it's going to be really interesting to see.
This is the thing about Greasy too, though, is I feel like he's going to be bringing a bit of atmosphere to that team. Like he's always been a guy that's just about fun. If you've ever hung out with him at a Worlds or anything, and you can see it right here. He's a guy that has fun, right? And I feel like that's really helping this team excel, because you can guarantee that those comms are a blast to be in.
Oh, it's got to be. Yeah, Greasy's such a character. He's all about the hydration as well, which I'm sure will be a big part of this one. But I'm really excited for Scrub as well. A lot of history of hydration between these two. But yeah, if Magnifico are going to win this, I think they do need a good start, because Guild, they went down the stretch at Blokes yesterday and came out and saw.
Yeah. Like it's gonna be tough because Guild came into weekend number 2 as a bottom 4 team. They gave Dignitas their first loss, they gave Barca their first loss, and then they took out top Blokes, who went 3-1 and 3-1. So they had a tough road. They deserve this number 1 seed. I expect them to play that way here.
Well, let us know who you guys is going to take it. Is Magnifico going to continue their miraculous run, or magic run, as Gibbs would say, or is Guild going to shut that down and move forward? Let us know on Twitter with the hashtag RLCSX at RL Esports. We want to know. But now, for your commentary, Chiefs and James are standing by.
Thank you, Leaf. Chiefs, this is a fun matchup. And, you know, you said earlier when we were talking that you just love when people ask you how teams are going to win, but I'm not going to do that to you. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that to you, Chief. Rather, what I'm going to ask you is what you're excited to see in this series.
What am I excited to see? Well, first off, Guild. Looking forward to seeing more Guild, just in your face, amazing offense. The other thing from Magnifico, last week when I got to see them, phenomenal midfield defense. Loved the ability to box teams into their own half. So I would like to see the unstoppable force meet the immovable wall. And that's what I think we get here.
Awesome. Sorry, I was just getting in the lobby. I had to scroll up a little bit to get the info,
James.
but I'm in and I am ready, Achieves, and
Let's do it.
I am excited. Atomic, he's a player that I heard a lot of the casters talking about behind the scenes, and he's kind of been stirring things up as well, Achieves. Kind of like Atomic from NA.
Yeah. I was actually thinking that the other day. I was like, now we have EU Atomic, and he has been almost equally as impressive as North American Atomic. So very curious to see if he is able to find some success here against Scrub, Nolly, and Tho.
We get right into the action. Scrub on the sidewall. Looks like he was going for a 50. It'll come out to Nolly. Atomic getting demoed. Chance here for Scrub. Don't really know what was going on there. Demenza, you could see him trying to come off the ceiling to get the save. He did get it. It was a low ball, but a cleanup. And I did see some players kind of slowly getting out of the gate. I'm not really sure what's going on as we see the players playing on.
It was definitely a little awkward. Apparently, according to the chat, Greasy's music was really loud, but who knows if that's truthful or not. What is this from Tho? Did that pinch?
We'll take another look. Tho just goes in and shoots it right off the corner, and I'm seeing the players talk quite a bit. I don't know what is going on at Chiefs, to be honest. Even Atomic not going on kickoff. And now, is he playing? Maybe.
Hang on. We can work both sides of this. We're gonna cast the game and try and talk to production.
I have no idea what Magnifico's doing. I think they are playing a different level of gameplay right now at Chiefs.
They definitely do seem a little bit confused, to say the least.
Confused is a perfect word. And that confusion has allowed Guild to get out to a quick 2-0 lead. Pinch will send this close to the backboard. That one narrowly missing the net. Nolly coming in for a challenge. Sends this back to his own corner. Tho will help out. Atomic shoots towards net. Nolly there. Now Scrub and Tho double commit. It's out into the middle. Demenza putting this off the backboard. Chance for Atomic. That one high as well. That was a scoring opportunity gone by the wayside.
And it was perfect too, because Nolly knew that approach was coming, and he took a gamble. He tried to jump early, and then as soon as he saw it was off the backboard, tried to come back down to make the second save. So really, Magnifico did play that perfectly, except for the finishing shot, just a little too high. And a much needed attempt, considering how awkward the start of this game was for them.
Tho will send this to the corner. Atomic trying to make up for that awkward start. Now shot towards net. That'll be in. Scrub Killer will take it for himself. Guild off to a quick extended lead.
Yeah, Atomic just trying to correct that with Demenza's help. I mean, he's hoping that since he missed that initial first touch, he's trying to tip that a little bit left so that Demenza was going to go up there and just take that one away. But unfortunately, never really got a hold of it, and Scrub Killer will steal the goal. Another one off the bar and punched out. Demenza can't get it through the line either. And again, Guild somehow stick it off into the corner.
Scrub Killer with a massive save there. Did not think that was even possible. Was able to get there, keep it out. Now on the other end, goes for a backward pass. Greasy getting blocked by Tho. Nolly will wait. Atomic does get to it, but used up a lot of boost. Tho will go for the drop shot. Greasy barely gets back in time. Scrub will get demoed in the corner. This one lobbed back towards net. Scrub getting a demo. Now Atomic getting a demo right back. Demo's trading. But Guild in full control of this game. That strange start proved to be a challenging one for Magnifico, who hasn't really gotten their bearings back. We'll see if they can recover in this next game. Guild has been really in control since those mistakes were made.
Really could And almost certainly will prove lethal here in game 1, no doubt. But
and another one.
Oh, does he make it back? Almost. Greasy giving it a good stretch, but not enough.
So now I'm seeing in chat, Greasy asked if they wanted to restart or keep going. And after the 4th goal goes in, perhaps they say they should restart.
they
not
might
the
all
best
imagine.
time. If you're going to restart, I think you should probably ask before the 4-0 lead.
It's probably a good rule of thumb. Ask a little earlier.
I look forward to seeing what the cause was of that confusion, if it was indeed Greasy keeping his music a little too loud. It's an easy fix. Mensa. Nolly with the save. Greasy, hard shot, though, had to quickly jump. Greasy is a player that... Oh, Demensa does finally get one.
I didn't think this was actually gonna get turned into the net, especially considering that it felt like a little too heavy of a first touch from Demensa. I thought for sure he got a little too much of it, and they were just gonna jump off the back wall and go get right in his face, but they let Demensa have the chance to recover, get back on the ground, and he was able to adjust the center of gravity of his car and just drive it straight through. Greasy on the kickoff able to make a save, Atomic with the follow-up, and Magnifico do get one back, but oh, maybe 2? Yes, 2. Atomic off the crossbar and in.
And so things are becoming a little more interesting. Nolly wasn't able to save that shot from Atomic following it up, getting that goal with low boost. This kickoff, very important. Does go in favor potentially. It's coming right to Atomic with some space and boost. Greasy challenging center ball. Scrubkilla, not the greatest touch, but that has melted plenty of time off the clock. To Atomic, back to Greasy. Greasy misses his infield pass opportunity, and you feel that's going to be it, Achieves. Despite the late surge from Magnifico, Guild will hold on to this one.
Yeah, definitely awkward. Magnifico definitely going to be kicking themselves a little bit for a misunderstanding, but not much you could do. I mean, when everyone assumes we're starting the game and you do, and then you're not sure if you started or not, you give up 2 goals in the first minute.
Yeah,
Gotta keep going.
I have no idea what happened there. It was a strange situation, but we will move on. Guild taking game 1. Magnifico, the late surge, but still wasn't enough. They did have some moments there, though, where you could tell that they've got what it takes, but it's going to take the entire game of playing. So we take a look at the replays from this game. Scrub putting some pressure on with that attempt, and then Nolly scoring it. And this hard shot, though, was so fast to the ball. Great.
That was one. That was definitely one that surprised me, and they basically get the same one again later, pretty much out of the midfield. So on top of the challenges for sure. And there's the one where I thought Tho was just going to dive off the back wall, but you're right. Late surge, good from Magnifico, and they actually were almost able to manage the equalize the shot differential. There we go. It was 12-10 for Magnifico, and I was like, wow. The fact that you're sitting there for about 90 seconds, not really sure what's going on, and then you bring it all the way back is good, but they definitely dug themselves a hole, to say the least, especially when it's only best of 5. So Magnifico, 100% an uphill battle here going into game 2.
I'm excited to see them play all 5 minutes this time, unless we go into overtime, that is. Guild up in the series 1-0. Magnifico, the surprise team. Greasy, Season 2 world champion, who was also teammates with Scrubkilla back in the Universal Open, where they made it to the finals. I don't know if you remember that, Achieves.
That was a long time ago.
Team Girls. So Greasy, he's been around for a while. He's used to this level of play, but he is kind of an old school name, as much of an old school name as you can be in an esport as young as Rocket League.
Him and Scrub both at this point.
Yeah, they've been... Oh, Atomic with a nasty attempt on net. Able to convert. Infield pass, Atomic getting this double tap. Scrubkilla, oof.
He tried. Scrub actually, I think it's a good approach from Scrub. It's just those wheels came off that top corner, so he couldn't really get into purchase to really change how he wanted to hit that ball. Looked like he was trying to hit it straight down, but he didn't get it. And you really saw the power of the Dominus in full effect there from Dignitas, just scooping that ball off the sidewall out into the middle for Atomic.
That attempt on net turned aside. Nolly, I like that pop over to Atomic. He won't have enough boost to stay with it. You're starting to see Magnifico get into the rhythm. I like that they're finding each other. That shot towards net was going to be off, but Atomic hits it over anyway. Atomic all over the field. Booming clear from Scrub. Scrub towards net again. Greasy jumping, double commit, but he'll get back to the ground. Circle back. Gonna try to get a dunk on Tho. Good positioning on the challenge. And it's up the wall. Tho, weak hit towards net. Now Atomic to Greasy. Pops it up. And you're starting to see Magnifico really do a good job on possession, Achieves.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to bring up. Doing something that I was a big fan of how Vitality was playing, really using that horizontal aspect of the pitch when they're in their own third, doing a real nice job finding each other. Tho finally able to get in front of one, though, and this is a bit more awkward than Magnifico would like to admit.
Dementia. Back. Tho. Down. Atomic now. Right towards net. Easy ball for Scrub to deal with. And he gets the boost. He might be able to do something here. Gets his flip off the ceiling. And missed on that attempt. It was bold. Infield pass. Tho, the shot blocked by Greasy.
Nice presence of mind from Greasy. And he knows that that right side is open. He's got himself prepared, but needs to be able to drive left as well. So Greasy taking a bit of a risk. Says, if you're going to score this, it needs to go all the way to the back post, forcing Tho to put a perfect shot on, and Tho didn't quite get it there.
Scrub trying to get it by Greasy. Greasy can't get the cut around Nolly. Now Guild trying to tighten the vice in the half of Magnifico.
This is bad too. This is exactly what I liked about Magnifico, that rock solid midfield control, and right now it's all Guild in that department.
That challenge from Nolly will keep the ball in the half. Scrub rotating in with full boost, but that is a high clear from Greasy. That'll give him space. You see him nab the boost in the corner. Well done by Greasy to help Magnifico break out of that vice that I was talking about. And Greasy with the double tap. Too easy for Greasy. He's back.
And a poor touch from Scrub. Definitely trying to lift that one up the pitch, but got a little too far under it. Ended up just floating it gently upwards, and Greasy. Yes, you're right. Too easy for him.
Oh, man, I'm having flashbacks to season 1 with Greasy. We them girls back in the day. Greasy. Now Atomic downfield. Magnifico looking so much sharper in this game. Tons of possession. Atomic showing you the impact he can make. Greasy stepping up. That double commit there, but still recovered nicely. And Greasy gets the demo and the clear. And we've seen some great clears from Greasy. Really effective. Not only well placed, but with power.
Yeah.
And the double tap from Dignitas. That is the dagger.
How do you squeeze this one inside that post? Look how tight he is to the wall. Oh my goodness.
You know, the Dominus, it's a beautiful car. And he made the most of it right there.
I appreciate you, Dignitas. Keep the Dominus in fashion, please.
You're a Dominus player yourself, correct?
I am a big fan of the Dominus, a large, you know, I think if I could sponsor it, I would.
Get a little Achieves logo.
It'd be great.
Oh, and the placement from Atomic, set up on a tee by Dignitas. Atomic, he has full vision of the net. Scrub Killa looked like he was trying to dodge a bump before. He was high on the backboard. Atomic puts it low, far away from Scrub Killa. Easy goal for him. 8 shots.
For Atomic, just absolutely having a day, or at least a game here. But the interesting thing about this game to me is, there we go, Tho picks off a clear. Definitely a tough one to get a hold of on the defender's perspective here, because you're not sure if Nolly's going to shoot or try and pass that. just misses it on the bounce. But the interesting thing about this game to me is that, I mean, Magnifico have got the 3-goal lead and 4 goals, but 3 of them have come in relatively short order. But I feel like the rest of the game was really just Guild having Magnifico in a vice grip on their own half. And I'm like, wait, where did Magnifico just get all these sick goals from? And then you realize that Dimensa scores sick things, Greasy picks off one bad clear, and then Atomic has a couple of good looks on net on setups from his teammates. And so, I mean, there's a bunch of shots from Magnifico, but I honestly only remember the ones that went in.
And honestly, I don't know how Tho has 10 shots himself.
Yeah.
As Magnifico gets this win commandingly, a bounce-back game in Game 2. Game 1, it was a strange one. Game 2, all Magnifico. Guild did have time on possession, but overall, Magnifico handling their possession much better, getting those shooting angles, making those passes. It was a thing of beauty from Magnifico in Game 2, and we'll see how Guild responds coming into Game 3. Really felt like they lost all their momentum. So we take a look at the replays.
Big defensive showing overall from Atomic and Greasy, combining for 9 saves. But when you combine 9 saves with sick touches like this from Dimensa, it's hard to lose a game when you're playing that well. And it was indeed Greasy putting pressure on Scrub, forcing him up that backboard and leaving Atomic with a quality look on the net. So Guild, I really think they actually played the stronger game, if that makes sense, here in Game 2. But Magnifico, the one that was actually able to generate the shot scoring opportunities. So I think Atomic and Greasy get the gold medal here for defense to keep them in it and then turn it around with some big plays.
And it's not only time of possession, but those finishing strikes that you're talking about, the ability to put it away. And we saw when the situation started to get dire for Magnifico a few times on defense, it was Greasy who stepped up, making some clutch clears that deflated all of that pressure that was building from Guild and allowed Magnifico to get on attack themselves. So we'll see what happens in Game 3. Scrub, air dribble around Dimensa, but Dimensa does manage to get a piece of it. Nolly to Tho, who's on the wall. Tho off the ceiling down to Scrub. Scrub pre-flip hit, but Greasy's right there. Nolly, another challenge.
Oh, was that just net?
Scrub was there. Had plenty of boost to work with as well. Can't get that 50 and won't get the mid boost. Scrub low on boost and far out of the play. Atomic, whoa. The shot saved by Nolly. That was a chess game there.
It was. Like, that was the I know that you know that I know. And Nolly comes up big, but Dimensa, Nolly can stop one, but Dimensa gets the second shot. Nolly beat Atomic. Dimensa beat Nolly. Also forced off the challenge when he wanted to because Greasy was rotating right through his path. Forced him to take an extra second. And that might have opened up that left post for Dimensa. Great play for Magnifico.
Nolly had flipped left. If he flips right, he might be able to get that save. And we see another goal off kickoff. Greasy, high flying action. And a 2-0 lead now for Magnifico.
Just straight through. I mean, it was 2 races to the ball, and Magnifico just won both of them. And the only reason that goes in is because it's off the kickoff. Guild goes for the initial kickoff. It doesn't go quite their way. They scramble off thinking they'll grab some boost because they have a little bit of extra time, but they lose the second race, and then boom, in the back of the net, courtesy of Greasy.
Nolly. Scrub killing out. Though, into the corner. Backboard hit. Dimensa looked like he was struggling with it a little bit. Nolly playing the speed game. Scrub diving in, but it's well handled by Greasy. And Tho with a critical challenge. He was the 3rd player back. Nolly to Tho. Tho up to Scrub. Scrub airborne. Going for the backboard pass, and you wonder if he should have went for the shot there or if he had enough boost to get above it. Ceiling double tap. Can't really connect. Goes for the bump.
Wow, nice.
Low shot from Scrub, but that's handled still. Guild with possession, shot after shot coming in, but it's block after block for Magnifico.
And I really was not sure if Magnifico were going to have quite the same effectiveness trapped on their own third when the shots are coming at them instead of just boxing people in. But, oh, man, it really is a well-choreographed ballet as Greasy finally able to slip it through again. Another big clear to relieve pressure.
Kind of felt like, practice where you're taking shots on net and the keeper rolls it back out to you. You take another shot. Scrub, drop to throw. Though, getting challenged again. Every ball being met by Magnifico, whether it's on the goal line or immediately on point of shot or pass. Magnifico not giving much space to Guild, blocking off all these angles quite well, stuffing every opportunity. Scrub down to Noli, but Demensa again getting to that ball quickly.
A lot of space for Greasy with the demo. Look at him force Tho off the ball, and he still got the save. What a play from Tho.
Atomic breaking up the passing lane. Scrub with some time. Gets bumped from behind, and Atomic gets possession back to his team. This has been a very brutal game. These guys in the trenches.
It's just been smash one, smash two, make the play if you can. And so far, the only physicality from Guild has came out of the midfield or while they've been on defense. Rarely have they been able to make contact while they've got Magnifico pushed up against their own goal line.
On their own goal line, Magnifico has been staunchly defending. We're about a minute away from shutting Guild out, despite Guild putting up 7 shots, or 8 shots rather. And some of them, that one finally hitting its mark. Nolly, I thought Greasy had this one.
It was close. He ran out to the opposite corner to grab boost because that ball was kind of stuck against the wall, and he thought, maybe I've got time. And he realized it about halfway there. He said, wait, no one can actually go up and get that. And Nolly just swept up from the side wall and just ripped one towards the goal. Great play. And a much-needed goal for Guild.
Guild, it seemed like it was just a matter of time. Noli finally getting one. Now backboard bounce towards net. Greasy, another long clear. Greasy's clears been pretty good. Demensa. Now ball back. Greasy trying to take his time. Gets the boost. Gets blocked by Scrub, but it's out to Atomic. Stopped by Nolly. Demensa trying to get it out. Tho is there. Bouncing down. Greasy does get the hit. Scrub Killer wanted him to miss.
Oh. Surprised to see Tho go for that pass. Thought, well, either way, it doesn't matter. Let's see what they do with 7 seconds.
Atomic wasted a bunch of time there. Tho will keep it airborne. About half the tank left for every player on Guild. Scrub trying to conserve his boost. It's dropped down, and Magnifico take game 3 as well.
All right, 2-1 now for Magnifico after, I mean, you could almost call game 1 a handicap, considering they might have just let that one go, considering the start. But, man, Greasy, monster on the defensive side here. And then, of course, he was able to put in that first big goal off the kickoff, where they just won 2 races to the ball. So,
an all-around strong game. All-around strong game. Magnifico, they started out with those 1v1 situations. There was that chess match we were talking about. That was a save. It was either Nolly or Tho that got the save in that hard 1v1 situation. Then Demensa was able to get that dribble goal on the 1v1. Tho again with that save there kept hopes alive. And then the shot from Nolly rather, kept them in it until the very end, but still wasn't enough. Magnifico keeping this one in the game through their defense, I feel, making tons of quality stops. Guild could not find a way through.
And you gotta, I think everyone who's been watching professional Rocket League for as long as we have, James, is very pleasantly surprised to see Greasy Meister come out here and have such an incredible showing in a tournament like this. Because for the longest time, after he won that World Championship with Flipside, right, he just kind of seemed to go on this slow decline. And you've seen that sort of turnaround with a couple of players here in Europe, like with Debo having to fight through the Rivals series and come back and make a strong return, and Bluey having to do the same thing, and Freaky. And now it seems like it's Greasy's turn, and he's playing real well here.
And we've seen that happen a few times, even with Dapper on the Sonics a couple seasons ago.
Yeah.
On the goal line. No, he denied. How does that stay out?
Wizardry. There's been a blood sacrifice made somewhere, I'm sure of it.
Magic cannot be allowed. That is an unfair advantage, but it seemed like Magic was at play on that one. Atomic clears down the center of the field right to Scrub Killa. Going high for the backboard. Scrub will leave this for Tho. Tho. High pop. Nolly down off this healing. Tho will turn around and get the goal. Well done by Guild.
Nolly. Talk about going and getting one. Tho put that in maybe the worst possible place to go say, can you pass it back? Nolly goes, yeah, no problem. Punch it off the ceiling, have the car rotate back due to the force, come off the wheels, and drop right down on the nose. What else can you ask for?
Shot towards net, turned aside by Nolly. Guild starting to play with a little more pep in the step. Nolly over to Scrub. Scrub hanging with it. You can see Nolly was a bit confused on that play. Clears it out, gives up possession, not much boost to follow up. Demensa, backboard pass, hard into the middle. Atomic, that shot right at Tho, but Scrub runs into him. Good recovery from Scrub, but you'd think Atomic might have been able to do more on that shot. Was a hard bounce.
Yeah, it was really a beautiful pass with the bounce off the corner. The question is, I mean, how close are you to the pass when it comes at you like that? Because it was a strong bounce, and this one's over Atomic's head. He will not make it back. Nolly will turn in a second one.
Clinical placement, Tho up in the air to Noli. Noli right on the corner of his Fennec. It had to be perfect. You saw Greasy streak him back. That was not a freebie. Guild back in this series. They're back to the wall. They answer. If they keep this up, maybe we'll see game 5.
And now it gets dangerous. If you're a Magnifico fan, you're feeling great considering how the past 2 games have turned out, despite playing so much defense. And then you get into game 4 and you're down 2-0 coming up on halftime, and nobody's really getting anything done relating to how the previous couple games have been. So you're a little bit concerned here with Magnifico's inability to hang on to the ball, because right now these air dribbles and time-wasting tactics all favor Guild.
The same situation Magnifico was in last game with their lead. Now the tables have turned, and another shot opportunity. Nolly was so good on the last goal. That time he sent it high. See if that comes back to haunt Guild. Nolly infield pass to Tho. Tho taking his time, but Greasy cuts that play out.
Wow, Demensa. I respect the attempt. Just trying to rotate your car backwards like that and just skim it right off that top corner. I mean, that's going to be a heck of a strong shot if you connect, but that requires some real finesse as Greasy decides that he doesn't need help, and he will power it in and be like, Demensa, look, this is how you strike the ball.
Greasy's making things look easy today. He's setting himself up, getting up quick. Another strong shot. Having a day.
Not done yet. A minute 40 to make one more goal and perhaps find themselves a nice cushy spot in the semifinals.
Did he get the flip reset? Close play from Demensa. pre-flipped into that air dribble. Looked like he was trying to also go for a flip reset. Almost powered it through as he gets the demo on the goal line. Greasy off the ceiling. Tough angle. Demenza, he turns around and overpowers the keeper.
So aggressive, demoing Scrub and anyone on the goal line. That's who you want. And Demenza, that's massive. I mean, it's just a product of how he landed. Coming off that back wall, he's facing towards the play and just decided, let's go try and smash this one through.
And he had just gotten the demo as well.
Yeah.
Just gotten the demo. Putting the defense in an odd spot. Now Guild will be tested. Their tournament life is on the line.
And if Johnny Boy said anything yesterday, apparently you can just smack the ball between two defenders on Guild and you'll just win the game.
So, testing the backboard where Demenza is waiting. Scrub can't get it by Greasy. Tho helping out. Atomic, hard clear. Scrub turns around on it, pops it high. Tho up towards the backboard, and this will be handled. Demenza keeping it close, going for the pinch, blocked by Scrub, now bouncing back to the middle. Greasy back over to Demenza. Demenza to the middle. Greasy's gonna hang with it. Flicks it by Tho. Scrub killer helping out. Atomic capping it by. Demenza, corner pass to himself, pinch to the middle. Tho can't get there, but nobody from Magnifico was ready. Guild on the goal line in these final seconds. Greasy to the middle, double commit from Guild. It's high up in the air. Atomic puts it out to the middle. Scrub keeping control, passes to Tho. Tho to the backboard, and that'll be a overtime. Guild, I thought, was building something up, but now we've got overtime at Chiefs.
A respectable effort from Scrub and Tho, but Demenza right now reading the game incredibly well. Seems to have a real good sense of how challenges are about to play out, and he seems to be in the right place more often than not.
The pressure is on. Oh, Scrub getting up for that challenge. The ball going wide. Tho will read this off the backboard and stay with it. Going for the 50, but he's beat by Atomic. Atomic. Flip reset. The shot! And Atomic with the play of the day to close it out against Guild.
And it's the guy who we said was making waves at the start of the series, was relatively quiet compared to Demenza and Greasy, but he will finish it off with an absolute exclamation point. What a shot from Atomic to knock out Guild, who just looked unstoppable yesterday.
Wow. What a finish. Talk about finishing with a bang. That was a play and a half. The flip, reset, top corner, achieves. That was a thing of beauty.
It's a tasty one. That's one you put in the highlight reel when you're looking at let's look at Atomic's best plays. There's that one right there.
Oh, you're going back to, if you're Atomic, you're going to go and watch that one right away. And he'll have a chance because we're going to a break. But when we come back, we've got more Rocket League action. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We are getting through down to the top 4 for stage number 3 of the first European Regional for the fall split. I'm your host, LeafX, alongside me, Gibbs, and Corelli now joins the desk to talk about this last match. And all I have to say is, hey, Corelli, two-time world champ for Greasy?
I'm all in. I said it. I said it before. I'm all in on Magnifico. I mean, their gameplay is fantastic. And look, they're beating good teams. I mean, for Magnifico, that's the biggest thing. It's one thing to play well and beat up on teams that maybe are at the same or level below you, but they are beating good teams. They are the real deal. If you are not in on Magnifico, you are not right. You are not correct. Okay?
So sometimes with these the underdog teams that come in, maybe they get teams on their off days. Like Guild didn't look that bad throughout this series. They were still playing well. Maybe they weren't playing like peak performance Guild from Saturday, but they were still playing like a top team for Europe. But you got to talk about Atomic and Demensa with the amount of mechanical skill these guys have. We saw it at the end with the flip reset goal. We saw the short angle, the double tap. We see dribble plays coming out. These two guys have never been on this big stage before, and they are doing amazing. It is great to see. And Magnifico is a top 4 team in Europe right now. I can't believe I'm saying it.
Yeah, no, this is insane now. In the top 4, Magnifico, top Blokes, Renault Vitality, Team BDS. Why don't we throw up a bracket here just to take a look at what we've been through today. Gibbs, to me, this is a bracket that does not look like a bracket I would have predicted when we started this split at all.
Yeah, we would expect, obviously, Vitality. Like, I think BDS was one of those, like, they're on the verge of top 4. We'll see if they can do it, and they prove true. Magnifico wasn't even a team till 12 days before the first regional, so you couldn't have had them on any of these lists. It wouldn't have mattered. And Top Blokes, I think, is one of those teams, maybe you expect them to go to quarterfinals and lose, but they are doing so well with Archie, who looks amazing. But obviously, the final boss, they're still alive, Vitality. And I think that's what every team is looking at. Obviously, you have to get to them whenever you do. But this has been a wild 2 weekends, and we're down to our final 4. Again, not expected outside of Vitality for a sure top 4 finish.
I like how Gibbs just kind of says, Corelli, that Vitality is the inevitability. You cannot avoid Vitality. Even talking to Extra before, off BDS, he's like, I don't want Vitality to win, but I know they're going to win against
Dignitas. They're going to win.
So we're going to have to face them. So Extra was preparing for this, so we had some time here. So let's talk about this match now. Renault Vitality versus BDS will be our next match to get someone into that grand finals. For you, Corelli, do you think BDS had enough time to prepare for this? Or again, is Vitality that inevitability?
I think BDS has a great chance here. Their style is quite unique, I'd say, for Europe at least. They like to bang the ball down the field and quickly hop on top of it and be all over you on your defensive half. They control the boost in the midfield quite well. And it's exactly actually what we've been seeing from Vitality. If you take a look at their game against Dignitas, I said it during that match, they were throwing bodies at the ball. So I think it's going to be a quite head-on match here between these two teams because there are some similarities right now in their offense. Vitality has been a bit more, push the ball down the field and try and win a couple more challenges, which they're very good at, by the way. But BDS, they will have their speed tested here. Vitality are very smart, and they know how to keep you honest during this game.
Gibbs, I know you're not a Chiefs, but I'm going to ask you here. What is BDS going to have to do to take down Vitality here? Or is Vitality's game just too strong?
I think BDS has a chance. Problem is, it's best of 7 now. Normally, when we get into longer series, the better team wins even more so, and that is Vitality. But Mark by 8 had a fantastic first series. He had a seal and pinch to a double tap. Plays like that will score on anyone, and that includes Vitality. The problem is trying to get those opportunities might not happen so close. Honestly, BDS, play your game, play how you've been playing, incredibly fast, and try and get in the face of Vitality. It might not work, but that is your game plan. You have to stick to what's been working to make you to go to top 4 at this point. But this is Vitality, and I'm not going to get cute here. Like, I haven't been cute all weekend. Both times Vitality was in a group, I said they would go 3-0, and I can't get cute here again. Vitality will win this.
I don't know, Gibbs. You're always cute to me. But Corelli, where are you going to go? Where are you landing on predictions for this one? Renault Vitality or is BDS? You said there's a chance, but do you believe in a best of 7 that's going to follow through?
Best of 7, long series. I got to go with Vitality. Hard to bet against.
I think I'm going to have to land with Vitality and you guys as well. They are the inevitability. And let us know online who you guys pick in this one. Will Vitality make it to that grand finals, or will BDS get the upset here with the hashtag RLCSX at RL Esports so we can see your tweet? But now it is time to head into one of our grand final qualifying matches with Jorby and James.
Thank you, Lee. Jorby. And crap.
James,
oh, man.
What?
Dude.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, you switched. You're on the other side now.
My bad.
Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. It's not about us. It's about the players in the game. And they're taking their sides on the pitch. Now, the talk among the hardcore fans of our esport has been all hype about Team BDS. And now they're up against Renault Vitality. What's the talk about BDS? They're potentially a top 2 team in Europe. Well, if there was ever a test to try to prove that potential, it's right now in this semifinal against the best team in Europe, Renault Vitality.
You're certainly right, and we saw how good Extra could be on AS Monaco back when he was getting through the rival series. Extra on that team, and then playing in the RLCS, even though they didn't have the greatest results, has been very good. Mark by 8, very good. Monkey Moon, undeniable, great offensive player. So this will be a fun series to watch because Vitality, everybody knows them and everybody knows how they work. And now the question will be, can BDS overcome, or will Vitality continue their dominance? And Monkey Moon making a good start of things.
Monkey Moon playing a little basketball and made 3 commit for Renault Vitality. Alpha bumping Fairy. Fairy might have actually had the save had Alpha not come in on that.
And it was Alpha's mishit as well. It was his mishit out into the middle that even gave the ball away to Monkey Moon. So rough start, but off kickoff, Fairy peek. I thought he had it, but Monkey Moon denies him. Gets
Monkey
the goal,
Moon
gets the save. Wow.
Yeah. He had the read off the post too. That's not the easiest to defend. I like it, Team BDS. A good start. Alpha will carry that out. Extra needs some help by Mark by 8, and it doesn't matter. K-Dop, he'll right the ship real quick for Vitality.
I love this play from K-Dop. He gets up in the air, quickly flipping upside down, goes underneath. You could see him even trying to disguise what kind of shot he was going for before that late turn upside down. K-Dop, loved that play from him, and he is another player who's a born scorer. K-Dop finding his mark more times than not.
He is probably the hardest working man in Europe, probably the world. The fact that K-Dop has been as consistent as he is, you can always rely on him to make the play, and it will always be a surprise when he doesn't. With Fairy, he doesn't touch the ball there, but K-Dop and Alpha are set up on offense. Alpha has a carry. K-Dop didn't like the traffic, and Fairy Peak was coming up as well. He'll collect that midfield boost as Team BDS look for a way out, but the challenge is not forthcoming for BDS. They're forced onto their own back wall again.
It was a quick start for Monkey Moon and BDS, but since that quick start, Vitality answered back, and now retaining a lot of the possession, taking shot after shot.
Yeah, not really grabbing possession, though the demo from Mark by 8 will give extra shot at the net, and Alpha diving back, can't make the save. That's another BDS lead.
Monkey Moon, that first touch off the side and then flipping towards it. You can see K-Dop pre-jumping, maybe thinking Monkey Moon was going to go for the shot. That gave extra the space to come in and work with. And another well-placed shot from BDS. Extra continuing to make a name for himself. Now Mark by 8 going for that flip reset, almost dunked Alpha as well.
Mark by 8, he's been kind of the name on Team BDS you've been hearing lately. While Extra has certainly made waves in previous seasons, the hype is all around this Mark by 8 guy who just seems to find the net really often. He's very good mechanically, but hang on. There's another rising star in Monkey Moon who just explodes into the net.
I love this play. That little pop, get the ball on trajectory, take out the final defender, even add a smoke screen on for Alpha to try to work through. And it was too much. Monkey Moon getting his second. Another dazzling play from him.
Oh, look at the speed from Mark by 8. He didn't get the touch, but I love the confidence that you feel from Team BDS on the pitch. They're not afraid of Vitality. They can't grab a save off the backboard. Doesn't matter how afraid you are there. Monkey Moon will get the clear. He's actually by all 3 players. Maybe a chance for BDS to get set up and maybe go up 3 against Vitality. But it's going to take a little work. Mark by 8 over to Extra. Fairy Peak trying to stay behind it. And Vitality are really being put to task here on defense.
They've been struggling a bit. There was that moment in the game where they were having all the possession, but now BDS is swarming and Mark scores again for BDS. BDS, their 4th goal. Mark getting his 1st.
Ooh. Vitality got to shake off the game 1 jitters. Fairy Peak, while that's a tough play to get right off the rebound, you can usually rely on him to make that touch. So Vitality, it is a slow start for them. And give some credit to Team BDS as we have been. They've taken advantage and have played quite aggressively against Vitality.
Fantastic game for Monkey Moon. When he's not scoring, he's setting his teammates up. Playing a part in every single goal that's been scored for BDS. Pinch from Mark.
I mean, what do you do there if you're Fairy Peak or Alpha? Just when you think you finally start figuring it out, you're like, oh yeah, he just wants to shove this across. But recognizing that, he'll just pinch it away. He'll take possession away from Vitality, but they do get it back. Fairy Peak couldn't get the touch. K-Dop gives him one more chance at it. And that'll be BDS getting another clear. With about a minute left, Vitality likely looking towards game 2, but talking about Team BDS, to come out the gates like this, yeah, the first goal from Monkey Moon, maybe you made Vitality panic a little bit on net, and that's why it goes in, but the subsequent 3 goals have been all Team BDS and their relentless pressure with the aggression, but free passing play for Vitality ends up being saved anyway.
And it was a mistake from Alpha, both on the touch out on that first goal, and then also a mistake on the bump from his teammate, or onto his teammate on the goal line, so Alpha didn't have the greatest start. We did see that one play from K-Dot, but overall, BDS playing with such anger and speed. We saw the demo play from Monkey Moon just being a handful for Vitality, and it's clear they don't have an answer. There's another goal coming in for Monkey Moon. He'll take a hat trick.
Vitality feeling desperate for a goal or anything to feel a little better heading into game 2, but Monkey Moon, he's just been a little faster, a little quicker, and like you said, James, a hattie, but not only that, he's got 2 assists to his name and 3 saves. Can we get a Monkey Moon assist? I still want to see the triple crown. We've been so close so many times this weekend. We won't get it though. Team BDS, honestly, I remember, James, I was talking to Johnny Boy in the green room earlier, and I didn't have confidence that Team BDS were going to be able to bring it to Vitality. I was thinking Vitality sweep at first, but with how they've come out against them, I loved the mentality from BDS at the start of this game, and it served them really well with a win.
It certainly did. BDS with Monkey Moon leading the charge. He started out scoring that first goal, 50-50ing it by after that missed touch from Alpha. And then things just kept rolling. There was the response. The game was tied. It was hard to believe. At one point, this game was tied, but then things started to keep rolling. Extra scoring that goal. You see Monkey Moon and Mark by 8 working together. And again, Monkey Moon, he was playing a part in every single goal in this first game. 3 goals, getting a hat trick, 2 assists. He was everywhere, Jorby, and he is that type of player that you look to be that central figure in the heart of your offense, the chemistry of your team. He is that catalyst player, and he was on point game 1.
And make no mistake about it, I definitely expect a full heel turn by Vitality in game number 2. Felt like game 1 got away from them at the start. I think their position on defense was kind of telling of that. But if there's any team that is better mentally than anyone else, it's this team, and they'll be able to reset as game 2 gets underway. 5 minutes, 0-0. Alpha 54 has had quite a day today from, the one series we saw him play in. I don't think he's sick today, and he's got to get going for Vitality. He wasn't able to really do anything against BDS in game 1, so let's see if he can find some room. But a pick by Extra almost turns into a goal. Barely getting back in time was Ferry.
Oh, Extra. Almost getting played there. Alpha doing a very good job putting the pressure on, trying to get space for his teammates to come in and work with that dribble. Anytime you have a player who can single-handedly take down multiple defenders, make them waste boost, that is only going to help you in the long run when you're trying to break down a defense. Now a chance for him. Well played. Sent that to the corner.
Ooh. Fairy Peak. All it could do is try to kill that ball in front of Monkey Moon, but it ends up back in the corner. Alpha respecting Extra on the approach. Extra will actually just win the touch cleanly, which gives Mark by 8 a chance. K-Dop blocked out by Monkey Moon. Team BDS, aggressive positioning here. Collect that midfield boost. Turn right back into the third. Extra can't get by Alpha 54. Another light shot, but this time turned away. Vitality not really sweating in front of the net. None of these shots have been too powerful or nothing that they couldn't handle. And they get back to the blue half.
But a lot of the pressure that we're seeing right now was coming from Alpha taking too much time in the corner, Jorby. And then he let Extra come in and get that win. And now finally starting to break out, but Alpha getting shut down there as well. Alpha giving a little too much space for Extra. We'll wait to see if he can start heating up in this series. It's a best of 7, which is different than the earlier series today. This one going the full distance of 7 games. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, that's why I feel like this is the real test for Team BDS. You got to go marathon mode against the best team in Europe. That's going to be a difficult task, but it's one that will give you a really good idea about where Team BDS are currently. Granted, we talk about the potential of this team, so this is just the latest litmus test. It isn't, a comment on their peak as a team. I definitely think that these guys have so much room to grow, and they're doing well against Vitality right now. Like this is game 2. It's halfway through. It's 0-0. Vitality have only registered 2 shots on net, and it's 6 from Team BDS, but disaster on the goal line. And Fairy Peak gets it for free.
Caster curse, Jorby.
Every time, man.
Getting bumped out of the way. Monkey Moon also flying right by it. And Fairy Peak will tuck that one in.
That's okay. For 2.5 minutes, they did. they did play it well. They got those 6 shots on net. Just nothing that was too threatening, and that's part of what makes Vitality so difficult to fight against, because it isn't just one phase of the game you have to beat them at. It's not good enough to just put pressure on them, as Extra almost got a dunk into the net, but you got to find powerful touches. You got to find teammates in traffic, because Vitality are always ready for that passing play. But that was a great scoop to Mark by 8 from Extra. Extra really feeling the passing right now. He's been doling stuff out and really winning a lot of challenges for Team BDS.
You could tell he's dialed in, even on that play before where he went for the read on the challenge in the air, was able to block that ball near the goal line. Extra then getting that scoop play. His mechanics, his reads are looking good.
Ooh. I like that first touch at first, but got a little too far away from Team BDS. It's a tight rotation for Vitality. K-Dop stole that corner boost. They're caught flat-footed in net, and Alpha will punish That's a 2-goal lead for Vitality.
And this is a brilliant play from Fairy Peak. Able to touch that ball to the corner, jump to the corner, and then dribble it on the wall before flicking it out to the middle to his teammate. That was a next level passing play from Fairy Peak.
Well, Vitality right back on top of it, but here come Team BDS real quick. Mark by 8 gets the bump, and the ball hangs in front of the net. Extra has to flex to get in, finally crossing the goal line.
And this one, marked by 8, throwing himself into the middle of all the defenders. It looked like all of Vitality jumped for that one. And Mark, like a bowling ball into pins, knocking things around. And it worked out in the end.
One of the few times, James, I'm okay with you say just throw yourself at the ball. Just throw your whole body at it.
Throw yourself at the Vitality team, the ball, whatever you want. You couldn't miss.
Absolutely not.
You're hitting something.
A wake-up call for BDS. Did Extra just intercept a goal? No, but he'll take the boost for his spoils, and the pass is saved by Fairy Peak, but stopped by Alpha. That may not matter. He got a little bit of space. Monkey Moon coming in quick. K-Dop, they're just playing reactionary to Team BDS right now on this push, but K-Dop eventually wins, and he fakes out Monkey Moon. He's over Extra, but can't win the challenge against Mark by 8.
K-Dop was in a den of lions right there, trying to find his way out, and did so well, making defenders miss time and time again, and then eventually popping that clear by. But is it enough? Final few seconds.
Oh. Thought Extra was going to give Mark a clean angle, but Monkey Moon has one and can't put it on target. Extra banging the ball off the corner. He's got to find a 50 against Fairy, which he won't. Now Mark by 8, pass in front to Monkey Moon, blocked, but Extra's there. Goal! Tie game!
BDS, shot after shot. Mark, the infield pass you hope for. Alpha had it read, but it rebounds out to Extra, who puts another one in. BDS, 13 shots to 5, and I feel like half of them came in the final 10 seconds.
It certainly felt like it. Both goals scored in the last minute of the game. Or at least around that minute mark was when BDS got their first goal. But now, momentum has swung as fickle as momentum is. It can be what separates a series or a game off the post. Does Mark by 8 get it? No! Alpha has the save, but Monkey Moon keeps the play alive. Alpha can only get a weak clear out to the corner. Mark by 8 and Extra's following too closely, but he's got the space. Fairy Peak got chipped and barely gets back in time for the 50. So overtime starts out with a flash, and it's not over. Monkey Moon double tap off the crossbar. Alpha desperately looking for a clear, and he finds Fairy.
If Vitality managed to win this game, that would be something else, because BDS... Oh, Kate up the shot! Oh! I thought he could end it there.
But he's still going.
BDS, Jorby, BDS, in that moment, you knew they should have scored. That was right there. Even, was it Extra who was trying to get that redirect? I believe it was Extra who was downfield. He could have redirected that in, barely missed. Multiple shots hitting off the crossbar. BDS scoring in that final second, almost ending it there. Vitality, it would be crazy if they're able to win this one.
Alpha literally just got Vitality out of that situation against two attackers, and now Fairy Peak has the ball, but Monkey Moon reads the play correctly, and now he's got some space, but K-Dop closes the gap quickly. Vitality trying to get set up in midfield. Alpha close following is Fairy. Fairy Peak, he'll have to wait for Alpha, who will steal the boost away, slowly whittling away at Team BDS's boost count. Extra looking for the demo against Alpha, just racing for him, and Alpha's like, all right, fine, you got me.
And
but
Alpha gets bumped finally by Extra as well.
BDS got some space now, about 2 minutes of overtime played. Fake out the pass, shot blocked by Alpha.
And another shooting opportunity Alpha predicts perfectly. Alpha getting in the way of that one. That was another game-ending shot chance that BDS wasn't able to convert on.
If Team BDS can somehow start the series with a 2-0 scoreline on the match score, that would be unreal for Team BDS. Vitality, they're going to start from their own half, looking for a pass, but Extra's there to intercept. He's intercepted a lot of those in this match so far. Marked by 8, testing that backboard, trying to force more boost out of Vitality. Looking for an opening in both teams. not wanting to give a little too much. Marked by 8, going back to extra. Now Team BDS are heating it up. Wide spread here for Vitality, and KDOP will win this cleanly. It might mean a transition. KDOP winning another touch. Fairy Peak having to cut in against extra, and now Vitality got possession.
Look at all that work Fairy Peak's doing, trying to get it by multiple defenders.
Oh, KDOP. Now they're starting to win 50s. KDOP especially, the last 3 or 4 times he's been tasked with a challenge, he's won it cleanly. And now it just comes down to getting that challenge in front of the net. Can Vitality work towards this BDS goal and start putting quality shot opportunities on? They've had a couple at the beginning of this overtime, but since then, we've only been able to get to about the 3rd before the play has died. Monkey Moon cutting off the turnover again in midfield. Oh, and Marked by 8. He's by everybody. I thought KDOP had a look, but he can't see as Marked by 8 puts it in the back of his net, and they're up 2-0.
KDOP had to go. He felt like he couldn't get there off the wall, but as soon as he turned away from that challenge, he left all the space that Mark needed. KDOP getting out of position on that challenge, but Mark did so well before that to get a piece of that ball in that situation to put KDOP in the awkward stance. So that was a finish that I felt like was just a matter of time. BDS scoring with 1 second left on the clock, and overtime having multiple chances, and finally putting the game away.
That was insane from Team BDS, the speed. And then Monkey Moon, I felt, on defense, had so many great touches, taking it away from Vitality. His field awareness is excellent right now. Every gap that there is, he was finding it. And just so many chances for Team BDS. We see Extra putting that one in. How many did Extra go for that just banged off the crossbar like that and that? That defense at the beginning of overtime from Vitality had me thinking, James, that they might turn it around in that OT, but Team BDS just never let their foot off the gas.
They really didn't. BDS was all over the place. There was a couple chances where there seemed to be a window for Vitality, but BDS generating chance after chance after chance. They are looking like the better team on the field right now. And the speed, it is the speed from BDS, the speed to every single challenge. The passing, they have infield passing. Shooting is looking good. Challenges, is they're looking good. Everything from BDS's game is looking very good right now. Vitality playing catch up.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but if BDS win this next game, they put Vitality on match point and in danger of getting swept. They got to get it figured out right now. They went up 2-0 in game 2, and they'll start game 3 1-0.
KDOP, that self pass, perfect on boost usage. Monkey Moon getting caught out. Mark couldn't get back in time, and KDOP, the precision striker, they're going to need him. They're going to need him to start leading this offense. And that was a big goal for him early, just 13 seconds in.
Ooh, Alpha trying to punish that initial miss from Extra, but Marked by 8 and Monkey Moon both. Even that second challenge there, they're just Extra's always ready. And when you're constantly winning these challenges in midfield, I feel like the only guy that's truly winning 50s on Vitality right now is KDOP. And Fairy Peak, it's been about, half and half. And Alpha has just, I felt like he's had a lot of struggles. He's only really had a few chances to really put solid shots on net. That's just credit to BDS on defense.
Credit to BDS on defense, certainly. Alpha has been a non-factor, which is not something that you expect, especially when Alpha's proven that he can play lights out Rocket League. This time, you're struggling to see anything from him, but there's still plenty of time left in this series. Vitality with the lead here can get right back into this series, and I don't think it's time yet to worry for Vitality. This 7-game series, it is a long haul.
Certainly. Although, I might be a little worried just from how we saw Vitality play in their quarterfinal match. They were hitting tight passes with a tight rotation, just like this, from KDOP Fairy to Alpha. But now the play dies, and Vitality are forced for a full retreat. Alpha able to take the ball away, but it's not a favorable bounce. Fairy Peak makes the most of it and keeps BDS away from their goal. Alpha, no good. Marked by 8, another challenge.
Ooh.
Oh, is that gonna? Okay.
We almost
Close
saw
one.
that shot. I saw what you were looking at, that ground bounce. If Monkey Moon was able to hit it off the bounce, he might have been able to sneak that by the final defender.
Nice pop from Alpha. Fairy Peak getting there just in time, but BDS have met Vitality on every challenge on defense, except for that one where Alpha wins it clean. K-Dop waiting for the next touch. The demo on the first man may delay things for a little bit, but instead, Extra spawns right where he needs to, and Vitality got to try again here. Fairy Peak next up for Alpha. Alpha trying to screen across the net. There's nothing for him. And BDS close towards the net again here, marked by 8. He won't get towards it, but he will grab the boost, so there's some value. Vitality, they get the first goal, but it feels like Team BDS are slowly just taking control.
BDS, they've been in this situation before where they were playing from behind in the last game, and they were able to score with a single second left on the clock. Vitality eager to get some insurance going.
Oh no. This has been several times now where Vitality, they like to play that tight rotation to get those quick passes out, right? But then two players, several times in this series now, have gotten caught together in midfield, and they've lost to a boomer. Sometimes they save it, but they're forcing so much boost to play acrobatic defense, and it just doesn't feel like they're respecting Team BDS's potential to boom the ball down the field. Not in a, like, they don't respect the player's way, but more in a, they're just so focused on trying to get downfield and score a goal. They have so much faith in their teammates, but they haven't been winning those challenges. That faith is now unearned in Game 3. They're holding on to this lead, but as you've been watching, Team BDS, they've stayed in the orange half for a little while. Monkey Moon looking for a read here. He's got a pass to mark by 8. The shot barely blocked by K-Dop.
Good touch from Alpha. Will open up the field. Fairy Peak finally getting something to work with. He'll go off the ceiling. And that one saved away. No, K-Dop was a little too close to follow up on the shot. Now counterattack. Alpha does well to prevent that bounce. And Vitality gonna have to play defense here. That one off the crossbar and in extra. Do you believe it? Final minute heroics from him.
Easy reads for Extra. The Bardowski, and why not with how he's been playing in this set? The dude has been popping off. Monkey Moon and marked by 8. Excellent work, but Extra, he's doing a little extra, James.
He certainly is. And that is what you hope for. When you got a name like Extra, you got to be giving it your all and a little more.
Got to be a little extra.
And he is. Another chance here for him. That one tapped by K-Dop. Up to Fairy. Fairy can score this. But another defensive stop marked by 8. Well done from him.
Monkey Moon following it close. He gets over Alpha, but that'll be a dead play for BDS. They have to wait for Vitality. Don't have to wait very long. Alpha looking for a gap against BDS, but no gaps are found. We might have another overtime. K-Dop back out to the corner. Monkey Moon found Extra. Extra back to Monkey Moon. Oh, he almost found it. Now Fairy Peak a catch. The breakaway opportunity taken away by Extra. Holy moly.
Hey, you know, you love to see it. That 0-second rule, the original rule number 1 or first rule of Rocket League, whatever you want to say, is keep that ball up. Those players doing a good job doing it.
Oh.
Mark, another defensive stop on the backboard. BDS, if they can win this one here, that would be a huge blow, and then it would be time to panic for Vitality.
It feels like the only way Vitality are going to break through that defense is if they demo marked by 8, because he is the last man standing so many times for Team BDS, but he is always the last man standing, no matter what Vitality have thrown at him so far in this game. But overtime has just started in Vitality. You see Alpha, he's going to screen across, grab the boost, and take a player out.
Wow.
But Extra, that was next level.
The Extra, he is, like I said before, Jorby, dialed in. That one had to dodge his teammate, had to see if his teammate was going to make contact with that ball as well. Extra, he is all over, and that was such a reaction time play that was difficult to pull off, and he did it. And now this time defending the net. Pinch clear as well. So Extra, who's been on such low boost for a long time, Jorby, he is killing it.
And Vitality, he just returns another boomer. That time Monkey Moon and Fairy Peak. I'm pretty sure the speed was exactly the same on that play. Only difference was the angle Fairy Peak came from. Vitality, they're feeling so frustrated that even when they were given all that space, they just boomed it right back downfield. They do have the ball on offense. Fairy Peak, he's had a couple of nice passes. Here's one over to K-Dop, and Extra gets in the way, but K-Dop got a great pass to Alpha, and marked by 8! He denies Vitality at the gates again. Alpha 54 can't put that shot on target. K-Dop, light ball, Extra, he couldn't handle it, but Monkey Moon is there to bail him out, and Team BDS somehow, some way.
Wow.
Wow.
Finally getting some space. Vitality, such a big assault there, keeping BDS on their toes. And now a chance. K-Dop, open net, bounces it in, and Vitality are in the series once more.
It took a broken rotation as Monkey Moon, he chipped K-Dop. Monkey Moon pole vaulted K-Dop to the ball.
Well, it just seemed like a matter of time, Jorby. Vitality had so much possession in the BDS half and overtime, and BDS, they were making some big stops. They were making some tough stops, especially Extra making all those defensive plays on zero boost. Mark getting those saves on the goal line where you think Vitality is going to score, but in the end, Vitality muscling through, showing why people give them the respect that they deserve.
I'm sorry. I'm still reeling after that last goal. I really want to take another look at it as we go through the highlights, because it really looked like Monkey Moon just flicked K-Dop to the ball. It was one of the most complicated pull shots I've ever seen, if it really did happen the way I thought I saw it. But, you know, the only shame is that Mark by 8 got official credit for one save, but he definitely had 4 or 5 of them. And man, this just turned into a real match as Vitality get their first win. I was going to be scared if they went down 0-3 against Team BDS, but it's still going to be tough. Like, I don't know, because Vitality were given that little gift. Honestly, that last goal was a bit of a gift. They caught them on a broken rotation, which has not happened with Team BDS, James.
But you got to give due credit to Vitality, though, because of how much pressure they were putting on the net. Shot after shot, retaining possession, putting the ball high, draining out the boost, responding to the clears. They did everything they needed to. That's why Vitality's vitality is their consistency. And they remained consistent in that overtime. And even when it doesn't look like Alpha's playing his best game, Vitality's still in the series. And I was telling you, Jorby, there's no need to panic just yet. And Vitality shows you why, is they still have control over this game. Such a seasoned team. And I think we're in for a fun series.
It's where the length of the series starts to matter a little bit more now that we're good for at least a 5-game series marked by 8. His challenge will set BDS up, as Extra will actually get the ball, but Alpha, confident in his ability to grab it. That touch by Mark by 8 will not help his team. Instead, it will help Vitality, but Monkey Moon is there only for a short time. Fairy Peak too light of a shot and easily saved by Mark by 8.
Don't make it easy on Mark to save a shot, because he'll do it.
Every time. Extra, if he continues to play like he has, it certainly will be a battle for Vitality. Mark by 8 gets bumped. Monkey Moon can't recover, and K-Dop will score first yet again.
Mark with a misplay here, trying to bring that ball into the corner, mistimed his hit, gets bumped out of the way, and K-Dop threading the needle again. That's something I say quite a bit, and something I assume I'll say a few more times in my casting career.
Only a few. An Extra, he might get a few more. I thought he had the read on the challenge, but well approached by K-Dop. And it's slowed down a little bit here. Right now, Team BDS confident to have that first man run up, just slam into that ball, force the ball off Vitality, and then react to the next touch. At least that's what they've done on this sequence. Oh, an Extra saw the opportunity on the high bounce. Monkey Moon wants something. He's going to keep the play alive for BDS, but everybody's waiting for K-Dop and Alpha. Not a strong touch from Alpha. Fairy Peak has to come in quick to bail him out.
And we're starting to see BDS cool off a little bit. The misplay from Mark that gave the goal to Vitality. Even there a few moments earlier, Extra, a weak shot right at the defense. Starting to cool off. We'll see if they can heat up again, or if Vitality can start surging back.
Well, this is dangerous for Team BDS. Everyone has to retreat. Extra buying a little bit of time, but the shot is coming from K-Dop. Off the back wall, shot roller for Alpha 54. Sneaks it by the entire defense.
K-Dop taking his time, putting it off the wall. He knew that no one would be able to get there in time. Alpha's just hanging out in the middle, waiting for the ball. K-Dop feeds it right to him. And Vitality, we were worried a little bit, Jorby, but it seems like they've got things under control, at least in Game 4.
Well, don't forget, Team BDS were down 0-2 in Game 2, and were able to force overtime to pick up their second victory. So Vitality got to keep their heads on a swivel, because here comes Extra with Mark by 8 right behind, shot right into Fairy Peak. Monkey Moon back to Extra. Mark by 8 in front, tried to get in the way of Alpha. Monkey Moon, the next man, has another shot. K-Dop there to block it. It was BDS there in midfield. Yes, Extra's there, forcing more pressure on the backboard. Fairy Peak up to the task, but Mark by 8 past the Monkey Moon. The net's open!
Wow.
Goal for Monkey Moon!
This was stellar all around. The attack ongoing, the infield pass from Mark, the far post shot from Monkey Moon, the demo by Extra. Jorby, you did the opposite of a caster curse this time. I guess it was a caster blessing.
Caster boon.
That was quite the series of events from BDS. It was like a honey badger, that type of attack. Never giving up till the goal goes in.
If you ever come in contact with a honey badger, run. That thing doesn't look like it can do damage, but trust me, it'll does.
Try.
It will try and likely succeed. Team BDS trying to succeed as well. Don't know where we were going with that, but we're back on the game. Monkey Moon giving some clearance for Team BDS, and sometimes the play just slows down. Where as soon as the two first players challenge the ball, everyone else on Vitality and Team BDS are like, all right, wait, where is everybody? No one is really wanting to just face plant themselves into the ball consistently. They really want to make sure they know where everyone is on the pitch. You can feel the respect, especially after how Team BDS have played the start of this match. And they're putting the screws to Vitality. Oh, Fairy Peak barely making the save. Mark by 8 turns around completely for another shot. They want to keep the pressure up, but this touch from Extra will buy some time. K-Dop's touch won't really do anything for Vitality. Fairy Peak makes a great touch and gets the ball back downfield.
Vitality has read BDS so many times on those shots, but Monkey Moon could have shot around the defense if he makes proper contact. That was the equalizer for BDS. So they're starting to cool off Jorby in this game, I feel. You wonder if it'll be the series as well, and if Vitality will start pulling things back more in their favor as this series progresses. A 7-game series. It is a long haul.
And the defense is held for Vitality for the most part. It has to hold here. They get a massive clear here. It means more time off the clock. Mark by 8 wants one chance down this field. Monkey Moon's going to give it to him. But you see the hesitation in midfield. They know K-Dop is there. The boomer, as promised, came, but Monkey Moon found the ball. Extra's already up for it. Oh, he almost got the goal, but no, Vitality hold firm. We got a tie match. Woo-hoo-hoo.
That was one of those games where you know, you feel like things are in control for the most part, but there's a few times where the wheels almost fall off the wagon. But, you know, they barely stay on. You make it to the home stretch, and you're thanking your lucky stars. That's how I felt for Vitality, those scoring opportunities in the final moment, especially by Monkey Moon. I thought he had it, but Vitality hung on.
I saw Extra jump as soon as Monkey Moon touched the ball. And he knows where the ball's going. I was like, this is going in. And the crossbar, I'm not even sure I believed my own thought when I saw it. But James, I said at the start of this series, you know, the thought in the Rocket League community is that Team BDS have the potential to be one of the best 2 teams in Europe. I think what this series has presented to us so far is a top 2 team. Like, they have played that way in this match. I thought that they would struggle more, and maybe they're struggling on offense a little more at the end of that, but they're still finding each other in space. They're not making stupid decisions. They're forcing Vitality to beat them. They're not beating themselves, which is the folly of so many teams against Vitality, but it's not happening with Team BDS.
You know, they've had minimal mistakes. In this game, though, they did lose because of that mistake by Mark. I don't want to say it was that one mistake, but it was one that they weren't making in the past. Mark was so solid on defense, made that mistake. But you're right, Jorby. They are getting opportunities. The passing play is there. The speed is there. Everything is working together for BDS. They almost won that game. Now the shooting comes through in their favor. 5 seconds in, Extra getting on the board early.
That's a huge goal for Team BDS. Once they've grabbed a lead, they are seldom to give it up, and that is just a massive boon for the confidence. And now off the kickoff again, you see this still, respect to Vitality. Don't want to overcommit. Don't want to give Vitality any kind of freedom on a counterattack. Handling the ball well, no panic on defense as Monkey Moon and Extra combine to get another clear, but Vitality, some boomers down the pitch, they're gonna have to maybe further adjust because more shots are headed towards their net. And that pass again, Monkey Moon's passes, he's hit so many of those types of passes, and it surprises me every time. Like, I know he's gonna go for it, but he just disguises it as he approaches the ball and turns his car at the last possible second to get that pass. It can be so deceiving.
Well, they're in lockstep. Everyone from BDS, when those infield passes come, a lot of the danger from those plays, Jorby, are when they're too predictable or when they're able to be cut off. But with BDS and how they've been doing them, everyone's been on the same page. And it's allowed them to get shot after shot, goal after goal, and it's working out quite well for them. Even Mark dishing out great passes into the mid. But a low boost defensive situation playing out. Can BDS make it through?
Ooh, good challenge from Extra, but like you said, looking for a clear. Monkey Moon will get one with a carry and marked by 8. Don't think he was ready for it. Extra looking for the shot to the corner. Was just wide, but saved anyway. And the touch back, Extra giving a chance for marked by 8. He's gonna drill it towards the net. K-Dop will punch it back. Monkey Moon, that's another pot shot. Fairy Peak wants to find Alpha. That was almost an own goal. Monkey Moon too hard of a pass to marked by 8.
Monkey Moon, he was everywhere. Even that play a little bit before, he, instead of going for that touch, he barely had enough boost, got the flip reset pass out to the middle. Monkey Moon, a couple degrees off from perfection on a few of these. Even that pass was just a little too fast, but it was the right idea. BDS bouncing back after that tough game. Wow. And now in game 5, they're looking like their edge is back.
But Alpha did a lot of work to move that ball downfield. And it's right back into his orange half. Fairy Peak, a great first touch, but both him and K-Dop commit on the play. The touch right back to Alpha. Does he have the read? Marked by 8. He didn't get the touch, and another shot comes. Extra picks up that save. Midfield boost belongs to Vitality. Can they get the ball back? K-Dop having to pull off, and that would buy enough time for Monkey Moon.
A huge touch for Monkey Moon to buy some time, but it's still not over yet. Panic in the BDS half. Alpha getting full boost. That infield pass cut out by Mark. That defensive touch was huge. Now the infield pass attempt, and he'll get the corner steal. BDS recover nicely. And Vitality will have to try again. And that one almost finding the net. Fairy Peak had to keep that one out.
Yeah, he's spamming close one as he turned back around to make that save. K-Dop right over Extra. He's got Alpha on the wing. The shot blocked by Mark by 8, but Fairy Peak is there and denied by Monkey Moon. Team BDS keeping their 1-goal lead. Now Extra, he's got some space, but Alpha quick back to the ball.
Hey, you know, I was saying Vitality barely keeping the wheels on the wagon. This time it's BDS. It's like they're flying down a hill in a boxcar. The wheels starting to unscrew, but they're still winning the race.
Team BDS trying to reach terminal velocity down this hill and find some insurance. Extra, so surprised that ball did not come where he was. But marked by 8 scoops the ball out. Bumps Fairy Peak, but K-Dop following close behind will only give Monkey Moon the ball as Extra jumps so quick back up. Team BDS, the most impressive part is they don't quit on each other. When the first man passes to the second man so many times, that first man will stay right there because he knows, well, the net's defended. I know this ball's going to come right back to me. And that can throw off the rotations or throw off the reads for Vitality as Marked by 8 screens across for another save.
They are barely hanging on. It is 12 boost plays coming out from BDS in these moments where Vitality's on the cusp of scoring. Final 30 seconds.
Oh. Fairy Peak will grab that one up. I thought it was a scary moment for Vitality, but the shot never comes. Extra and Team BDS get a favorable bounce. That's not a good touch from Alpha. They're in danger. Extra shot. It didn't come fast enough. And Vitality pick up a save. Do they have a breakaway? No. Monkey Moon has been their arch nemesis in this series. He's denied them every single time. Extra can't find the touch, but does he need it as time expires? Are Team BDS taking Vitality to match point? Oh. Yes, sir, they are! Monkey Moon, insurance for the road. We go to game 6.
That was edge of your seat action for almost the entire 5 minutes. I am shocked Vitality did not find one at any point in that game. The defense from BDS was unbelievable.
No words, James. Just another moment of silence for Team BDS's performance. Very good.
Moment of respect for that, for sure. That Vitality, they were on the edge of scoring so many times. I can't believe they didn't find it at least once, because save after save was coming out, and it was a tug of war that entire game. Even that play, K-Dop, if he connects on that bumper demo, that's a goal. And then shots getting saved. That final play, that was going to end it. But that was a blast, Jorby. And now it's coming down to the wire. We're going to find out if Vitality really is going to start earning their title, or as their reputation is the best team in Europe, because BDS is hungry, ready, and willing to take it from them.
Like I said, this is the team everyone was looking at being like, they might be able to take this team on. They might be the ones that can take Vitality on. And here we are with them up in the match, 1 game away from making a grand finals appearance in the very first European regional of RLCS Season X. Monkey Moon, Marked by 8, and Extra, all 3 of these players in this match have had standout moments, and now they need one more stellar performance to cement their spot in grand finals. Extra, he makes them look silly. Extra does it again. First goal to Team BDS.
Extra off kickoff. Gets that little touch. K-Dop, see you later, man. Where are you going?
Gone. To the moon.
5 seconds again. Extra. I don't know what it is about Extra in the 5-second mark, but it's working for BDS.
It was clear for Alpha and Fairy Peak. That's been the trouble that they've been running into. They want to possess this ball. They want to control and get these quick passes, but Team BDS, they've just got their number on that philosophy. They've been harassing Vitality with bumps, chips, demos, and then just making, when they have to make a play and deny Vitality, somehow, some way, they come up with it. Extra ends up just winning this touch freely. Marked by 8 shot, almost a forced own goal. Monkey Moon will be forced, and 2 goals now. Team BDS are unstoppable.
Extra, that hustle to beat out Fairy Peak, that was the moment where I knew Vitality was in trouble. It was a heroic save, but the rebound coming out to Monkey Moon, and it was too much for Vitality. The speed from BDS, the confidence to turn and challenge, the trust, the positioning. BDS looks brilliant.
Alpha, still. Alpha 54 has not had a lot of chances on net. And Vitality, they do what they do best. That one off the rebound. The difference is they don't get free rebounds, James. Even when it comes back to a player, someone on Team BDS has already had them read. And it's what a save from Alpha. A 3-goal lead this early for BDS. I'm not sure I would give any more credence to Vitality in this set. I would think they're done. But that save, can it give them enough juice to move back down the field? They need a goal, and they need it now.
You're right, Jorby. I truly feel like if BDS can get another goal, that's just going to be it. It'll be too much. It'll be too much for Vitality to come back from. But if Vitality can start building that confidence, then maybe they can turn it around. This is such a seasoned team. These guys are veterans, experts, and it's not too late for them.
Are feeling a little bit of pressure from Team BDS. Alpha just can't find the read there against Monkey Moon. And now it's a 2v2 back the other way. Fairy Peak has the save, and Alpha on the rotation back. He's got a carry over Extra. He had to stretch for it. Still, he's denied in midair. And Vitality, they have to work for every centimeter of airspace, which has been fully controlled by Team BDS as they casually roll the ball back down to Vitality territory. It's slowed down a little bit. Maybe a 2-on-1 opportunity develops for Vitality, but the shot's not there just yet. K-Dop, I mean, the whole net is covered. And K-Dop put it probably the best spot he thought he had. Marked by 8 had another save. Alpha and Fairy Peak moving downfield. Fairy Peak just can't win a challenge, James. Every time he gets behind the ball on offense, he's losing these challenges, which Vitality, they have to rely on because there have been no other openings. If Fairy Peak can finally win one of those challenges where he's carrying it in front of the box, then Vitality can finally find a way into this series. But now K-Dop, unfortunate bounce right back into his car. Alpha will steal it away again, but nothing, James, for Vitality.
We're going to need something, whether it's Fairy Peak. A chance for Extra. Double tap ball, and he misses. Rebound is saved as well. That could have been it. And now Extra missing that. We'll see if Vitality can capitalize as they're on the attack. And then Mark again. Huge play from Mark. How does he do it, Jorby?
Unbelievable. Mark by 8 is always there when you need him. But before this replay, James, you know who made 3 crucial touches in a row in that corner? Extra. He stopped K-Dop, then he stopped Fairy Peak. They're like, all right, we're gonna roll it on the corner. Extra's like, nah, son. And he's like, okay, we're gonna roll it on the corner. Extra's like, son, I told you nah. It's done. It's over. It's a 3-goal lead for Team BDS. They are dominating Renault Vitality in this semifinal. And with a minute left and 0 offense from Vitality, it's looking like it's over. Only 2 shots on net total for this team. I don't even want to think about what the shot differential in this set was, and the sniper marked by 8. Pick up another. It's a victory lap for Team BDS.
A terrific series from BDS, all involved. It started out with Monkey Moon, and then it finished with Mark and Extra. This was magnificent, Jorby. Truly, BDS showing what they're made of. I heard Shogun talking about BDS, saying he believes they have what it takes to be on top, and they have proved that for me here in this series.
100% am with you, James. Team BDS, they passed the litmus test with flying colors, and there is a lot of hope around this team, and I think they just made a bunch of fans after this match. With 30 seconds remaining, you're playing with house money. Team BDS will be awaiting the winner of the second semi in the grand finals. Monkey Moon had so many crucial challenges, stops in midfield. Extra somehow always found a way to carry the ball and shovel it away from a Vitality player. And Mark by 8 on defense completes the trifecta. Team BDS head to the grand finals.
That was awesome, Jorby. Extra, marked by 8, Monkey Moon. These guys are here to stay. That was lights out action in so many games. It came down to the wire. We got to see them in high pressure situations. You know, this is the time where new teams are starting to make a name for themselves, and BDS did just that with this win over Vitality, and now they're going to be playing for the title, for the whole thing, going to the grand finals.
This is crazy, man. Rocket League is crazy. Just when we think we're finally getting things figured out, there's at least one team we can rely. Nope. Nope, not yet. It's probably going to be a little while until some of this field starts to separate itself and turn into the great above the good. It is just the parity right now is insane for Europe and North America. Rocket League has never been in a more competitive spot. I'm so excited for this second semifinal coming up. Can Magnifico continue their historic run here? Can Greasy Meister make it to the grand finals? Find out after the break.
In the night and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide when the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge. Now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her. That's when we need each other. 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 When you're falling faster and don't know where you are, you feel the danger closer than your heart. When the weight is getting heavy and the future is unsteady, close your eyes. Close your eyes. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her. I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need you. That's when we need each other. 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 That's when we need each other.
My heart, don't wanna feel your touch like ice tracing on my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me.
Team BDS shutting down all expectations as they take a victory over Vitality and find themselves in the grand finals. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I am your host, LeafX, and alongside me, Gibbs, and now Achieves back on the desk here to talk about that match. I mean, for us at least, they've proven all of us wrong at Cheese. We all had Vitality. I'm assuming you probably did as well. But yes. BDS crushes through. It's crazy. Gibbs, like, this is nuts.
It was just nuts because we saw it right at the beginning of the series. Like, all right, this is going to be a competition where game one, Monkey Moon, he fakes up high, goes down low. We had one more play by Monkey Moon. It was the aerial dribble bump and things like that where it's like, all right, these guys can make plays on Vitality. Sure, Vitality in previous series are getting in the way of these shots so early. Didn't happen as much here because BDS, when they had time, led to some misdirection here or there that confused Vitality in a lot of spots. KDOP in game two, I thought, was maybe the most important part of this series was overtime where he turns upfield, but he should have went back and it was a free net for game two for BDS to take that to a lead. Vitality, of course, we knew they would battle back, but for BDS to continue on their form, getting demo plays, getting these great shots in, they deserve this win. They deserve to take down the best team in the world, I would say.
Yeah, and it's been a fantastic story for them, even leading up to the qualifiers for this tournament. You know, it's not like they got a free slot or anything. They had to go on the grind and get here, and we've been saying it since last week. This is a marathon and not a grind. And the fact that Mark by 8, Monkey Moon, and Extra have come out here and just delivered such a massive win over Vitality and proven that they've got the consistency and the ability to keep that high level of play they've shown us through all of that is incredible. So I'm really looking forward to their finals run.
So now BDS, they've had 2 weekends of play, and now through this, they've lost one match, Leaf. Do you know who that one match is to?
No, who was it?
Magnifico back in week one. So we're gonna see.
Magnifico makes it to the end, and we already know the end of the day. We can all call it the day.
I'll just wrap it there.
But just looking before we move on, talk about the match. I just want to talk about Vitality here. What does this mean for Vitality? Is this a bad omen? Looking back at grid results, looking at some past results even before that, Vitality has started to show a bit of cracks in the surface here, at least from our expectations of them.
Wait.
Or is this a problem, or is it the other teams that's really stepping up now?
I'm just gonna use 4 famous words. This is Rocket League. This is what Rocket League is at this point, is there's a tons of great teams, and you're not gonna win every series. It's just not possible. There's no team that is gonna dominate like the old Dignitas did for basically a full year. You're gonna get some losses, but the thing for Vitality is they still finish top 4. They're still going to get tons of points. And hey, guess what? There's 2 more regionals where Vitality will have to lose 3 times in one day to not make bracket. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Vitality's perfectly fine. They're going to make every bracket. They're going to make the major. Nothing to worry about here. Sure, they want to win this, but hey, BDS played really well today.
Yeah, I agree. That's all. Go. No,
okay, cool. Okay, cool. I was gonna say you already owe Shogun $10, and now you owe royalties for that as well. So, let's just take a look quickly at the bracket while we wait for this next one. Obviously, you guys know there's only one more match to get to grand finals, and that match is going to be Magnifico top Blokes. But you were talking about that only loss coming from Magnifico, and at this point, it's not surprising why that loss happened. I mean, look what they're doing to this bracket right now. They've made it to the top 8. Greasy Miser out of I think it was an official retirement. I'm not sure. I don't know Rocket League players anymore.
He retired for 2.5 months. He was out of the game, and then he's like, all right, we'll just make a team. We'll see how it goes. And honestly, chose 2 insane teammates. Like Atomic, he made maybe the play of the first weekend when he goes up for a jump, sees Astral try and make a touch, makes a poor touch in the middle of the air. He changes his direction and dunks Astral to score versus Oxygen, where they beat them as well. And that was back in weekend 1. And then Atomic, a flip reset to win their last series. These guys are good. These guys know how to play Rocket League. We haven't seen them before, but that is the beauty of this format. All these new names coming up, they don't have to be gated by those 10 teams in the RLCS. They can immediately go to a grand finals.
Well, let's talk about their next match then, because Magnifico versus Blokes will be a match to get one of these teams into the grand finals. So the question is Magnifico going to carry this dream forward? Is this retirement going to be return from retirement going to be one of the greatest comebacks ever, or achieves, are the top Blokes going to shut this down? Because the Blokes are a team that so many teams and players have been saying do not sleep on.
You know, I think I actually am indeed leaning Magnifico's way here.
Okay.
I think despite Archie absolutely popping off in his previous match and Flame and Cassio playing a great game, the fact that Magnifico basically wasn't even playing game one and then just clapped Guild was good enough for me. So I think they go to the grand final.
Yeah, for you, I mean, before you said that, touching on Archie here, Gibbs, you said that Archie's just good. Like, you know, sometimes that's all you need in the highlights is just Archie. The question is, let's get some things down on paper here. Is does Archie get a win for them over Magnifico, or does this momentum carry through?
That's my worry, is Flame didn't have the greatest series in the first one, and they should have won 3-0. They did dominate the 3 wins they got. But Magnifico, every single weekend, they go up 2-0, so they win 2 series in a row, and then they lose 2 in a row. So I think they're making the finals because they're going to win their 2 series in a row. I am worried about them in the finals, but I think Magnifico will make it to the finals. I can't believe I'm saying that after this entire weekend, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it's honestly really close. I've been thinking about it. I think I'm just going to have to go with the story of Magnifico here on this one. I think Magnifico is going to make that run. I'm holding on to the dream of a 2-time Greasy Meister world champion. It's a long ways away, but you know, this is a good start for them. So Blokes are going to put up a good fight though, but let us know, of course, how you feel on Twitter between Top Blokes and Magnifico. Who's going to take this one? Hashtag RLCSX at RL Esports. So we see the tweet, but we got one semifinal left before we get to our grand finals. Who's going? Is it Magnifico or the Top Blokes?
Well, I certainly don't want to be the guy to make a prediction about who's coming out alive of this semifinal. All I know is that we got the comeback potential of, you know, the entire year, James, with Greasy Meister. And the way he's looked today, they've talked about it on the desk, but I want to give credit to his teammate, Demenza. Demenza has looked fantastic today and is definitely a huge reason why Magnifico find themselves in the semifinal.
Even Atomic as well. It's been a team effort, no doubt. And I think Greasy brings to the team that level of expertise, that level of experience that gives younger players confidence. Greasy's someone who's been there and done it all. He's won the world championship. So if you've got a player like that, we might see the first goal coming in. Flame cutting me off. I was thinking that Magnifico might be able to get out of this one, but Atomic hit that one too far into the middle of the field off the backboard.
Yeah, none of their touches were really solid clears at all. Put them in a poor spot, and Archie had to desperately get back to his own. So not how you want to start if you're Magnifico. But, you know, talking about Top Blokes for a second, Archie, another up-and-coming star, a rising star, we'll call it, has been, like Achieve said during his quarterfinal match, he popped off. Absolutely. And Cassio and Flame hopefully bring that little stability to him. But it does feel like for Top Blokes, Archie has to be playing well. He has to be scoring if Top Blokes win. And we have to see Archie consistent. And so if he's not feeling good, I don't think Top Blokes are going to feel good. Magnifico trying to find a way in right now on the blue half, but it's been tough going as Atomic will win 150 and maybe get something set up. He's got Greasy Meister below him, and go below he will, but could not submerge it in the net.
And you were talking about Top Blokes. I love watching Cassio play. Him and Flame, they've been together for a while. Cassio, turbulent journey to the top, but he remains there. Even on the interview when he's talking about how they approach things. Atomic! You know, I should just not try to say anything, Jorby. Every time I start talking, someone scores. Cassio getting beat to the ball there.
Like,
Atomic getting that one.
Time to score. It's time to score. James, you making a point? You talking bad about me?
Forget it.
No, absolutely not.
But we're all tied up. So we're back to the beginning.
And the demo on that play opened up the little bit of space to keep the pressure up. Atomic, who hit the flip reset goal to send Top Blokes into the semifinals. or not Top Blokes, excuse me, Magnifico. I'm already mixing them up. Greasy Meister in front. He's hit a couple of double taps today, but
tough
that one will
save.
just sail high, yeah.
Cassio, that was a very awkward ball for him to have to deal with to get it off the goal line. Those ones that bounce straight down like that a lot of times result in a goal. And he was able to save that one wide. Cassio, and what I was going to say, Jorby, was that Cassio and Flame, even in the interview with Cassio, he was talking about their approach to the game. They respect every team. They look to improve genuinely. They don't, try to lock themselves off from the up-and-coming teams. They seek them out and to play them, to stay ahead of the curve. And it's that type of work that pays off.
It's gotten them to the semifinal in the very first regional. Clearly something is working for Top Blokes. A lot of it, Cassio, that mentality definitely means a whole lot. And, to have guys on your team that are always looking to improve, that just invites an overall positive mindset, even when things are tough. Because you recognize that nobody is perfect, a sailing ball that is knocked away by Flame, but this puts Top Blokes all on their own line. Dimensa just couldn't find a pass out to his teammates. Greasy gonna wait patiently back as Dimensa tries to buy him a little bit of time, but still Top Blokes, they try to approach. This game is slowed down a little bit. Neither team really able to win the opposing corner just yet, but Dimensa and Greasy might have something. Nothing really materializes. Well, Flame will get set up. No one coming to test him, as Greasy will lead him to the corner. Another booming clear here for Magnifico. Atomic also hopping on top of it. First man wants to play aggressive if they can, but as far as the second and third man go, there's a lot of respect being given to Top Blokes, excuse me, as that ball's barely saved off the crossbar. Atomic, does he have anything towards the net? Well, it's Magnifico continuing to just try to keep midfield.
Greasy looking for that double tap. We saw him hit that against Guild. Greasy, his mechanics seem to be up to par. Everything seems to check out for Greasy. Now getting top 4, trying to get at least that top 2 finish and fight for the title.
Ooh. Well, Archie gets over him this time, but where can he go with the ball? See Flame following closely. The demo almost gave him a look, but we're already at the end of regulation. Time has ticked down as fast as it possibly could, and Flame has the save, but it's right back to Dimensa. Greasy Meister cannot force the ball out. Are we going to kill it, or are we going to play? It's going to die, and we got overtime for game 1.
This makes me think back to the Veloce days. I was someone who has had opportunities to cast their overtime games, so we may be in for a long haul.
It could be. Hey, James, I already had like a 9-minute overtime yesterday. there was like a 4-minute overtime just last that we just did.
Let's go for the record.
The casters are running a marathon, apparently. Dimensa on the carry has a flip reset. Oh, and the save! He almost dunked him on top of it. 3 levels of gameplay, and Archie is the top. Back to Flame. Oh, and the goal! Turnaround steal away from Magnifico. That's a Top Blokes victory.
Somebody, what do you do for Archie? Give him a present, give him thanks, give him anything he wants.
It's his birthday.
I can't
Happy birthday, Archie.
imagine being Archie in that situation, getting the save, and then getting that pass out to get the goal. Wow, what an end.
That was a ridiculous save. And I thought,
I want to see that again.
Dimensa had that touch. I was like, oh, he dunked that save? Gravity is your best friend? But no. Gravity is only an acquaintance for Dimensa, unfortunately, for him.
Man, that was crazy. Coming down
so close
to that final play, Archie getting the save. I thought it was over, especially after Dimensa got the second touch. Here we take another look at it. Flip reset. Archie barely saves it. Archie has to muscle past a defender to get the pass out, and then immediately scoring. Top Blokes. Oh man, that's how you do it, Jorby.
Oh man. Well, if every game in this set is gonna be like that, then this is gonna be fun. I was curious about how these two teams would look after what we saw from Team BDS. If, for a lot of fans watching at home, and if you don't have a dog in this fight and you're wondering which team can really take on the way Team BDS are looking, they got to impress a lot in this match to even put any amount of fear into Team BDS, James. Like that's where I'm looking at for both of these teams is can anyone take them down today?
So
and
what
right
are you
now,
thinking after that game 1?
Oh man, it's tough because every match in Rocket League, it gives you something different. You don't see the same game every single time. It really depends on what the players on the field give you. It's
and the
a purely contextual game. Yeah.
The player-to-player matchups, even player tendencies, how they mix, how they match, how they affect each other.
Like how does Atomic play against, Monkey Moon versus how he plays against a K-Dop or anybody else? Like depending on how you feel about a player or the amount of respect you give a certain player might affect how you approach the game. And that's kind of what I'm looking at for both Magnifico and Top Blokes. Who can sustain pressure? Who can keep the ball locked in one half for as long as possible? And who can make passing plays like that? If Casio and Flame connect on a few more of those, Magnifico might be in trouble. That's not the touch you want if you're Magnifico. Atomic only has a lobber. Flame dumps it for Archie. Now another chance here for Top Blokes. Light shot, almost found him on the changeup, but another clear for Magnifico, and they will get out. Casio has got Archie. Archie has a touch. Does he have Casio? Yeah, but Atomic was there as well. Little too fancy in front of the box with all three players on Magnifico ready. Nothing really able to develop just yet, James.
But I love this play from Flame. He was able to navigate through 2 defenders to get that ball downfield. And you're right, Casio maybe could have done a little more, tried to go high above the defenders. But things are looking good. We're seeing infield passing plays. That was a beautiful pass. Hit Flame mid-air.
No. I'm pretty sure that was in. Oh. I don't know. I'd have to look at it. It happened so fast. I saw
He
Archie
hit Flame
jump for
mid-air.
that.
I don't think Flame even had any boost.
No.
So Flame was just floating there. And he's like, well,
here I am.
hit me.
Archie's got to look. Can he get the double? He uses all the boost in the tank to put the knife in the net. 1-0.
Archie. Keep it up, my friend. That was pinpoint accurate. You love that. Double tap so clean, right into the top shelf.
Wow. Archie coming clean for Top Blokes. Top Bloke indeed for this team. He has been such an explosive piece of this Top Blokes roster. Magnifico, they've really struggled to get any sort of offense going. We're halfway through this game. They have yet to register a shot on net. 2 commit. Greasy Meister, that's not the touch you need if 2 commit against the backboard. And there's Archie once more into your net and a 2-goal lead.
Archie, I saw this coming. As soon as the double commit happened, Flame puts that high off the backboard. Archie quickly turns, recognizes the net is clear. And Top Blokes, it feels like they're starting to hit the gas and pull away. Magnifico struggling to keep up with the pace.
Just haven't been able to do anything. Atomic has 2 saves, but Demenza has 6 points right now. How do you have 6 points halfway through the game? That just shows you how dominant Top Blokes have been and how desperate Magnifico have been to find the ball anywhere on the pitch. Demenza will hop up for this. Make the challenge for Greasy. He's got the read, takes the shot, but Archie's there for the save.
It was a powerful shot from Greasy, but right into the middle of the net.
Atomic's got Demenza, and there's Flame again. Good defense from Top Blokes. It's a weak shot, though. That's a big chance for Flame to go up 3-0 and put this second game away. Demenza flips over, and Flame wins a big challenge in midfield. Well, I believed in that more than I should have, but still, it would have been nuts. Okay. Archie's just getting every touch he wants. It doesn't really matter where he is. Archie will put the ball exactly where he wants to because the Rocket League gods have decided that, Archie, you can do no wrong. And really, that's just Archie's decision. That's just credit to him. No one else for how he's performing right now.
It does feel a little bit like Monkey in the middle. And Magnifico finally, I guess, cast her curse. Ball bounces out right to Demenza.
It was a good win from Atomic, the speed. He also forced Archie up, and it put him out of position to back anything up on the play. I'm not sure. He probably would have been in position for the save had he not been screened across and forced up the back wall. So well done from Magnifico. First Atomic, or really all Atomic, I'll give him the credit on the play to open up that gap in net. It gives Magnifico life where they haven't really had any success at all in this match.
Yeah, Jorby, I feel like they've been outmatched in game 2, but with that goal, it's back within reach, and it doesn't matter if you play better the whole game. All that matters is the score line, and it's possible now for Magnifico.
Oops. Don't double commit if you want to keep the lead, because Greasy Meister has a free pass to Demenza, and Magnifico punished Top Blokes. Tie game.
That was the perfect way to punish a double commit. Greasy going down to Demenza. There was never any doubt in Greasy's mind. He knew exactly what he had to do, and that was the dish right to him. And Demenza gets his second, and Magnifico are right back into this. This is how you swing the momentum. A team that's dominating a majority of the game, they make a mistake near the end, and you get back into it. This is the type of thing that can really turn a series.
Magnifico might get 3 straight. Greasy, last man back, bought only a second for Atomic. He can only find it to midfield. 15 seconds remaining in regulation. Yet again, Demenza does an excellent job off the back wall. Archie cuts off the angle out. And Demenza again, back to Greasy, tried to fake out Cassio, no good. Time expiring, long clear, downfield, no way, Atomic from downtown! And Magnifico are gonna steal the game!
Flame getting shocked by that shot, and it was the perfect shot. Flame was right there. A theft occurred right before our very eyes. Game 2 being stolen by Magnifico.
Top Blokes, they blinked and their lead evaporated. Magnifico, they couldn't make it any more entertaining for everyone out there that's rooting for Greasy Meister and company to make this run happen. And I know that all day or all weekend really, we've been building up this story about Magnifico, and I'm just like, at some point, this is going to stop. It's going to run out of gas at some point. And I thought Top Blokes going up 2-0, where Magnifico hadn't registered a shot on net in 3 minutes. I was like, okay, so Top Blokes really giving it. Nope, you forgot about Demenza, Atomic, and Greasy. An excellent comeback.
It really was. In Demenza getting that first goal, you felt like maybe Magnifico would get something going. Then the double commit, the pass from Greasy, the perfect counterattack, and then disaster strikes for Top Blokes. Flame cheating out far too much. And the long shot barred down. Really, it was the perfect shot. Right over Flame, underneath the crossbar, barely. And they get the win. Magnifico, that is snatching victory from the jaws of defeat.
So what's the mentality like right now for Top Blokes? How do you feel after leading 2-0 for the majority of the game and then having 3 goals scored on you in the span of a minute? How does that affect your mentality heading into the next game, especially in a best-of-7 where it can go a long time?
Are you asking me a legitimate question?
Asking you, James. I'm asking
the
you.
answer is you're not happy about it. But it's a long series. You're not happy about it. They gave that one away. That was certainly a win. I think this is a critical game. I think if Top Blokes can get this win, then there's no harm, no foul. They're gonna keep their nose to the grindstone and they'll continue on. I think they look like the better team, and they might be able to close out the series. But if they lose this in any kind of a fashion, whether it's similar to the last game or not, I think then things start getting a little concerning for Top Blokes.
I'd be concerned when Atomic just read your passing play like a elementary book in net. And the one thing I'll say about Magnifico, that 3-goal stint might be all that they need to double commit and completely miss the ball and then get scored on.
Archie doing very well here, saving his flip to the last second. You see him staying airborne for quite some time, flipping into it, getting good power. Greasy was coming back. If he doesn't get good power, Greasy's likely getting the clear on that. Good touch from Flame to set up Archie. And Archie, I like his finishing ability. He really has impressed me, even in just these first few games, even seeing what he's done in previous series. An impressive tournament from him.
Totally agree. Love what we've seen from Archie, one of many players that we've seen come up and challenge the old guard of the RLCS and be successful. Flame back to Archie. Oh, a laser was blocked. Archie maintains control. That was an impressive jump behind the ball again, and it just delays this counterattack to where, look at this. For Magnifico, they're struggling just to get the ball by defenders, and so they're forced to go for hard touches that aren't straight to teammates and have to play reactionary to what top blokes are giving them. Flame makes another great challenge, and Magnifico are put back to their own third, almost getting red. Greasy plays it away. Great pass in front. The demo opens up the gates. Magnifico don't stay out for long. That's their first.
Greasy, that touchdown right to Atomic, that allowed the play to take place. The demo, that was a lot of moving parts on that play. Magnifico making things work. Greasy, he is being a distributor right now, and I'm loving everything I'm seeing from him. He is not washed up one bit.
He looks great. That pass he won't be able to take, though. Zemensa. Getting back to this touch, Archie couldn't get the ball, but somehow top blokes on the rotation find every single rebound back their way. Greasy avoiding one, finding Demensa for some space for Magnifico. Now how do top blokes get out? Well, Archie, when he's behind the ball, he'll flip to kill his momentum. He was going a little too fast, so he side flips to kill his momentum to stay behind the ball. Just, it's subtle, but that kind of control, James, always impresses me so much. What doesn't impress me is when your net's wide open and Magnifico, specifically Atomic, gets 2 goals off.
Cassio got beat badly on that challenge. Archie was expecting Cassio to get that ball one forward, or at least put it somewhere where he could play on the ball, but it was won so heavily in favor of Magnifico that we see Atomic punch in that second goal, the go-ahead goal now for Magnifico. And they're winning those battles in the trenches at the key times, and they're starting to get chugging.
Flame dove at that ball. He used so much boost to do it, too. And top blokes got nothing done. Now Archie, his first touch will be Flames. That's a pass to Cassio, looking for Archie. Archie on the catch. Greasy Meister tried to challenge Flame, spikes the corner, but Atomic was there and takes the ball up.
You expect Flame to be on target from that point. The distance wasn't too great. He had a good setup. You got to at least put something on target, force a save, try to get a rebound, that time going wide. And this is what I was worried about for Blokes. You know, they're starting to let things up, see if they can bring it back.
They've been able to counterattack a couple of times or find a transition. Here's Archie back to Flame, but the play dies, and Archie has to play Demensa's touch. He'll get it, but Flame has to go across half of midfield just to challenge Greasy's ball. And what felt like something to develop for top blokes turns into a Magnifico ball. And Atomic able to win another challenge. That's straight towards the net. It forces Cassio up, and it's a weak clear. Greasy Meister taking it back. Archie, he'll keep this close. Can he keep it in front? He does, and that's going to be huge for top blokes. But Greasy Meister wants to keep that pressure up, wants to keep challenging high up on that backboard for top blokes, wants to keep them honest on their own half. Archie and Flame looking for an opening right now. Top blokes actually getting a free shot, but Greasy has the save to commit for the follow-up. Atomic and Flame both combine. It's back out to the corner. Greasy Meister again having to carry this out and makes the challenge happen once more. Magnifico, do they get insurance as Demensa gives a chance for Atomic in the corner? No, the rotations have stabilized for top blokes and they're back trading with Magnifico.
And I like the passing that we're seeing from top blokes, but it's not been enough. Magnifico hanging on, and it's a close matchup. Now a chance if Cassio can get a good 50.
Ooh, Demensa prevented it. Atomic, he's got enough boosts to at least force the 50. Greasy makes another challenge, but the ball hangs dangerously in front. Demensa makes the final touch to give Magnifico the lead in the match.
Magnifico again holding on to the very end. Scary moments. Look at the amount of shots from Archie. 9 shots from Archie alone. Casio getting 3. Outshot 12-4, but Magnifico really having a grip on that game. Top Blokes, they had some passing that was working out. I love the passing from them. I just want to say, from Top Blokes, it does remind me of the old school Veloce gameplay, where they're always looking for that infield pass. This time, you got Archie instead of Freaky, but they're making the plays, they're getting the setups, but it has been defense from Magnifico, the counterattacks, slight mistakes from Top Blokes that were the difference.
I absolutely agree, James. And for Top Blokes on some of those passing plays, they've had to be tight on them because Magnifico have given them the defense that is really hard to work against, and it forced Flame into some tough situations, in particular where him and Archie are kind of playing that small ball high and then low right above each other, and Flame would try to pop it out. He's expecting his teammate to be in one place, but either Casio or Archie, whoever it is, they're playing the other touch, or they're just playing the loss and nobody's ready. They don't want to overcommit with Magnifico. And they got to be careful on some of those second to third man passes. You can take those risks, but not too many of them. And you've given Magnifico the lead in this match now. For that confidence for Greasy Meister, that's going to be tough to pull away from him as we get underway and Magnifico look for match point. Demensa flips by 1, but it'll be boomed away.
Well, Jorby, it's cheating up. Cheating up a few times really bit Top Blokes. You think back to Flame when he cheated up, and it was the goal right over his head. And then I believe it was Archie cheating up thinking Casio was going to get a hit, and then he was caught out of position. But that is the passing that I was loving from Top Blokes, and they keep it going. This time hitting the shot. Powerful, 83 miles an hour. What's that in kilometers, Jorby?
133.
Ooh, that's a speedy ball.
Powerful ball. I still think the highest single shot we've ever seen in the RLCS was Fruity's at 137, to which you coined accurately the hyper beam. That one was not far behind for Archie. Great start for Top Blokes, but they lose a 50, and the demo, it's a free net. Just let it bounce in front. Wow. There you go, Atomic. Take your cash and leave. That's a goal.
That demo, that sealed the deal. Clear coming towards the corner, 2 players out, an overextension, and an easy goal for Atomic.
Top Blokes would like to stop giving up easy goals. But Greasy Meister, oh no, he might get caught here. Atomic got caught in the corner, and Flame sniped him.
And this time, Greasy, I don't know what was going on. Atomic probably thought Greasy was going to be able to challenge that. Atomic left the net. Yeah, he left the net to go get that corner boost, leaving the net wide open.
Well, Magnifico used to playing from behind, and oh my goodness, can you imagine?
If he would have got that bump?
You know, it would have been incredible. But it rarely gets that good in one of these games. And oh no, Demensa backflips. Casio, a 3rd goal for Top Blokes, and we're barely a minute in.
And I love the pass from Flame. Archie putting this high. Demensa, 0 boost in net. That was a beautiful passing play from Top Blokes, and their passing, to me, does set them apart. I haven't really seen as much of that from Magnifico. Greasy has been good at times, but for Top Blokes, everyone gets involved with the play, the ball movement. So enjoyable to watch.
Archie and Casio, they'll start this push. As you said, Greasy Meister, Atomic, and Demensa all across that back wall, but Atomic's ability to pull it out does give a little bit of space, but then another demo from Flame. Casio's got all day to carry this, forcing Demensa up. He's got to get back to this touch, but Flame is there and maybe his worst enemy on that next touch, because Archie was ready for that drop down. Just when you thought you could get a counterattack, maybe a 4th goal, Magnifico starting to find some headway here in midfield. Going end to end, horizontally. Castillo haunting for Demensa on the line. And Flame keeping the pressure up as they can. Atomic getting the next touch here for Magnifico. Back around the ball, the net's actually open, and he bounces it off the corner. And Magnifico are right back in it.
Atomic racing to it. Demensa getting another key demo. Taking out that final defender that has been the difference maker on a couple of these plays now for Magnifico. And they're within striking distance.
Archie, top Blokes, they're starting to feel deja vu from game one when Magnifico scored 3 on them in a row after they held a 2-0 lead for the majority of the game. Flame would like some insurance back. Greasy whiff will actually be for Atomic. Casio and Archie keeping the ball locked in the third, but Demensa has Greasy Meister. Archie made his life difficult. Greasy.
Another demo attempt.
Ooh, and Archie got screened across as well, so a lot of chips coming from both ends on this sequence.
Demensa has been going for these demo attempts multiple times. It's been paying off, and he's not stopping. I like that Magnifico not afraid to switch up their game, have Demensa try new things, because it seems to be working for him.
Uh-oh. Flame. Ooh, Atomic's like, yeah, I got it. I'll make up for that. Thought maybe he would get punished by Flame on the shot, but Archie's still coming. It slows down again. We're taking turns here for top Blokes, one after another on this push, and now they have to delay. Casio doing everything to delay the transition for Magnifico. It's given plenty of time for Flame and Archie to set, but Flame jumping in front while Archie was on the back wall. And now they're all really tight on this rotation. Crucial win there for Casio. But nothing materializes again. Top Blokes petering out on offense. Magnifico will collect some midfield boosts. Good passing gets top Blokes over here, but again, the play dies as soon as it rolls to the back wall. Magnifico just cleared away time after time. That's gonna come for free for Greasy. He just kicked it away. A lot of high balls. Atomic wants the pass after he collected the boost. Demensa. He's going to grab control now. He's got Greasy. Oh. Greasy's got the shot. Archie had the block right in front of him. Atomic demoed who would have been the go-ahead man for Flame. That was Casio. And Archie will take this up and take the mantle and get the 4th goal. Archie does it again.
It seemed like Magnifico might have been able to wiggle their way back into this one, but Archie goes for that. It looked like he did. Did he get the bump there?
He did. He bumped him.
It looked like, yeah, he did. Chipping that defender out of the way. And that insurance goal, that is invaluable because we've seen what Magnifico can do when the lead is only 1.
Well, the demo, I thought if Greasy could find a way to center that ball, there would have been a chance for Magnifico, but that clear chews too much time off the clock. Flame knows it. He'll just keep that ball on top of his car for as long as possible. Archie delaying the next touch. Time expiring. Maybe with time left, but no. Ball cleared once more, and top Blokes have righted this ship, and we're going to have at least 6 games yet again in this second semifinal, James.
Top Blokes. That is quite the finish. Quite the finish. Archie having to make a heroic stop and then go ahead and lead that charge to get the insurance goal. Archie playing a big part of that win. 2 goals, 2 assists, 2 saves, and 4 shots. So the double gas, Jorby, if you remember that from back in the day.
I do. I was scared for top Blokes because I felt like they adjusted after those, after Magnifico's second goal, where they didn't want to overcommit. They didn't want to go for those infield passing plays. Instead, they were content to just one at a time, go in, play it to the corner, don't give up the ball, at least make the 50 happen, and then rinse, repeat. And it just wasted so much time off the clock. They eventually found a counterattack to get their insurance back, but that scares me a little bit just because I wouldn't be that no risk with a 1-goal lead. Just because the chance to generate a 2-on-1 man advantage the other way only takes one pinch from a teammate across the opponent's backboard, and then next thing you know, you're having to jump back. But I'm not one to judge. It worked for Top Blokes to tie the series up.
And it did work for Top Blokes. The passing plays were there, and I looking at the replay again, I don't even think Archie had to get the bump on it. I think it just bounced in, and it was a miss from a defender. But that is the pressure that Top Blokes has been putting on. We've seen it over and over again. They're not afraid to make those passes. They're continuing to go for them. We saw in that last game the aggression from Dignitas as they were trying to figure out what to do to hold back the Top Blokes. The demos seem to be working for a bit, so we'll see if Dignitas continues that play style or if Top Blokes can start to pull away.
Archie, first man shot, blocked by Greasy, but the ball hangs in front. And Atomic does get there in time. So Magnifico haven't been very successful in the 50-50 department. Atomic, all he can do is punt the ball away, and Archie continues to pressure. And you see, that's not the first double commit from Magnifico. They've had time to get reset, but now they're triple committing. It's not that much pressure, is it? Are you feeling that scared against Top Blokes? The miscommunication on defense, if they're a little more stoic, maybe they have a more poised attack heading the other way, James. But right now, they're just working on defense, desperate for a clear to get this ball away from Top Blokes. Pass to Casio. Archie can't stop scoring. First goal to Top Blokes.
This is what makes Casio one of my favorite players to watch. He always goes for the infield pass, and it's right where it needs to be. Archie finishing that one off. And Jorby, you were saying, why are they triple committing? Why are they doing this and that? Well, Top Blokes, I've seen it multiple times where, and we might see another one here. Archie from downtown.
Archie, more like Archer. Line it up, draw your bowstring. Easy goal. No problem for the Top Bloke himself. All for 4 shots, that 50%. That's feeling pretty nice for a minute in, Archie. How many shots has he had in this series, James? Because the one game he had 9.
Yeah, enough, that's for sure. But Top Blokes, they're not afraid to quickly turn and get those small touches. It was a quick turn and a little pop. It wasn't even a hard shot, but it caused Magnifico to double commit before that first goal. And that just throws your entire rotation off. When you have somebody double commit, it doesn't take the strongest shot. It just takes an awkward ball to make the defense mess up. And that's exactly what happened, and it led to that first goal. But now a 2v1 situation, the bump on Flame. Dignitas working with his teammate there.
I'm actually curious how exactly that bump happened, because I was watching from Flame's perspective, and Dignitas kind of came out of nowhere from Flame's screen. I don't think he really saw him. He was focused on the ball, thinking, okay, I'm going to make this challenge. Nah, dude, the Dominus just scooped you out of the stadium.
The flip with the Dominus seemed to just belly bump him up in the air.
You can't feel too good. But Magnifico, despite everything, for the most part, they've been able to keep the scoreline close. But when you look on the field and you watch how Top Blokes have controlled the pitch, it doesn't feel that close. For offense is quite a rarity for Magnifico, and a lot of the goals that they have scored have come off of really Top Blokes errors, James. The couple of goals that were their own making were off of demos and bumps, but they haven't been successful with them yet. In this game, Archie's shot barely taken away by Greasy.
Yeah, I like the demos. I like the bumps. We've seen some good plays from Magnifico. Greasy getting involved in passing. Archie, that one narrowly misses, Jorby.
I definitely see why you're a Casio fan, James. He's coming from the same side of the ball and then somehow gets that pass. Like,
he's a passer. He is a born and bred passer. He has been. He always has been. He always will be. And I love watching him play.
It's been a treat in this match. Top Blokes feeling good and feeling even better after that save from Archie. Flame whips back around Atomic and the crossbar and in. Archie gets the Hattie.
I'm sitting here on Archie's perspective. I see Flame winding up right to him. Archie doesn't even have to jump, hits the elbow, and it bounces in. Wow, that was the perfect shot.
Top Blokes, they're finding space in the attacking third. Cassio has usually been the guy to dole out these passes, but Flame just as capable. Just feed Archie the ball.
Another one.
Feed Archie the ball, James. 4 goals for Archie. He is unbeatable.
I feel like I'm watching, one of those eating contests, competitive eating. He's just eating up goal after goal.
How
full will he get? When will it end? Yeah, Archie. I don't know if he's even stuffed yet or if he's got more space. Top Blokes, they'll need him to keep scoring.
We'll see if he can grow a second stomach, pick up some more goals. But Top Blokes, what a performance here in Game 5. Magnifico haven't been able to get anything going. And even there, Atomic, he wins the 50, he takes the boost, but Demensa not even close to keep the pressure up. Archie might get the double hattie before it's all said and done.
He's a machine. He is a machine. Little tip over the defense. Good height. Enough pace. 5 goals on 10 shots for Archie.
We call that efficiency. And Archie, whoops. Well, you faked him out. You deserve that respect. With the way you've been hitting the ball. Everyone's allowed 1. And Magnifico, they've been allowed none. Despite 7 shots on net. I don't think I even remember any of those shots, honestly. I've been watching Top Blokes the whole time. Because, it's 5-1. Time's running out. Is that Cassio's goal? No. Freezy Meister will get the clear. And now you're looking at Top Blokes, and you're wondering, James, or at least I'm wondering, how do Magnifico recover going into Game 6? How do you recover from this performance in these last 2 games? Cassio will pick up another goal. With 21 seconds, they're threatening to Brazil Magnifico.
Well, Jorby, when we were watching, I was thinking that Top Blokes looked to have the edge. It was Magnifico's scrappy plays, the relentless, pursuit of staying in the game, despite Top Blokes having the possession advantage, having, in my opinion, the better team plays. They were still getting the wins. They stole that game, catching Top Blokes out of position multiple times. But now in this game, we're starting to see Top Blokes really pull away, and a lot of it is due to Archie's shooting. His finishing ability. It was something else this game. Cassio and Flame both making passes that you dream to get as a striker. So Cassio and Flame, credit to them as well for putting those passes right on the nose of Archie. And Top Blokes, if they keep playing like this, Jorby, it might be over in this next game.
Well, Atomic ends up leaving the lobby, but comes right back, maybe a car change. But also maybe feeling the pressure here.
Let's check the Archie highlight reel.
Ability. Yeah,
what do you say?
I like the Archie show is what I like to call it. And that's what it was. But he had a couple of great assistants in Flame and Cassio. A lot of these, that demo just delayed Demensa's approach back. I don't even think he would have got to it. That pass right there was brilliant. Archie putting it in the top corner. Everything he touched turned to gold, James.
It certainly did. 5 goals on 10 shots. That is a step up performance. So Top Blokes, this is it. If they can get this win, they will be going to the grand finals, and they will have their hands full against a team like BDS. But with the passing plays that we've been seeing from Top Blokes, maybe they have what it takes to win this whole thing. But they're going to have to get through Magnifico first. And if Magnifico has shown one thing, it's that they are a scrappy bunch. They are doing whatever it takes to win, and they're going to have to here. Otherwise, their tournament is over.
It's Game 6, which of course means it's Wasteland night, and maybe good night for Magnifico. Can they keep their journey alive? Keep the run that nobody expected, but everybody wanted? Can they keep it going? Well, Archie has certainly put a pin in it for now. midfield, right here, when you're looking at Magnifico, you're hoping for touches on defense back to teammates, better clears downfield, and maybe a miss or two, but Flame is there, another shot can't be saved. Atomic starts things on the right wheel.
And we were worried about mistakes from top Blokes. Archie jumps right by that Flame, had to quickly react, hits the ball out into the middle. Not the greatest clear, but he didn't have much time to really react. And a punishment comes early for Magnifico, getting that goal at the hands of Atomic.
No, Cassio will be tasked first here. Archie's already downfield. You know it's dangerous. There's Flame. Beautiful follow-up. Top Blokes. It didn't take him long.
Archie wave dashing to this ball, using up that last bit of boost, getting the height. Atomic knew what was going on. He knew what was happening. As soon as he mistouched that one, Flame comes in to tie that one up. And a quick 1-2 back to the even score line.
Greasy winning 250s. Haven't seen that in about 5 games. Really no one on Magnifico are winning anything. The Flame will kick this up. There was just too much space in midfield there. And the field is already top Blokes after the kickoff. But Archie, he's sitting on low boost. He's going to have to receive this. Gets under Demenza. That was a great approach from Archie. He didn't rush the touch. He knew Demenza was going for the bump, and so slipped under him. That was brilliant defensive work. Even on top, still Demenza can't find the net. 2 players commit. Greasy finally sneaks it in. Magnifico back on top.
And this is that relentless pressure. Atomic getting the demo, the block by Demenza. Cassio, a weak hit. Greasy had him read like a book. And despite that good stop from Archie, who got underneath the demo attempt, the bump attempt, was able to flick it up, the pressure eventually got to him, and Magnifico take the lead.
Magnifico have gotten themselves this far. They only need this win to take it to a final series point in the match. They got to hold this lead, but the passes are coming, and they're coming quick. Cassio collects a tie game immediately.
Cassio, first it was Flame, now it's Cassio, and it's Archie with the infield pass. The shot around the defense, picturesque from top Blokes.
Their placement has been unreal, James. Last game it was all Archie, but Cassio is hitting the dimes too. Cassio back over to Flame, who wants Archie. Love these quick passing plays in midfield. Archie plays it slow against the backboard, and Atomic has him read. He'll carry the ball down and had a little bit more boost. I think Demenza maybe thought he was out, but he able to work the ball back to midfield. All tied up again. Archie in front. He did get the redirect. Too light, though, for Demenza. Okay. I said okay before Flame missed the ball.
Double commit. Net's open.
Archie, that's going to be in. He doesn't miss him. 3-2. Archie again.
And Archie gets demoed, respawns, seeing the net wide open, that double commit. Oh, that has got to hurt for Magnifico, but for top Blokes, they'll take it. A team hat trick. Everyone getting one on the board. And everyone's playing their part in game 6. Top Blokes wanting to end it right here, right now.
And Magnifico have to be so frustrated to answer everything top Blokes have given them, but then to give the goal up so quickly on each turnaround. Flame, that's a hard clear, but the shot from Atomic is too weak. Archie didn't even have to leave the ground. Cassio may be caught out, but Demenza can't catch the ball. Another shot from Atomic. It bounces off the post. Cassio had the read. No good for Magnifico. Atomic has to wait, and Flame is over his head. Top Blokes, another defensive stop.
And that seemed like perhaps it was the moment where Magnifico would tie it up. And now another chance. Flame will put it high. And the defense recovers, but that was scary for top Blokes, as we're just under that 2-minute mark.
Magnifico have done well enough, but Archie almost did it to him again. Flame just get a challenge after 2 commit, which means a slow come around for Magnifico. Another shot on target, but denied by Atomic. And the old demo as Cassio, he baited Demenza. It's over, Greasy. Top Blokes, I mean, that's just more time chewed off the clock. Demensa, does he have a man? No, he's got nobody, and the ball is laughing at Magnifico rolling around in their corner.
Well, Cassio, huge credit to him for making that defensive touch. That was a tough touch to make, and it relieved so much pressure. Now, the final minute, Top Blokes, can they hold on?
Magnifico, even one goal down. They're looking for a miracle. Despite all the shots they've put on, they've only been able to collect on 2 of their 7, and the ball just keeps being thrown back to their backboard. Greasy does what he can here. He does a lot to get this to the corner. Can he get a pass? Flame and Cassio combine. Cassio barely getting back to the touch. Things slowing down. Another monster clear. Every single clear wastes 5 to 7 seconds off the clock. Every Top Blokes touch sends them closer to the grand finals. Magnifico just need one to tie this. Atomic rolling, but Flame throws it over him. Greasy slow to get back to his touch. This will be Demensa. The catch. Cassio trying to figure out where he's going to go. Atomic backflips. Greasy has to cover a lot of distance quickly. Steals the boost away, but the ball is headed back to his net. Top Blokes have taken down Magnifico. They head to go face Team BDS in the grand finals.
Another great series, a great semifinal, and Top Blokes off a passing clinic, Jarby. It was so much fun to watch this series. Archie stepping up, getting goals. Cassio, Flame, the infield passes. And in this final game, Archie, Cassio, Flame, all getting a goal to their name. And it was more of what we love to watch. Those passing plays, Top Blokes earning their spot in the grand final.
Love what I saw from Top Blokes. And as soon as the timer ended, Top Blokes win. The first thing Cassio says in chat is, "You guys are so good, legit." Greasy Meister throwing out a good luck in the final, GG's. So respect on both sides here, and respect definitely earned for both teams. Magnifico, while they got dominated by Top Blokes at times, they definitely had their moments. Earlier in this tournament, they had standout moments. I don't think that this series takes away from their run at all. They overperformed by every expectation. Top Blokes just ended up being too much for them, James.
They certainly did, and now we get to sit back and watch these grand finals. BDS and Top Blokes both looking to be at the top of their game, so this is going to be an excellent grand finals.
Team BDS took down Renault Vitality to get to the grand finals. They have one more threat left, and it's a trio of Top Blokes. We have the grand final after the break.
Running around like dollars in the wind, bending over backwards just to let you in. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. But you were calling me a liar, 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 liar. Yeah, I've been putting in the hours, I was. And it's coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the I'm sick of fighting the things that you said. I don't wanna burn all our bridges ahead. I'm tired of going to bed when you left me on red just to turn up the noise in my head. I told you that one day ain't never enough. You tell me I hate you, I still call you up. If we don't got trust, we can never have love. I was putting in the hours, I was. coming down to now and now and now and now and never. I was putting in the putting in the
And then there were two. We're finally down to the grand finals here, but not before, of course, we talk about the last match. And to do that will be Gibbs and Achieves joining me, Leaf, on the desk here. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. Grand finals coming up very soon. Top Blokes taking that one over Magnifico. It wasn't the easiest match for the Blokes there, but boy, Achieves, did they start to warm up by the end.
They absolutely did. And I thought, I'm pretty sure every game Top Blokes scored first. And I was amazed at the tenacity of Magnifico to always bring it back. And in the middle of that series, just bring it back and consistently win the games. But like Jorby and James said, there's only so much. A lot of the goals that they scored were from those demos and bumps. And, you know, in a best of 7, you get a lot of time to figure that out. And once Flame and Cassio figured out how to work around all that aggression and physical play, open up the doors for the passing, and of course, feed the ball to the hot-handed Archie again. Yeah,
he's hungry.
Go ahead. Deserve the win, Top Blokes. I stand wholeheartedly and happily corrected.
1.83 goals per game for Archie. He also had that incredible save in game 1 versus Demensa on that flip reset, then got the pass out in transition to win game 1. Archie literally was doing everything. And I'm not saying Flame and Cassio didn't help, but Archie on both sides of the field was the MVP. And it is so cool to see, like, a player that was on the Clappers in the spring series, a team no one's ever heard of, and we're like, oh, this boy's pretty good, and he's got some pretty good teammates too that did well throughout this tournament. But Archie, at the end of the day, this is why you make roster moves on both sides now with Team BDS and Top Blokes. You got extra with Team BDS looking great, and Archie on Top Blokes has seemed like the right answer so far, and now they get to meet in the finals.
Well, before we get there, let's take a look at their journeys, take a look at the bracket, and see what we saw. There was 8 teams that made it out of our Swiss rounds the weeks before, and even yesterday down to 16. So we've whittled off quite a few teams here. The best of the best made it to this point. And I think this bracket looked significantly different than what most of us probably would have put together coming into this whole regional for Europe. But boy, are we being proven wrong if we had anything else other than these teams.
And let's not forget that the quarterfinals, both teams that are in the finals now had to go to game 5. Team BDS barely beat Vodafone Giants. Top Blokes barely wins as well in game 5. So literally any of these teams probably could have made these finals, but on any given day, that's what Rocket League's about. At the end of the day is you have to win on the most important day. And Top Blokes and BDS are doing that right now.
Well, let's talk about our grand finals then as we head into this very last best of 7. A lot on the line here. Multiple things. The immediate instant gratification with some extra $15,000 over that second place, a big chunk of that $100,000 prize pool, and of course, 101 extra points going towards your world's win. And those two teams fighting for that little bit of extra is Team BDS and Top Blokes.
So to put that into perspective for the points, like if you finish tied for 9th in this regional alone, you got 100 points total. These guys are playing for 101 extra points on top of what they're already getting. They're getting 250 at least. So these guys are going to be well ahead of everyone else when it comes down to those points, which will be great to probably make that major. And again, every single point matters to try and make top 6 for Europe for the World Championship. And we could see Team BDS here. Like, I think a lot of people could have pinned them going to the finals. Top Blokes, though, for my power rankings, were 8th ranked out of the 10 teams from the old RLCS system. But they're here. And sure, their bracket might have looked easier on paper, but those teams that they beat some of the best teams as well. So Top Blokes definitely deserve to be here. But this is going to be a tough test. And I feel like this is for BDS very similar to like an RPG. All right, Leaf? So just go with me on this. It's like
going to be great.
So BDS, they just took out the giant monster at the end of the game. And you're like, oh, we did it. But there's always a guy in the suit pulling the strings at the end, right? You have that one extra battle and you're just not sure how it's going to go. And that's where BDS is right now. It's that extra battle. They beat the final boss. But there's always one more. There's always that, who is this guy? Where did he come from? That's Top Blokes right now, and that's Archie. No one expected Archie here, and he's here. It's possible, man. Either of these teams could pull out this win.
Well, this is the thing, Cheese. We got to hope that Archie didn't use up all his health potions on that last boss.
I don't think he did. If anything, it was probably Flame or Cassio, as they were the ones getting blown up all the time. So I think Archie's all right. It's really his 2 teammates that you got to be concerned about. But at the same time,
You know, normally I have a pretty good idea of what I think is going to happen, but I literally have no idea what BDS is going to be able to accomplish versus Top Blokes and vice versa. I mean, they both have just played absolutely the top of their game to get all the way here. I mean, Monkey Moon, Extra, Mark by 8, just popping off. Yeah. Archie, Casso, and Flame just destroying all the offensive production they've both been able to create today has just been phenomenal. So it doesn't matter which way it goes. It's going to be awesome either way.
And I'm just getting a word from the back here. Stumpy is still trying to be a part of this broadcast, and he's making sure we know that he predicted Blokes to be in the finals here. So
yes.
We have to give him...
He predicted them to win as well. But one thing,
he's not right yet then.
One thing I want to point out, Mark by 8, he's coming from Spain. No Spaniard has ever won a major in Rocket League history. Mark by 8, he can make history today. He definitely wants it. He's teamed up with 2 French lads, Monkey Moon and Extra. Those boys are looking good. And if I'm going to do any predictions, I'm going BDS.
Well, Chiefs, I know you're on the fence on this one. You want to toss a coin?
Top Blokes. Why not? Top Blokes. Right. I love it. I've always wanted Flame to find success, so I'll pick based on Flame's popping off, and he's got Archie behind him putting goals in the back. So I'm gonna go Top Blokes.
Okay, this is hard. We have the strong offensive BDS, but then the slingshot of an Archie. The Blokes using. Oh, I might have to put my power into Blokes as well. Mostly just, I don't know. Okay,
don't agree with Stumpy. Don't agree with Stumpy.
Yeah. That's the real crime.
If you let me down, never again are you being able to come on appreciate. I'm making sure you're not appreciating. Okay. You better be right here. But anyways, we need to know from you guys at home who it's going to be. Is Archie going to carry the Blokes to victory, or are we going to have a Spaniard take a win here finally and bring some pride to his country? Well, we're going to find out soon. Let us know on Twitter with the hashtag RLCSX at RL Esports as we get into our grand finals of the first European regional.
2 long weeks later, and it is time for our grand finals. And 2 teams that I doubt many people have expected to be here at the beginning of the season. Johnny, I cannot wait for this. And I always know that we're going to get a fantastic series when Achieves just completely gives up on analysis and just picks based on passion. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, he's looking around for a coin, I swear. But man, it's crazy. Seeing Top Blokes come through that side of the bracket the way they have, it's hard not to see them taking a good shot at BDS here. Even though going into today, Top Blokes, I think, were my 7th best team in this bracket. And I think I had BDS at number 2, right behind Vitality. So I've got to go BDS. They've looked impressive. They've just beaten Vitality to get here. But my goodness, did Top Blokes just look impressive.
And we'll all be looking towards Archie. He is probably going to be the biggest difference maker we have got on the pitch. Gibbs saying he scored 1.81 goals in their previous series. He's scored 1.64 across the entirety of today. He has been phenomenal. That's not the start that the Spaniard wanted. Mark just watches and it goes glistening by his car.
And this is why we've seen so many times in the past that you need to wait till the final to find out what kind of players are going to show up, because it really is different. It doesn't matter how much experience you've got. It doesn't matter how well you've been playing up until this point. In a grand final, anything can happen. And Mark, who's been the player to watch for BDS all tournament, has just completely whiffed a ball that I'd expect most players in like the 1500 range in ranks to hit.
But you get the feeling that if both teams are hitting at full capacity, BDS will be the favorites. But if you're looking for pure composure, and Top Blokes might be dangerous. Extra off the backboard, followed up by Monkey Moon. Goal!
Here it is. That is the response. And, you know, Mark just chilling at the back, waiting to see if his teammates are going to make up for that earlier misplay of his. They are. Now, can he elevate, join Monkey Moon and Extra as that 3-man offense that we know BDS wants to get going today? I mean, if they can do that, it's going to be so difficult for Top Blokes. There's no space for Archie to set up double touches if they're just defending their own back wall.
Monkey Moon up against Flame. Able to get there just about quick enough, and that's something that you would expect to say often when it comes to BDS. Have established themselves as one of those quickest teams that we have in the RLCS. Goes to the middle. Cassio blasts long. Monkey Moon over to Cassio again. That's not the right team play. And now that's 2 mistakes. BDS showing the nerves.
Certainly, and this is, you know, from one Frenchman to another, that's the one country that's guaranteed to get the major win today, with Cassio, Monkey Moon, and Extra all representing the dominant nation from Europe. I mean, of course, me and Shogun, we're looking to see if UK can get it done. I mean, you're looking to see if England can get it done. You're even more tied to this than I am. Top Blokes with Archie and Flame. But they've had a couple of gifts there. I don't think it's going to be that easy for the rest of the series. It looks like, well, so far, it doesn't matter who it is for BDS. They're all feeling pretty nervous with their defensive clears. Those have both been rushed attempts, and they've both been unsuccessful.
There's always that question for Top Blokes about what does a team look like without Freaky, because you got the feeling that whilst they were adding a bit of flair, you didn't know if they were going to be able to keep their consistency.
Yeah.
They have very much looked just as consistent and even more potent as the offense.
Oh, 100%. The offense is, like, the offensive power has increased so much, not only because they've now got a willingness to attack with all 3 of their players and to start full team passing plays, full team pressure plays, but the individual skill of Archie is something else. That's a good save by Flame. Not a lot of goal to aim at for Extra. He did have Flame immediately in front of him. Once again, we do see BDS panicking, even though nobody's there to pressure them. And Extra's been bumped to the back post. Archie didn't get the contact. It's free for Cassio. Is he going to get there? Mark beats him to it.
Oh, and now it's the transition. Extra off the backboard. Archie's in such a tough spot. He's at the mercy of Monkey Moon, and he still gets to it.
Man, Archie's having a day and a half. This is crazy. They're talking about Archie and Top Blokes as the puppeteers, the puppet masters rather, of this tournament. BDS is the main characters. You know, they're the ones who've gone through Vitality, the final boss of EU Rocket League. Good defense again by Archie, just getting a piece of that ball to deny Monkey Moon. The clean run through. It's constant pressure from BDS, but not the worst situation in defense for Top Blokes. They've been able to hang on to a little bit of boost on their players. Now, just as I say that, 2 of them flop past the ball, but Flame's going to clear it. Space for Mark by 8. Archie not able to stop him yet. Now, Mark's been so good at the corner play this whole tournament. He always gets the ball center from that position. Not this time.
And now Archie took advantage.
Oh, wow.
Cassio double demo, and they don't get the goal for it. And now it's a transition. Monkey Moon aims for net. There's no way. As Flame will keep it out. You would have felt so bad for Cassio getting 2 demos and getting scored on for it. Well, lads, I left you with a 2v1. How'd you lose?
We've seen that a few times today. You know, one team comes so close to scoring, hits the post or the crossbar, and then the counter-attack straight away down the middle catches them out of position. This time, we did see a great recovery by Cassio. Top Blokes having to do a lot of defending. They're going to have to do a bit more. Extra shot is saved by Flame. Now they're going to try and counter straight down the middle, and they're going to get it. Cassio makes it 3-1. Top Blokes have a huge edge in game 1.
Man, the transitions from both teams are so incredible. You give them any amount of space, they are aiming straight for your net. Well, the way they just do it, it's so quick that it makes it feel like the field is even smaller than it actually is. You have to keep it in mind at all times. You can't let the ball bounce. Because if they do, they are going to get the half volley. You are very much in trouble. So Top Blokes, currently up by 2. Off the ceiling, needs following, and Flame is going to pinch it with Archie. And that is a lot of pressure gone. Might very well be the last chance that they had, although Cassio doesn't look too comfortable. Instead, probably called off by Archie. Good play, just slowing the game down as much as they can. Monkey Moon can't get it past Archie. And since that has been said to all too many players today, Top Blokes, in a very scrappy game 1, we weren't expecting it to be anything else, have got themselves the starting game.
Well, it was a game with 2 key moments for me, and both of them, unfortunately, for BDS were defensive blunders. The complete whiff on the hard clear by Mark, and then the bad clear from Monkey Moon. Those 2 moments were not really replicated by Top Blokes, who defended with consistency all the way through the game. That, for me, has to improve for BDS if they're going to have a chance against Top Blokes, who are likely to score a goal or more every game with or without your help.
And I really feel like the best way we can describe this series, Johnny, is a chance for both of these teams. BDS, they have looked so good. They dominated the rival series last season. This is their chance to really prove that they actually deserve to be, and I would say they're already in that conversation with Reno Vitality and Oxygen. But for BDS, this is a bigger opportunity for them because, as you said, expected by many to always be sat in that sort of 4th to 8 role, very much a gatekeeper of the region. This is the team you beat to go and be the champion. This is not a team that we'd always look to be in that role. This is their chance, and maybe their best one we're going to see them get for a long time to take a championship.
Yeah, we've also got to remember the fact that BDS are, I think, gonna feel like the favorites in this matchup. I've not had a chance to talk to any of them about this, but I would be surprised if they don't feel like the favorites to win, not only on paper going into this tournament, but also because they just beat Vitality in the semifinals. And that might not be helping them. We've seen this time and time again in Rocket League Major Grand Finals, that the underdog team shows up with nothing to lose, no fear. They just go in with confidence, and it's actually the experienced team or the favorite to win who are making the mistakes. Backboard read for Monkey Moon is off, but Mark's there. Archie with a great clear, actually. A lot of power on that. Archie is going to carry on. What is happening? He just walks it in.
I have no idea what BDS are doing on their offense. Third man? No man. Archie will just tap the ball right in. And you know, we were talking about how potent his offense had to be. This time around, he's not really had to show us much of it. He is getting these far too easy.
Did the third man get bumped there or something?
I was looking.
I
assume so.
Yeah, you have to think that something happened. Something that shouldn't have happened happened.
Okay,
well,
there we go,
just
Mark.
like game one. We've got the equalizer for BDS. Very similar so far. Actually, or a complete repeat of what we saw in game one. It's not good news for BDS because of what happens next. But yeah, they really have to iron out these defensive mistakes. They've got the equalizer, fortunately.
And if it was a bump, it is something that you would look at as maybe a hard counter to how fast they play. Just remove that third man, spot out who is actually supposed to be next in rotation. If you get rid of that, that speed is going to be very difficult to maintain because it's very rhythm-based. If you start to lose it, it's difficult to figure it back out again. As Castillo was maybe hoping for a pass, Archie instead blasts it at the backboard. BDS will want to grab the next goal. Do not want to be trailing for too much throughout this series. Archie leaves it for Flame, and that is far too simple. Great communication, but it was completely unchallenged.
What a mind game by Archie, and then reversing it out of the way of Flame, who had the, I think, much better shooting angle. Top-notch stuff from Archie in offense. He didn't get an assist on that ball in-game because he didn't even touch it, but we can see from the setup that he was absolutely huge in making that play happen.
Monkey Moon has to win the race. He's got it. That's a difficult position for top blokes. Actually dropped down pretty nicely for them. BDS just feel like they are constantly trailing this series, like just a pace that they don't seem to recognize. Monkey Moon takes to the air, is going to drop it. There's the setup.
Wow.
Mark's got his second. But this all comes down to just a phenomenal play. Monkey Moon rips the defense apart.
Yeah, that was pretty sick from Extra as well. He made it look like he was going to shoot, but actually passed in field to Monkey Moon. And the fact that it looked like Extra was shooting, it bought Monkey Moon so much time. He was able to control that ball with the first touch, start the air dribble. And in most cases, if a pass comes across, you're not going to have time to do that. You just have to let it rip on the first touch with the shot. So it's all on Extra there, doing a really good job hiding the fact that he was passing till the last second.
Extra waiting for the challenge. Couldn't quite get possession of the ball. Mark will be much happier with his performance so far in this game rather than the last one. Now they need the result to go with it. Still 3 minutes on the clock. Off the backboard, Monkey Moon will get there. Fell in a very nice spot for him. It's interesting to see. Both teams haven't gone too heavy on the midfield. Archie couldn't get contact and left it for Mark. And Mark was that close to finding his hat trick. They're still on offensive pressure. Cassio wants to keep this away from Mark. Archie down to Castillo. This is where the transitions can be dangerous. Instead, Extra waiting for a midfield option. Flame will cover it.
BDS trying to work that corner again. They're not afraid of taking the 50-50s in this position. It's the sort of stuff that we've seen from G2, from SSG in North America. Very aggressive play style. They have to communicate so accurately and so quickly in these moments. Because if somebody says that they've got it and the other two players move in accordance with that. Oh, what demo by Castillo. That looked open for Monkeyman. He managed to steal that one away from him. Still tied up in game number 2. And what a huge advantage this would be for Top Blokes if they can get a win in this one to back up their game 1 win.
They would be halfway there. And currently, Flame would like to try and set up for that. Already up is Castillo. Couldn't quite beat Mark, but maybe a passing opportunity. Archie a little bit close. He can still work with this off the backboard. Who's he got in support? 2 players in the midfield. Castillo and Flame a little bit too close to each other to really be used for a passing play. So it's back over to Archie. Couldn't find the shot on target. BDS seeing a lot of the defensive side of the field right now. Like to get rid of this as quickly as they can. Archie almost dropped on it. Feels like they've just set Archie off onto seek and destroy mode. Do whatever he wants. Flame and Castillo will cover. BDS happy to finally get some space. Off the backboard, Mark sets up. One more set, extra comes in. Now Mark's all by himself. He's got Archie moving forward. Who does win the challenge? He's now got Flame, who will move in for it. Great save. Keeps it away. BDS able to keep this all tied up. But this match is just going rapid fire pace.
Yeah, just that one mistake in defense. Well, you think it was a mistake. It might have been a bump or something as simple as a boost missed earlier on. That's all BDS have really done wrong in defense this game. The other goal was just a brilliant move from Archie. So an improvement on game 1 from BDS. Already a much closer affair because of that. And they need one more. And it's actually Top Blokes. They're still in offense. BDS, you can see that they're very afraid to advance as a unit like they usually do. Probably thinking about those mistakes that they had earlier on. Unbelievable from Flame. Not a lot of boost, but he makes short work of that defensive structure. Castillo is being sneaky with the flip reset as well. It's non-stop Top Blokes pressure.
It's been a very strange approach from BDS so far. Not willing to commit midfield. But at the same time, they're not holding people on the backboard too often. Good backboard clear. Monkey Moon has to go. Double commit. Will work out. Greasy Meister is out, but the Greasy Meister philosophy of double the commit, double the power still holds true.
Yeah, that was exactly what they needed. Just a booming clear. So useful when you're under pressure, when you're stuck in defense. You just need some space to breathe. We've seen plenty of those today. Hard hits have been the name of the game, especially on Championship Sunday. BDS get opportunity to attack once again. It's been a while. Let's see if they can make anything of it.
Mark, over to extra, scores it! We are tied up, 1 game each.
What a pass from Mark by 8. He's up for that one so quickly. Look at where he took that ball from. As soon as it bounces off the ceiling, he rifles it into the middle, and extra was waiting right there for it. That is exactly what BDS needed. I really think if they went 2 games down here, that the heads could have very easily gone down. Like I said, they should feel like the favorites in this matchup. If you lose the first 2 games, you're going to start to wonder what is happening here. Is this just scripted against us? But quite clearly, the script was well written for this one as well. I wouldn't expect anything less from
you
the first
wrote
major.
It. You're giving yourself credit.
I wanted to make it a good one for RLCS SX first event, the first major, and it's certainly delivering so far.
And I think for BDS, it was the perfect player to have that sort of game. Mark really struggled in the opening one. He's then come in and got himself 3 goal participations to his name. And, you know, as good as his 2 goals were, that set to win it could not have been taken better.
Oh yeah, he was up so fast for that. He was already off the wall before the ball had bounced off the ceiling. So he was just purely in his flow state there. He's reading what is going to happen with that bounce. And, you know, even at the highest level, you never really know for sure what kind of ceiling bounce you're going to get unless you're absolutely in the zone. And yeah, that's really, I'm happy to see Mark Bay play that game out brilliantly after starting off with one of the worst misplays we've seen all day, just completely whiffing an overhead aerial. That's not something we'd expect to see at this level since I'd say about 7 or 8 seasons back. Let's see if he can keep it up though. We had, I think, 2 big defensive mistakes in game 1, 1 in game 2. BDS moving in the right direction.
Still a long way to go. Flame looking for Archie. He has been kept relatively quiet in the last 5 minutes of gameplay. You always get to start wondering, though, how long that's going to last off the backboard. Mark will see it coming. And it might get to the point of the series where we start looking towards Flame and Casio. Here they are combining to try and set Casio. Denied at the last possible moment by Mark. The top Blokes have seen an awful lot of offense. And they have failed to really make too much use of it lately. Here is Extra, goal scorer in the last game. To take the series, or take the game for BDS. Now Casio takes his time, baits in Mark. Gonna be a race to see who gets this one first, but Monkey Moon seemingly racing for that one solo. The reason why I do talk about the amount of offensive pressure, Johnny, is not even necessarily to give credit to having that much offensive pressure, but maybe to just point out that these are the two teams that deal with it the best and are so quick. If you make one missed rotation when you're on offense against them, they instantly punish you on the transition.
Oh, 100%, and the shot stopping from top Blokes has been next level. BDS actually against Dignitas had a similar sort of adaptation where they started off the series maybe a bit too aggressively, just dialed it back and played, you know, still a fast-paced offense, but smarter, certainly. Monkey Moon at the back post intercepts this clear before it gets too far, but Flame's going to send that one well over the top of them. Archie actually catches up to it, but marked by 8 is a brick wall right now in game 3. They cannot get past it, but just as I say that, Casio does exactly that. Whenever he's third man, I've been extremely impressed with his positioning and the timing of his challenges.
Oh, goes to the side. Casio has to block from Extra. Good pressure for BDS. They'll want to keep this going. Casio will at least clear it over to Extra one more time. BDS making sure that top Blokes do not get that one clean hit. Need to make sure that every single one of these is staying awkward. Mark by 8. Annihilates the whole defense.
Oh, they're probably still remembering last game when he fired an infield pass from this position. Now he just goes straight under them with the floor pinch. Unbelievable creativity by Mark. And he disguised that so well. We've been talking a lot so far about how important it is for BDS to hide their intentions when they're attacking as much as they can, because these guys in top Blokes, they position extremely well. They cover everything as well as they can, pretty much, with their reactive style defense. So if you can wait until the last second to show them your hand, that increases your chances, I think, success significantly.
Oh, good shot. Mark helped out by Monkey Moon, and the pass is going to be way too far away off the challenge. This is where BDS are at their best. Long clears that they can follow. Still a bit of boost. Maybe take out a player. Anything that gives them a slight advantage. Extra has got Mark turning up. Is there another goal for him? It's not likely to come from that shot. Lacking a little bit of venom. Maybe this one will be a little bit better. Managed to take Casio out. Archie's looking a little awkward. Extra wants to move in. Goes sailing over the top of Monkey Moon. Top Blokes will at least survive, at least the first blitz, but Mark is not going to give them too long, and Archie, yeah, you know what? I think that's fair enough. He's seen enough of the BDS offense. Just hammers it back into the blue side of the field and might get himself an opportunity from it. Archie, does he have the infield pass? No, it is cleared. Now Casio will by himself. You can see BDS already starting to launch. They will look for him. Don't want to give him any room.
Man, BDS or something else. They've absolutely solidified. This is more like the BDS that eliminated Vitality in the semifinals of this tournament. Hardly an opening to be seen for top Blokes to work with. And whereas they look so scary in offense in both games 1 and 2, this game they're not even getting a look at it. It's just solid stuff from BDS. At every part of the field, those mistakes are in the distant past.
Archie off the backboard, and Extra can still get there. Nothing available for top Blokes. They are trying their hardest. Just feels like they've got to beat these players, 4 or 5 times. Just so rapid on the commits and the challenges that by the time you beat 1 or 2 of them, they've already had time to recover.
Yeah, they really need a big moment from Archie right now. That's a decent pass, but the shot is nowhere near good enough. Archie's unfortunately let the team down. He's got another chance to disguise it for himself, actually. His creativity is there. Accuracy is not.
I think it's time to start moving on to a new plan. Archie is being fed every single ball, but he's cooled off a little bit. Time for Flame and Casio to show what they can do. And we already know Casio especially. Multiple seasons, top goal scorer in the rival series. We haven't seen him in G-Fini Elite Series, exactly what he's capable of. Top scorer over there. We know he's got it in him. It's going to be Flame moving in. Horrible challenge, and with 10 seconds left, it's BDS that have got the territory. Worst case scenario, currently for top Blokes. Up to the wall. They've got to try and get here first. Extra. Buys a little bit more time. Flame after Archie. Didn't quite get it over to him properly, and that is so much work to do. There's no way a teammate is reaching that one. And Team BDS thoroughly settling into this series.
That's more like it. That's the BDS that we expected to show up in this grand final. They look so impressive at the moment. The thing that's lacking to me for top Blokes has to be the shot power. They've definitely got good ideas. They're passing the ball well. They're creating, well, half chances maybe. But there's a reluctance to just slam the ball on target, which surprises me because in defense, they are not afraid to just boom the ball to get rid of it. They're just going for hard clear after hard clear. When you put them in attack, they're all about that precision. They're all about that accuracy. So when it's not completely spot on, the shots really aren't that scary. I wouldn't mind, especially in a grand final, just let rip. Just fire a quick shot on target, because we've seen defensive mistakes from BDS already this series. We've seen them in game 1 and 2. We didn't see any in game 3 because I think they just had a bit too much time to see what's coming at them.
And I would attribute an awful lot of that to Monkey Moon. Every single time Top Blokes is trying to find some way to move forward, he is just half rotating instantly and right in front of their face. You know, Mark has had the majority of their big opportunities, but they're getting them off the pressure being generated majoritively by Monkey Moon. He is a nightmare for Top Blokes to deal with, and they just haven't got an answer to him yet.
It's a much better way to play the game, a much safer way to play the game. You keep your entire team active when your players who are too far forward to defend your net attack the ball. If the other team have control, just come at them from angles other than your own goal. That's going to give yourself lots of men behind the ball to get past. Oh, that should have been in. It's off the post by Mark. He went for the absolute post and in, I think. And Top Blokes have gotten away with it. It really easily could have been 1-0.
Feel like that shot just had to be on target. It didn't have to be a phenomenal one. Hey, Mark's shooting has been really good recently. Definitely felt confident in himself, and it is BDS right back to where they have been throughout this entire series. Outpacing, outshooting. That one didn't quite have the sizzle on it that you would need to get past Top Blokes. Top Blokes are really struggling to match this. Castillo will look to try and chase forward. Monkey Moon fakes challenge. He has popped it out. Archie can't get any further. Monkey Moon popped it out because he wants to chase it. There is no such thing as a free ball against BDS. That is a good challenge, though. Monkey Moon will be by himself, and Archie shot right at him. They had Monkey Moon in such a rough position, but Archie shooting, it needs to get that little better.
Yeah, you know, that was more like it. At least he forced Monkey Moon to make a save this time. It's an improvement in the last game, where it was all, you know, deft touches, backboard passes to themselves, and then no shot on target at the end of it all. But like BDS's shot early on in the game, not accurate enough. Needs to go to the side of the goal. Force Monkey Moon to have to lunge, and you're more likely to get him to miss. He's still, I think, gonna save it because he's just that good in goal. Here come Top Blokes again. That's a brilliant clear by Extra. Not often a clear straight down the middle is the right choice, but he saw exactly where the Top Blokes were waiting for him out on the left-hand side there. So he just sent it into the middle nice and high to get it away from him.
Back into the midfield, Castillo. Oh, he's whiffed it. That's not good. BDS will take advantage. Mark darts past one player. Looks to set up. He's on the ceiling. Has Monkey Moon in support, and it was too quick. Monkey Moon arriving a little early. Forced himself to slow down, so re-accelerating was always going to be a bit of an issue. Game has been a little bit more even in terms of territory. Launched shot. Mark and Extra both go. Archie hasn't got the shooting with him at the moment. Can he turn creator? Not this time. There's a bit of a wasteful ball from Flame. Hands it over to Mark. Team now pegged back onto the backboard. Need something big. They've got something big. Castillo flicks over the top. In for Flame. And it's another soft shot.
Yeah.
BDS, they are getting away with some of these.
Yeah, that's the same problem as we had in the last game. The shooting power is just nowhere near good enough for Top Blokes. It's no doubt that BDS are a heavier hitting team than they are, and that's why their Top Blokes are struggling in this hard clear war that sometimes develops, especially under the pressure of a grand final like this. But you'd expect them to do better in that final third. I make that 2 shots now this game that have both been completely Not good enough. Mark by 8 up very early for this one. Doesn't make contact, and luckily for Top Blokes, it's going to roll away from the danger. Monkeyman's got a lot of boost to work with here. He's got at least one more touch on the ball. He's intercepted by Castillo. But the boost steals coming in for BDS now. This is dangerous for Top Blokes. They have to try and control that corner boost. Oh, did Flame get it? I don't know. Will it matter? It might, because Castillo has stopped Monkeyman.
For how long BDS will keep this press going? Double commit from Mark and Extra. It's going to be up to Monkey Moon. He defends the midfield in the only way he knows how, by challenging into the opposing final third. But my goodness, Top Blokes.
They got
need to find this half volley. Yeah, they are completely gone. Monkey Moon will collect that other 100 boost. So this is not going to get any easier for them anytime soon. Castillo just goes for the full send. They might as well at this point, but now they've left Archie. He's on nothing. It feels like it's only a matter of time. There is no way Top Blokes can possibly keep this one out. Castillo's got 50 boost. He's going to have to be the hero for his team. Monkey Moon into the corner. Archie leaves it for Flame. And somehow, some way, Top Blokes have got some breathing room.
Great 50-50s by Top Blokes. They needed every single one of those to go perfectly for them, and it did. But still, the danger is not yet gone. BDS can switch sides in a heartbeat. They can get this ball from one end of the field to the other towards a blue player, and they're doing it right now. It's been non-stop BDS offense. Top Blokes had a couple of great chances earlier on this game, but they're not going to get many more of those if they can't get the ball out of defense. It's on their goal line again. That's actually a really good touch by Castillo, keeping it close to the back wall. Impossible for BDS to shoot from there.
How on earth is this game nil? No, it might not have survived for too much longer. Top Blokes were trying to steal it. But we have got to overtime. And, you know, even from the very beginning, we had a shot that ricocheted off both posts. Now, immediate shot. Flame will keep it out. It's important to note that this match is to give one of these teams the advantage. Top Blokes can take it. They will tie us up at 2. If BDS take it, they will have 3 match points in a gameplay loop that has very much suited them. Top Blokes really need to remind BDS of their mortality in this series. Monkey Moon aims to just try and test Archie. Does pass it this time around. Boom and clear. Extra has really struggled. Archie couldn't find the net. Knew he had to take it quickly before Monkey Moon came in. But this is the best chance Top Blokes have had in a while. Unfortunately, it looks like it's going to go away. Archie will clear back in, but his teammates need to reboost. Flip reset. Goes for it all by himself. Monkey Moon already over that corner. Castillo straight over to Mark. And BDS's defense just as good as their offense.
Yeah, really nicely done by BDS. Extra wanted a bump here. Oh my goodness, this ricocheted off 2 players and clear of danger for Top Blokes for now. We saw moments ago just what a hard clear can do. Extra was feeling the pressure as the ball flew at him a bit faster than he expected. Extra's got a free touch, not an easy rebound. Good positioning by Castillo. He has done really well here, taking 2 players out of the game. In comes Flame. Extra has made it back. And it's now much more back and forth. It's not domination for BDS. Top Blokes are getting some chances. Can they put it in the back of the net, though? It feels like a long time since we saw a goal for them.
I mean, the way this game's going, it feels like it's going to be a long time before we saw a goal from either team. Here's Castillo. It's a poor catch from Extra. And somehow, some way, Top Blokes have managed to take game 4.
Oh, no, Extra. I guess it was his turn. I guess it was his go to make a big mistake in defense. Unfortunately, it's cost them another game. All that hard work, all that domination was for nothing. Top Blokes get the win. They had to absolutely hold on for dear life in defense, though. I think they probably had a combined 20 boosts between them for a good minute in that regulation time. Absolutely crazy.
Oh dear. I feel like every single time we come back to our cameras over here, John, I'm just going to get more and more red. It's very warm in here, but this series is heating up itself, and it's definitely not helping me. Wow, I mean, how? How on earth have Top Blokes won this? They have no right to it whatsoever.
Well, you know, defensively, they fought like warriors. They were brilliant at times. Some of their defensive touches were really calm under pressure and making sure to keep the ball as close to their back wall as possible so that the follow-up shot, the dagger that usually comes in as the finishing blow for BDS, isn't effective. You need some kind of angle to work with, even with these guys. Incredible mechanics and ability to shoot shots from impossible angles. If Top Blokes if they can keep the ball near their back wall, they know at least they're safe for a few seconds, and that's enough to not grab a corner boost pad. Apparently, they didn't get many of those, but they got the small pads, enough to hang on for the next save.
So if we were to look at it in terms of, which team we feel like is playing better, I think BDS would be taking that shout by a country mile, but that's not what's important right now. What's important is that both teams are tied up 2 games each, and whoever gets this one, it doesn't matter how good the goal is, how much defense which team plays, that team that takes this win is going to be on tournament point.
Yeah, and 2 of them as well. Top Blokes have given away quite a few chances because their lack of power that they've got in the shots. It's a really strange problem to see them have, because obviously they all know how to hit a power shot. But BDS have definitely made more mistakes in defense. So you've got one team slightly underperforming in offense, one team slightly underperforming in defense. What does that make for? Well, a very interesting series where one team who looked like they're going to win end up losing games. That's a great start though. Mark slams one in 36 seconds, and that's much better for BDS. They'll just wish that they got this in overtime last game.
I feel like I haven't seen a goal scored for BDS that wasn't by Mark since game 1, really. He has very much stepped into his own when he's given the opportunity. And it is the most annoying sort of goal if you're BDS. You spend so much time on offense. Oh, wow, extra. Caught into action very quickly. Castillo gets a demo. Monkey Moon forced to respond. Here is Flame to make it 2, but Monkey Moon lands on it. Archie off the backboard's going to be followed by absolutely no one. And Extra looks to dance around the entire team. BDS, every time they get space, they are taking players out. Mark looks to make it another.
What?
They have got to stop giving him space. He is lethal at the moment. Extra to make it 2, and he's done it.
Oh, he's done it just. Really nice control by Extra. Refusing to let this ball bounce away from the crossbar. A bit unfortunate though for Top Blokes in the panic that ensued when Extra attacked that back wall. They did end up with a team bump on the goal line, and this is one of the most comfortable leads that we've seen all day. I feel like we've just been watching 1-goal games over and over again. Now BDS have got 2. Oh no. Okay, Extra. Another defensive blunder.
Are they playing this on hard mode? What are they doing?
When I saw this, I was like, yep, I've been there. I've done that many times.
Gibbs is probably more correct than ever before about his video game comparison. They have put this RPG onto hard mode after defeating the boss in Renault Vitality. I thought, oh, you know what? I thought this was going to be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, that was not what Extra needed. It was, in the end of it all, it was the result that he wanted. The ball did end up bouncing away from the goal, but you really don't want to be shooting at your own post to get that outcome. Certainly not in an out-of-control situation like that. Cassie's actually got some space here. Not sure where the challenge was. Well done by Monkey Moon. He's not going to let Flame use the ceiling in offense. That's definitely one other thing that BDS have had as an advantage. Is their usage of the ceiling in attack has made the life of Top Blokes much harder than Top Blokes have been able to do to BDS.
And Top Blokes are the team that are currently on the hunt. Unfortunately, they need the ball. They've been given the ball. Castillo really did not expect to have it, but he certainly is not going to complain. The Top Blokes would prefer to score sooner rather than later. BDS, I don't know. Typically in this situation, Johnny, I would say this always second. BDS just keep handing it to them. It's almost like a dare of sorts. But, typically in this situation, Johnny, I would say, team of a minute left is going to start turtling up. I don't know if BDS would ever consider it, but
there you go. Maybe
they need to consider not handing this ball back over to Top Blokes. They're back into it.
Yeah, the defensive mistakes keep plaguing BDS. Extra was a bit panicked there. He wasn't sure when the shot was coming in. Just felt like flipping at the ball would be a good idea just in case somebody was already on top of it. Turns out, Flame timed his arrival a bit later than Extra expected. That's given Top Blokes the comeback that they needed. They still need to finish this one off. BDS are still, for me, the team who have performed, I think, better in, if we include this game, 4 games in a row. You could easily see BDS winning any of these 4 games. Top Blokes have been scraping and scrapping and trying to make things work. But it is somewhat working, even though the BDS have been dominating.
Oh, is that top corner? Archie just makes it. Crucial that they keep that lead only at 1. Mark hasn't got a teammate to support. Monkey Moon can come in late, actually, off the whiff. And really, Top Blokes not performing all that great here. They have got away with it. Booming clear. Monkey Moon will easily cover it. So efficient with the way he plays those as well. Always pushes it straight to the corner so he can land and continue the challenges. Archie will wait. Mark tried to make himself nice and big. Couldn't quite prevent the shot from going past him.
Yeah, BDS are just faster. They're winning every free ball. They're just getting to that quicker than top blokes are. That's allowing them to capitalize on many a boost steal. I think we saw about 30 seconds ago, Flame and Casio had nothing. Or I think it was Archie and Casio had nothing in the tank. They're both just trying to clear the ball, but they've got no boost to work with. BDS keep taking it. And you know, you're wondering, why can't top blokes do this to BDS? Why can't they just steal their boost? Well, you got to get into attacks to do that, and they can't do it. Because BDS are just too fast. They're beating them to every uncontested ball in the midfield. And now it's a lead shot for Monkey Moon. Catches Flame off this goal line, 3-1.
And it's one of those sort of goals that you do have to rewind a very far back to try and see, you know, what caused the situation for top blokes. And again, it's just a big clear. BDS so good at, you know, figuring out where the player is going to hit the ball to. And they instantly go to cover it. They're not even going to wait for it to bounce. They want it the moment your car has hit it. And if they can't get that, they're going to take as many resources from you as they possibly can. Archie, it's a horrible spot for him to be in. The team had to go on attack, but it has ended up wasting even more time from them. Archie hasn't got many people up with him at the moment. Had to try and go by himself. If it stays like this, the BDS will be one step closer. Already mentioned that France will win no matter what. But for Spain, this could be massive. Oh my goodness, Mark. Well, it's a massive save for the Spaniards. Mark has just stepped up, and even when he's not expecting to be needed for the play, he is there anyway.
Yeah, impressive stuff. For me, Mark at the moment is the most valuable player of this tournament between all teams. Obviously, if top blokes end up winning this, you can make a great case for Archie after their semifinals carry or that he made. But yeah, this is all BDS at the moment. I still think that's 4 games in a row where they've dominated. They've had a couple of throwaway moments where they're giving away cheap goals, and obviously that's on them. You can't take away these goals from top blokes. They are taking some chances when they're giving them, but the speed is just too much for BDS. The power shots are too much. They're hitting the ball harder, they're getting to the ball faster, and they're more comfortable attacking the ball at speed from crazy angles. These guys are they're mechanically terrifying, and other teams who are watching this, I'm sure, are wondering just how good can this team be when they start ironing out these mistakes, when they start playing more like a team than they already do. They're going to be unbelievably good. They're already favorites to win the tournament, and I think this is just the beginning for what this team's capable of.
Oh yeah, this is a team that we are going to be seeing an awful lot of throughout this season. So honestly, get used to seeing them in grand finals. For top blokes, we don't know if we're going to see them in too many grand finals. So this is the game that they have got to start turning this around. They've got to win 2 in a row now. Otherwise, BDS are going to take it. For top blokes, it's all or nothing at this point. It is time to full send and see whether or not they can match BDS.
Yeah, I think they just got to go for it. They're not as comfortable playing at that intense pace that BDS do play at, but they don't have a choice in the matter anymore. Sometimes to get a win in a grand final like this, you have to go to places that you're not really sure of. And for me, that would involve just pushing the limits for mechanical capabilities.
Well, I think one thing we could bring up here actually is that if you want to put BDS into a position that they're not familiar with, you know, that level of pressure at this sort of stage could very well do it. We saw how much they struggled in game 1. It looked like they needed a moment or two to find their footing. And we already know that the most difficult games in these series are game 1 and the tiebreaker. If they can send this to Champions Field, we don't know what that game 7 looks like.
Yeah, that's obviously when the doubt starts to set in. Again, BDS still know, like I said earlier, they know they're the favorites here. They'll know that they've had the edge in most of these games. And if we end up in a game 7, they're thinking, well, why is it game 7? We should have won by now. I think I would definitely say that. Regardless of the outcome of this game, BDS probably should have won by now. They have had so much pressure. They've had so many chances. And top blokes have just been hanging on for the majority of this series ever since the first game. But yeah, top blokes, this is your chance. You've got to just push the limits of what you think you're capable of. Just go faster than you've ever gone before and hope that it's fast enough to keep up with this BDS lineup.
Going to be dropping over to extra. First shot, goal! Well, good luck trying to keep up with this one. no issue when it comes to offensive power. Extra blasts it.
That's an absolute monstrous shot from Extra. We talked about Top Bloke's struggles, hitting the ball hard on target. Extra shows him how it's done. 1-0 on Wasteland. They're not interested in going to Champions Field to win this tournament. They're just going to do it in 6.
Over the top, Monkey Moon has to save. Just feels like whenever I see Monkey Moon on the board, he's been so good. But Flame with a massive shot. Top Blokes needed that so much.
I don't think there could have been a better type of goal for them to score as well. Flame just smacks it into the net. That's what you like to see. No messing around, no slow chip shots, no nice fancy placement, no tricks. Just leg it on target as fast as you can. It's been lacking for Top Blokes all day. Now they've put one in. Let's see if that's going to spark some life into them.
Archie already up. Couldn't quite get past Monkey Moon. Now Flame wins a challenge. A couple of rare challenge wins here for Top Blokes. Castillo wants to go infield. Archie can get there. They can't win these clean enough to take the shots, but they are winning them clean enough to keep the pressure on. And all they have to do is keep doing this, keep boost starving BDS, and suddenly that fast play style doesn't work as well. Castillo ends up giving over to Monkey Moon, however, and that is how quickly that play can dissipate. Cannot give any sort of unchallenged touch to this team because they will punish you. Marked by 8 makes it 2-1.
They're just too fast, Shogun. Their speed is going to get them goals. Really nice team play. Monkey Moon played that perfectly. Mark did not have to break his stride at all. He didn't have to change his direction. He didn't have to slow down for a second. And that's another 1-goal lead for BDS. Feels like it's just a matter of time before they confirm the tournament win. Called their side of the bracket the harder one. They're proving that it might have been. Top Blokes are still in this. They've got 2 wins in the bag. They can steal this one. They'll have momentum going into Game 7. And they definitely don't have momentum right now.
Castillo will by himself. Monkey Moon does beat him into the race. Can't quite set up his teammate. Every touch from Top Blokes is so rushed. They feel like every time they go for it, they're going to be challenged. Tends to mean that, yeah, they typically have been. But it means as well that, you know, when the fake challenge comes in, it's been a good result for BDS, and they haven't had to commit a player for it. Castillo wants to pick up the 100 before he moves in. Not taking a bit too long, but this is a good air dribble from him. Did catch the ceiling, does end up losing the ball for it. Midfield, Archie a bit close to the middle side. It comes out for Flame. That might drop in. Castillo has to go. He can't get past the 2 players. Archie has enough boost just to keep that pressure on. Good clear from Monkey Moon. Flame holds the midfield one more time. Wants a second touch. Out for Castillo. And it feels like these sort of opportunities aren't going to happen too many more times. The most dangerous thing about that sentence is it's not really an opportunity. It's just territory. It's just possession. I feel like that is what Top Blokes have to take advantage of. Monkey Moon gonna secure it back by 8. Up by 2. Thoroughly deserved.
Yeah, you see the fear in Flame as soon as he takes off there. He knows he has to get up so quickly, and before he realizes it, Monkey Moon's gone underneath him. Masterful 50-50 by the Frenchman. And now this is absolutely their tournament to lose. It already was, but now they have to just hold on. They just have to keep playing their game. That might be another goal for Mark. Can he catch up to it? Yes, he can. And the tournament MVP for me makes it 3.
Spain shall rejoice. Mark by 8, hat-trick hero in the biggest game of his life. 4-1, and Top Blokes need a miracle. They're gonna have to just, I mean, I'm saying that they've got to go for it. Better got really go for it. It is, I don't know what gears you've got though. I mean, whatever gear you have, they've got another one installed.
Yeah, I just don't think that Top Blokes have got another gear. It's, you know, credit to them. They've given it a go in this game. They've not held back. They've not tried to play a slow game and wait for mistakes to happen. They've actually gone for it here. They've, you know, hit some hard shots on target. They've tried to keep up with BDS, but unfortunately for them, BDS haven't slipped up at all. You said it's not been so difficult to win that last game. It might be, and it's not been a friendly bounce to Top Blokes. They needed that, and they didn't get it. Wait a minute, double bump, and Archie sent it into the, he got a flip reset as well on the post, but is it just too little too late for Top Blokes? You must think so. 30 seconds left. They need a goal every 10 now. They still have to get the ball into their own half, out of their own half to get it started, and BDS are not going to let that happen.
Well, it has been an outstanding tournament performance for Top Blokes. This seems like their consistent playstyle could make them a real danger for consistent results throughout the entire season, but today belongs to BDS. In Season 3, it was the rise of clean rotations. In Season 5, we saw the past players of Dignitas take over. Will Season 8 be dominated by Spanish Bim Bam? BDS take regional number 1.
You know, I wouldn't mind seeing that. The Bim Bam strategy just dominating for a while. That's really all Top Blokes have got to do. Just get those mechanics grinded out, because clearly they were lacking in speed and efficiency. BDS are just something else. They have so much potential, and they've won a tournament already. They've got the team plays. They've got the confidence. Such a well-rounded team as well. Really, when they're not making these huge mistakes that I'm sure they're well aware of, they don't look that easy to get the ball past wherever they are in the field, whether it's their goal line or the halfway line. Deserve to win for BDS at the end of the day.
And it's so strange because you watch BDS play and you almost get the feeling that, you know, you almost want to give shout to Psyonix and just say, yo, if these guys got like 150 boost on them, how are they able to reach us every single time we try and play the ball? You watch Monkey Moon like take the ball and he just clears it. He's instantly in front of your face. There is no way to get away from the suffocating pressure of BDS, but they have taken this tournament. We have had an absolute blast here today. And to finish us off, I'm going to hand you over to Leaf.
We started with Shogun and we end with me, of course. Get out of here, Shogun. It's my show now. Welcome back to the desk. No, this was BDS's show. In all honesty, this was BDS's show. They took that in a hard fight, though. We got a shout out to every team that played today. I mean, every team that showed up showed they deserved to be here, but BDS showed they deserve to win this whole thing. Achieves, that was just speed, and it looked like, again, the Blokes, they were hoping to use Archie, but it wasn't the same story that we saw from the series before.
Yeah, no, absolutely locked down. I mean, Johnny hit the nail on the head. BDS just so fast during that series. And Top Blokes, they had great passing overall, but when you're reading the game as well as they were, and they're cutting them off, I mean, it's hard to accomplish anything. You try and feed the hot hand in Archie, and I thought it was going to work. They were playing so well, but not today. Extra marked by 8, and Monkey Moon just crushed it.
Man, what a storyline. 2 redemption arcs in the same series for BDS. Marked by 8, huge game 1 miss to make them lose that game. He comes back in game 2. Huge pass to Extra to win that game in overtime. Then Extra in game 4, a game that BDS should have absolutely won, been up 3-1, basically own goals in overtime. He comes right back, scores a fantastic goal in game 5 to give him a lead, and then a massive shot in game 6 to get a lead there as well. So great story for BDS. Not only did they win this, but they had to overcome some obstacles that they kind of set up themselves, but they bounced back. And that is the most important thing. Like in a long series, there's going to be down moments. Like in a long tournament through Swiss, there's going to be down moments, but how do you bounce back? How do you get those wins? And BDS, they showed it through all 4 days of competition.
Yeah, no, that was just an impressive performance, a great showing, honestly, from both teams here, from Top Blokes and from Team BDS. It was just speed, aggression, and great goals all around. A couple mishaps, I suppose, here and there, but it made for an entertaining, a very entertaining saga, that's for sure. Now, you mentioned the past 4 days. Let's recoup and talk through all of that. Let's take a look back as we go through the groups. We may as well start looking through Group A and B. Let's just start, of course, over on Group A. So this is a 3-stage process here. Gibbs, we started in Stage 1 with 32 teams with Swiss. Then we head to Stage 2 after that. Stage 1, man, a lot of teams here.
33 games on each of these days, so 99 games over 3 days. But obviously, the first day was all about the huge upsets, right? Team Liquid going out at 2-3, while Monkeys move on at 3-2. That was the big story. We had other teams like Triple Trouble barely squeak through. We saw them in the grid actually win some tournaments as well. But the Last Resort, they had a great showing as well to make it to day 3.
And let's take a look at Group B now as well. Again, a lot of cool storylines on this side. Of course, some of them fell short in that stage number 2, but you even see one of the main stories coming from Group B here was Magnifico making it all the way to those semis, all the way to the finals. What an incredible story. Dignitas, a great showing in the groups, fell off. Even though making it to stage 3, they eventually fell off, but a lot of cool stories here at Chiefs.
Yeah, the coolest one's probably coming from Guild, Stormtroopers, and Magnifico. Venk, of course, up there, and Vodafone Giants, a pleasant surprise. So a lot of people that qualified was just like, can they do it? And yeah, they absolutely could. And they knocked off some good names, the biggest one obviously being Oxygen falling out in Group B.
And of course, those 32 teams got shaved down to 16 as we went to stage number 2 and take a look at those who then fought to get to today. And again, some more stories. We, of course, had that Magnifico story continue on. Renault Vitality did what they were supposed to do. Guild was a really good surprise, I think, for a lot of fans that were curious if this was going to this story was going to keep up for them. And then the Blokes always kind of sitting in the middle there, just kind of sharking their way, eventually making to the top. Gibbs.
Yeah, Blokes, very solid showing over the first 2 weekends, and then obviously a great showing today. But Guild was one of those teams. They began the day from the first weekend, they finished 3-2. So they were a bottom 4 team. They had to go through the gauntlet, and they still finished 3-0 to get that number 1 seed going into the bracket. That obviously didn't work out for them. But teams like Triple Trouble barely missing out. Barca was a big name who went 3-0 in the first weekend, fell 1-3, so didn't make the bracket stage.
And then, of course, the bracket stage, as you mentioned, is what we witnessed today, the final stage of this regional as we went into starting with best of 5s into best of 7s. Just a simple single elimination. We got rid of all the craziness that were the Swiss and went back to what we know and finished it again with these top final teams here. And I got to say, for me, the craziest one again is probably that BDS run. We saw Magnifico do some good stuff, but BDS running through Vitality on that side of the bracket there, Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, it was a crazy game with Vitality and BDS, and they had to work real hard to get it done. But, I mean, like they said during the cast, Mark by 8, he's the guy to watch. And Extra also had a fantastic series during that. And they had to take down some real tough teams to get through there, and Vodafone Giants who were playing out of their minds as well. So
yeah,
they've had the absolute gauntlet, and it's great to see BDS climb to the top of the mountain.
And then one result that we always knew would happen, Vitality, they tied Magnifico. We all knew that was going to happen. They tied. They have the same exact amount of points. They are on the same level. We all knew this.
We all knew this. But yeah, I honestly think overall, all these teams proved that they belonged in those top final 8. I'd like to see a bit more from Dignitas, but even looking at the tweets, it's like they were happy with their performance even. They took a game off in their series, but I think for Violent Panda, they're happy to get to this point to say, hey, we got a good foundation, and now we're going to build off of this. So all these teams here prove that they belong in this final here. But a team, again, that proved it more so than others was Team BDS. And to talk about their victory, Extra is on the line. Congratulations, Extra, on winning the regional.
Thank you.
Is that final? That's that final breath, Extra, is it? It's just like,
so
it's over.
Tired. So tired, to be honest. I'm exhausted.
It's crazy. So I got to ask you then, what did you guys do to keep that energy up? Were you just zoned in? You didn't even realize, and now it's catching up to you? Or how did you keep yourself in the zone for such a long day?
I don't know. Maybe the Vitality series was the key because we weren't supposed to. I mean, Vitality is very good, so it was either us or them. And then when we won, I think it gave us like some, I don't know how to say it, like some energy. It's a bonus.
A boost.
Energy.
Yeah.
So do you have any words we talked about this earlier today about the teams that you tried out for that maybe didn't want you. Do you have any words for them throughout their offseason?
Oopsie.
Perfect.
Oh, I love it.
That's how you could have put it.
And of course, when you're sitting there about to prepare for, the grand final and you're watching the other side with the Top Blokes versus Magnifico match, I mean, you see Top Blokes playing out of your mind. I mean, what's running through your guys' head as you're getting ready and just sitting there watching Archie just destroy people?
Yeah, Archie's very good, but like they did improve the past 2 weeks, Top Blokes, because they weren't playing very good at the beginning. And then they're playing insane now. Definitely top 4 team, maybe.
I gotta ask going forward for you guys now. What are this is what an accomplishment. It's not going to be easy to get to this point again, to be first in the region, regional after regional. So what are the main goals now moving forward for BDS? Is there a certain level you guys want to hit, or is it first every single time?
I mean, everyone wants to win, obviously, but
of course,
I think top 4 is still a good result every time.
Yeah, with all these teams, again, we said it, even just into the top 8, all these teams deserve to be here. And there were others in the top 16, even the top 30. So it's going to be a hard journey going forward. But Extra, I just going to say one last time, congratulations on the win. It was an incredible journey.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hey, yeah, well, I got to say,
What a nice guy.
Nice guy.
What a nice guy. That was Extra from BDS. What a showing. What an accomplishment. You said, of course, you want to be in top 4, but you got to be realistic with how talented this European skill pool is now, that it's not going to be easy. Achieves, it just seems like it is getting harder and harder to get into these top spots.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you just watch the runs from some of the teams that we didn't expect to make it at this point, and you're like, okay, if they're playing that good, yeah, it's going to be a battle. It doesn't matter how you get here. The field, the grid, you qualify, you were brought in from last season. It doesn't matter. It's going to be hard.
It's not going to be easy, but we're down at the end of this. We finished off stage 3. We finished off the first European regional. So I'm going to give you guys some final words to talk about how this went. I got to admit, Gibbs, it was pretty good. So good job on you and the team at Sonics for putting this together. It's a great start to Season X, Gibbs.
I just want to thank Johnny Boy for the script. He helped me write it, so it all worked out. But over 100 games over 4 days, that is double what we would have got from an RLCS full season for Europe, including playoffs. Absolutely insane. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes. We have so many admins doing stuff, the production from the E-League stream, from this stream, so many people behind the scenes making this all work and making us look good. And of course, the players. Everyone came out to play, and this is only one. We still got 2 more in this split. We have 3 splits. We got 3 majors. We got a world championship. So over the next 10 months, it's going to be insane. And let's not forget about North America. That starts next weekend as well. It's going to be nuts for the next 10 months. It's a great time to be a Rocket League fan.
And Achieves, final thoughts here before we sign off for this first European regional.
Yeah, I think Gibbs hit the nail on the head. He missed one person, though. Of course, everybody at home watching, we hope you enjoyed it. And I'm totally with Gibbs. We'll see you next week. Let's start North America.
As Achieves said, thank you guys all for watching. It's been a blast. Everyone's involved to make this happen. But again, it's just the beginning. If you want more Rocket League before next week, even, of course, the grid Thursdays and Fridays, make sure you guys are watching that. Have all your multiple monitors up with all the broadcasts all over the place. And of course, North America gets to do what Europe just did these last 2 weekends, starting on Saturday. So you don't want to miss it. Make sure you tune in to twitch.tv/Rocket League and twitch.tv/eLeague TV. But for Achieves and Gibbs and myself, Leaf, we're signing off. It was fun, but we have lots more to go.